still haunted by the memory. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little inside. Hey, melanated. I've been holding back for the future. Might change your mind. I'm ready to forgive you, but forgetting is a harder time. A little do you know I need a little inside. I'm editing. Leonard. Leonard. Little do you know, I know you're hurt while I'm standing singing. Little do you know, all my mistakes are slowly drowning me. We chilling today, Leonard. We chilling. You see, learn how to. How y'all doing this Sunday? I was so shocked last night when I saw Shaka still had his ponytail. I was like, oh my gosh. Hey, Star. It doesn't like the video resolution on my laptop. Hey, Shalama. Same to you. This is getting ridiculous, man. Like, slap ridiculous. Oh, I ain't even dropped the ladder. We doing all right. We doing all right, all right, all right. Hold on, I'm finna switch devices. trim my lines close, and I cut my mane. Baltimore peace. But that woman treats me the same. She said lions are made for cages, just to look at and think. Dare not let them walk around. They might just find. Let me see who I done missed. I was on my laptop. Let me see who I done missed. We got Baltimore, Shalama, Leonard, and Star. I'm waiting around for Craig. Has anybody seen Craig? Probably over there at Inky's. What is that, Leonard? I told y'all he was probably over there. But nah, he was in Uda Live earlier. He was, you know how Uda be playing them streams and the folk ain't actually there. Well, Craig thought I was there, so I was trying to get it. That's why I did this stream. Yeah, I figured that was where he was at. But I ain't finna be accused of poaching nobody's subs. He'll find out eventually that I done went live. Trim my lines close, and I cut my mane, and I would my good, but be good, treats me the same. She said lions are made of cages. Man, Grove been chilling today. That's 2.0 over here. Truth hurts. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, everything okay. Tired. I don't know why. I be sleepy 1 minute, the next minute I be fully alert, and I be sleepy again, and I be up. What happened this morning, Leonard? Cardena Star, I think. Alama. I just call her Star. Hold on. Little, was this on her live? Send it to me, baby. Send it to me. Is he going over the case file? Yeah, I asked first. You could have sent it in the chat. Me pulling up Facebook-ish. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
The only way I'll debate that bitch is if we sitting. What's good, everybody? Y'all know Nutty don't even usually go live this late at all. I'm going to just give it a few minutes just to see if anybody is coming in the chat. I'm not going to do my complete show tonight, but I will be back live tomorrow. This the last time, bitch ass nigga.
Uh-oh.
This the last time, Sinetter and Hump Hump. This the last time y'all allow me. I guarantee you that. You talk all that shit over there, girl. But you really don't know you're playing with fire. It's okay, though. I'm going to give a few more people time to come in. And if not, I'm going to go into a small snippet about what's going on. I'll be live first thing tomorrow morning, so please set your reminders. Set your notifications. Because I'm sick of these two people. I've warned you, Sinetta, you better tell the truth. Them lies and the way I do my spirituals is going to lead you to your grave.
You better quit playing with
Nancy. Tell the truth. You think your little playhouse fell down when I went to the woods on you the first time. This time, I'm going to take you out. Garfield with your bitch ass over there telling them lies with Sinetta. Now it's finna be something on you. Fake ass Jamaican. I'm gonna give everybody a few minutes. I see somebody already in the chat right quick. Hey, Aries Queen. These motherfuckers done went crazy tonight since trying me with that bullshit. That uneducated ass how potion Nana doing a debate with you.
Oh my goodness.
Doing a debate with you after all these lies you motherfuckers done told on Monday? You really thought I was calling in to do a debate with your borderline retarded ass? That's what you thought? That's what you thought? No, bitch. I didn't call in to do a debate. And then you had the audacity to say you wanted to debate me on biology. And when I asked you which part of biology, because there's 5, your dumb ass couldn't answer the question. So, bitch, you don't want this over here. Not at all. I said, be specific, bitch. And I will beat you up on any debate. You said biology. I said, what part? Bitch, if we sit there and debate all the fucking parts of biology, we'll be on that damn stream for 5 days. But the nerve of you motherfuckers to be calling my name out on there, talking that shit, asking me for a fucking debate that bitch. No, that's not what I want to do unless we're going to do a personal debate. You did the Sonata Awards. You was all on 125th with whole life. Neither one of you bitches didn't cross the line, but you were down. Let's schedule a debate in person with me and her post Shanana. Let's schedule a debate. The only way I'll debate that bitch is if we sit right across from each other. And she's definitely gonna need to figure out some biology when I get through with her ass.
Uh-oh.
That's my challenge. You want to set up a debate. You'll make a lot of money. That's all you worried about. Clout and cash. Because everybody been waiting to see Nundy and her potion Nana have this beef. But let's do it in private. Let's do it where we can see each other. And then we're going to live stream that shit.
Uh-oh.
You talking about I'm scared? Really? Bitch, nigga, set it up. Set the motherfucking debate up in person. People can't really get educated too much when we talk behind these screens. They want to see receipts. That's what people want, fucking receipts. Well, bitch, nigga, all you like is checks.
That's what I said.
I know it's a lot of people want to see if nothing really about their life behind the mouth. Why don't you set it up? 125th, nigga, I come in your turn.
Uh-oh.
Set the fucking debate up, bitch ass nigga. And sell tickets at the door. Don't sell them online so you can capitalize on 90 days. Flex the people. Like you said, it's easy to be scammed because I'm going to play this motherfucking recording. Your bitch ass kept turning my fucking mic down because you know what it is. Set the motherfucking debate up, bitch. And sell tickets at the fucking door.
And that's why you don't go over to places like that.
That's how I'm going to know you about that life. It ain't going to be about no capitalizing off the cash, bitch. It's going to be proving what it's going to be about proving what the fuck you say in person, just like Nundy came. You said Nundy scared.
I'm scared.
I'm trying to come all the way to your bitch ass.
Nundy, don't do it to him.
13 hours, laughing on the way.
And she will. I can hear it in her voice.
Smoking your motherfucking ashes, bitch.
Don't be fucking with people that ain't been fucking with you.
You talking all that shit. That's it. And I had to get it off my chest. People, I'm glad folks is in the chat. How are you? I'm gonna get into what really went on tonight.
This ain't what we supposed to be doing right now. We supposed to be.
I just had to get a little thing off my chest.
Craig, where you at, Craig?
Fly that bitch out of Arizona with them badass feet like you been doing.
Ooh.
And set the motherfucking debate up between me and that bitch up down 125th. Show you who the fuck together, y'all bitch ain't.
Hey, Gary. Just listening to some audio I missed yesterday with Mandy Flame, bro.
I apologize for the delay. I had to get this on the damn train. Now, let me tell y'all what the hell went on tonight. I'm sitting in the cut because y'all know Nandy staying from. I'll be studying for my damn debate with Madonna and shit. Listening to Sonita's bitch ass, and my name come out the goddamn cook. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Who you talking to, bitch? You asked me for a debate, but when I got on there, you couldn't answer, so I jumped right into it. Where the fuck these lies coming from? Y'all bitches so scared of me, you turned the fucking phone down. You wouldn't even let me get my point out. Because you know what the fuck I was standing on the other end of that phone. You and this raggedy ass bitch talking this motherfucking shit fucking with me. And I done warned your bitch ass to quit lying on me. But see, you don't know no better. You think because your ass in New York and I'm where the fuck I'm at, everything good. But you can't play with everybody. You can't keep sitting up telling lies.
Planes, trains, and automobiles still work, people. I don't know why folks think they
don't.
Then y'all
hear this bitch talking about having me
just because some folk cash and book on
selling
wolf tickets don't mean.
We want to have
don't
somebody.
Mean everybody is.
Oh, if you think I'm going to call the police. I'm not saying there, you fake bitch. You talk all that gorilla gangster shit. You indirectly act like you got that life when you talking to certain people.
Hey, Boyzilla, I'm going to stop it. I just wanted to see what she said about Sonetta. She ain't even on here. Ain't nobody up here but me. How you doing? You say damn while she cussing. I love you, dog. Just for you. We got a request. Oh, you left that fast? Ooh. Greg. Hey, Jaded. Boyzilla the 11. Ooh. Hey, Donna. No problem. Jaded, you ain't climbing up the ladder. I think we fixed the safety harness issue. Ain't nobody failed since Sonetta. Lord, I done hit the button. All right. Thank you, Gary. And that wasn't me just now. That was Nandy. I'm trying to wait till Craig get him. I was just trying to kill time. My bad, y'all. I'm checking my email. How everybody's Sunday going? Oh, did y'all see PayPal? Yeah, it should be in the description. If that's what you, is that a one at the end of? Oh, is that a one at the end of PayPal? Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Girl, I don't know what I thought I just read. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't what's on your what you type. Who you? I don't. I was confused for a minute though. It felt like the Sandman done bust me upside the head with the stick again. But I know I was wide awake 5 minutes ago, so 5 minutes from now I'll probably be fine. And thank you, Donna. I ain't trying to be confusing. I'm just it was like I had adrenaline pumping through me for 3, 4 days. I didn't know who the guy was neither. You got a vegetarian Caribbean. They have like the veggie curry and stuff at that place, but hey, campgrounds. How many people we got? 13 for this. I'm gonna wait to 20. So, what do y'all think? Has Talker Bay been fully exposed? This is a whole conspiracy to incriminate somebody for somebody else's crime that they already been convicted of. Make it make sense. It don't. Oh, excuse me. DJ! Oh, put that back. Grab my break. Pancake cake. Plus, I ain't got my glasses yet. They still ain't came. See, I have to have some type of meat. I start feeling sick. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Where everybody at? I'm gonna leave y'all and go get something to eat and come back later. All of a sudden, all I feel is sleeping. We need to know all that, Jay. Totally wrong pipe. I don't use StreamYard, by the way. I know my own. The only thing that I've found that's better on StreamYard than it is on Hey Hyder.
Hey.
Success. How you doing?
I'm okay. There's this one thing that's been irking me about these Hotep scammers.
Mm-hmm.
I know it may sound minuscule, but it's the fundraising that they do. If they would just be honest with people, if you need a vehicle for your personal use, just say so.
Mm-hmm.
This whole I need a van, the people keep asking me, where's my van? I need a van to go to the trial or whatever, is ridiculous.
He bought a 2008 something to go to a trial in another state.
What? I've worked in television production for many years. The only reason why you need a van is so you can send a signal back to the station,
Mm-hmm.
so that it can broadcast it.
This is
the 21st. This is the 21st century. All you need is a phone. You don't need a vehicle to broadcast.
But you have
That's
to look
just silly.
You have to look at their ages.
It's silly. And then when you get the van or the vehicle, you talk about the passenger side. If you need a vehicle to get somewhere for a specific event, you rent one like a normal human being.
But he knew they was
This is that whole the scamming.
That money for that van. That's why he did it.
Go ahead.
Right, and others was, disingenuous.
He did it because he knew Sinetta got away with it.
It's just so silly. Be honest with the people.
They can't do that though because they ain't got honesty in them. If they had honesty in them, they wouldn't be running around here lying like this. She done fell off. Lord, what's wrong with the treehouse? Yeah. Yeah, Star, basically. All a scam. All a scam, honey. Damn shame. Jaded.
Peace, peace.
He,
I didn't hear this. I didn't hear the sink running.
the
You
scene.
still no. My son's in the
Oh.
bathroom.
Mhm.
Sorry. All right.
No problem.
So
Oh Lord.
the last thing I heard, somebody was talking about the teabag unnecessary news van.
Mm-hmm. That was hot, and then she some kind of way her safety harness
Oh, she
let
fell
loose
off.
at the top. Yeah, she fell out the treehouse.
So yo, I didn't even really peep that you wasn't using StreamYard till you said something. I was looking at the layout and I was like, why it seems different. They must have did an update and just kept rolling.
You know, that StreamYard I got up on the screen.
Yeah, like, and then they asked me to start an account, and I
No,
was like,
Sweet Ma is beefing with Tasha K.
oh no,
So I guess Rabbit got the gun. I
that's
don't
like a
know.
long-standing beef, though, right?
I think so.
I wonder what that's about.
You know what? I saw that earlier in Rabbit Got the Gun chat, and what they said in the chat was Sweet Ma and Tasha K got beef.
And that's it.
That was it.
Yeah, I heard something about
I was
that as well,
looking
but
like shit. What they got beef for?
yeah. But I guess before Tasha K was like Tasha K that we're all familiar with. She was out here on these YouTube streets.
She
So
was a
beef is a
regular
part of that.
YouTuber.
Say again?
I said she was a regular YouTuber.
Mm-hmm. Before her meteoric rise. But yo, the
I
funny
think
part
she's
about that,
mad
right?
at her currently because of the polite situation.
Say what?
I said I think she's mad at her currently because of this polite situation.
Oh, interesting.
Because remember, Sweet Mom said she was going to do a documentary.
Oh, I didn't know that. But Polite has that effect on people though. Polite seems to cause a lot of division wherever he goes.
That's that money demon.
Yeah, whatever it is. Money demon, funny clothes demon. I don't know what demon he got, but it's something.
The demon of tacky.
The tacky demon. Yeah, I mean, yo, I was looking at some of them Yorkie costumes through the years. It would be funny that it would be an interesting museum exhibit for somebody to collect all the different outfits of Malachi York.
Man, them things been gone. Moose said them motherfuckers was expensive.
Yo, all of them joints used to be super. All the costumes from any of them groups are always super expensive, and it's usually somebody's mother or wife or sister who's
Making
making the costumes and getting that money.
Melanie royalty, peace and wealth.
So we're talking about the pros and cons of Restream versus StreamYard.
No, we just talking about how to use them, but we waiting for Craig.
Yeah, I'm not savvy on these different joints. Like I get different apps as necessary, then figure it out as I go. Like it's still the 80s in video games, which is probably not the way to go.
Nope, not the way to go at all.
That's why I could halfway relate with these cats where they come up with these schemes, and it sounds good, but it really probably would have worked 20, 30 years ago. Not now. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what that news van was. That was somebody not really understanding what the business of the news is about, wanting to
That's
be in the
somebody not
business of
really
the news.
caring
That part.
and doing it for the money.
Yeah, that part. But then, like, even with Umar's school, and people are still behind that idea. Like, they've been having them independent black schools since the 70s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we still here in the same position. We don't have any. I haven't seen any black leadership coming from those schools except for Umar Johnson, because I think he said that he was in one of them Pan-African or pro-black schools when he was a kid, and that's what got him turned on to wishing he was Frederick Douglass's people.
Lord have mercy.
But I don't know, man. I think people are just afraid to be regular.
Right? Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I'd rather be normal and be fine than be a scammer.
That part. But hey, I tell you like this, from the perspective of the kid that grew up in the 80s and the 90s, that had the funny name when nobody else had the funny name, and when everybody else was doing Christmas, I was doing some other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yo.
You be wanting to just be normal.
Hell, I grew up Jehovah's Witness. You think I don't know?
Oh, so when I was in school, the Jehovah's Witness kid, when we had parties, you remember those dividers that used to be in the school on the rollers? And it would be like a blackboard, or it'd be like a pinup board or whatever, and they would put like coloring paper, not coloring paper, construction paper all over the back of it or whatever.
Yeah.
They used to make a little box out of them joints. And then the Jehovah's Witness kid had to sit inside the box while everybody else had a party.
That's fucked up. They parents requested that shit.
You think his parents requested it?
They parents had to request it. I ain't never had to do nothing like that a day in my life. You just be sitting there like, remember they used to make you bring the cereal boxes to school, and you make a Valentine's Day box, and then everybody put their Valentine's in and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't had no box because my mama wouldn't let me take one to school. So That's real black private schools.
When my pops was in the house, all of those holidays there was a conflict because my mother was like, "They're just little kids. Like it's not that major." And then my father was like, nah, this ain't right. You know what I mean? So that would always be a conflict. So I remember like the Valentine's Day, I would have to sneak the little Valentine's Day cards in my bag, and she'd be like, "Don't say nothing," and you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like that's what I always think about as I listen to a lot of people talking about teaching the babies, and you know, some stuff isn't as harmful as people try to make it out to be. You know what I'm saying? And the real issue is um spending the time and making your child feel accepted in your family as opposed to feeling like a burden.
Yeah.
And if you get past that, then a lot of them issues that people blame on religion and blame on all this other stuff won't be a problem in your life.
But
And
then
if
they
enough
have
people don't
to
have
take
that problem in their life, then it's not a
accountability.
problem.
But then you'd have to take accountability, Jake. And some people don't like to take accountability.
It's very hard. It's very hard for people to take accountability. Sometimes people think they are taking accountability, but they're really ducking from it. So I understand.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Speaking of accountability, shout out to the little kid at the hair supply store that stole my wife's phone.
What?
Yeah, I got a phone call today. I was like passed out. Like I got up, I worked out, and then I was doing some yoga. And at the end of yoga, there's like this part where you lay on the ground and like absorb all of the movement that you've done.
Mm-hmm.
And I fell asleep. I absorbed a lot of movement, and I was knocked out. I absorbed all the movement from the last couple weeks, for the last week. I absorbed the movement I was just doing, and I was just out. So then I get a phone call, and I'm like, and I stir, and it's like some strange number, and I'm like, who the fuck is this? So then I remembered I gave my number out, and I'm like, okay, I pick up the phone. Hello, it's me. Who's me? It's me. Someone took my phone. Like what? So I don't understand why people are still stealing phones since you can't do shit with a stolen iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess he could perk to his friends or sell it to somebody immensely stupid.
Yeah.
But by the time they doing, all it's gonna be is a signal to Apple that that this is where the stolen phone is.
Damn shame. Now they
Mm-hmm.
gonna get in trouble for basically nothing on their part.
Right. Well, accountability. I can't, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
sometimes I get frustrated down here because I see folks that will chase white folks 10 blocks to return something. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then they steal from each other. So
That's a
I don't
damn
get it.
shame. Okay, so now this is the basic layout for StreamYard, but you would need to log in first.
That's StreamYard. I got actually opened up a restream account the other day.
Okay, so let me go ahead and go to Restream first then. Since some seem to be having problems with it. Okay, you can stream to a whole lot of different platforms. Like here, you see I got 4. And you can add more, but you can only have 3 from the same platform. So like if you want that, you have to upgrade. And
Then you can stream to LinkedIn.
Yeah,
Wow.
LinkedIn trying to keep up with the times. But like you see right here, I'm live, so it's got that up showing what I'm showing. But then you have stream with studio, stream with OBS, at VMix, etc.
stream a video file. That's what Uda be doing, making everybody think everybody else on live.
He got me with that
Scheduling,
this morning.
huh?
He got me with that this morning for you went live.
Mhm.
I saw he
That's
went
why
live.
I'm
I saw
doing this, because I saw Craig in the comments. I'm like, damn, I done emailed Craig, he ain't replied back.
Hmm?
Let's see. And then record only. So
But
as
when
it
I look
tells
on
you,
my restream joint, it don't look like that. I think I'm
are
in
you on your
restream chat.
computer?
Yeah, I'm in restream chat though. I
Yeah,
don't know
right
how to
now
get out
you
of
in
that.
restream chat.
I don't know how
But
to get out of that though.
are you what are you on a computer?
Yeah,
So
I'm on
open
a
up
laptop.
another tab and just go to restream.
Okay, hold on.
You can open up more than one of them.
Yep, got it. Restream.com .io. Boom. Okay, so I see what you see now.
Mhm.
Stream with Studio, stream with OBS,
Yeah, like if you
VBS.
using OBS, you can stream with it, but I don't see the point. I
Now,
see no
what is
point.
OBS?
OBS is the streaming software. Like you can stream directly to YouTube with OBS without this.
Mm.
So I don't see the point in that. But okay, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. Okay, man.
But
Maybe if it's you got like a
generally,
whole bunch of different audio equipment, you could upload, you could use it through this.
well, you can choose your audio equipment in here too.
Oh yeah.
Like when I go in stream with Studio, it's probably gonna pop me in this one. Surely did.
Hold up. I should wait. I Yo, is that me?
I couldn't take it no more.
Hello?
Yeah.
That was me?
No, I think that was me, but I muted both of them, both the tabs, and it still did it.
Yeah, that was
Did you try
crazy.
to enter in there too?
Yup.
That's what that was. Okay, so don't enter in yours, and I'm gonna
Yeah,
enter.
nah. I'm not gonna do that no more.
Okay. Oh no.
No, like I started, like I told you, I started doing the video game thing. Like, what does this do? I was like, ooh, what
Don't
does
touch
this
them.
do?
Just watch, cause we live.
All right,
Don't
I'm done.
touch that.
I'm just gonna watch now. I'm
Okay.
done. I apologize, listening audience. So I did that.
Nah, that ain't gonna work. I'm gonna have to hey True Soldier, I'm gonna have to pre-record one. But you can schedule an event, and when you schedule it, make sure you got to correct everything, because it ain't gonna go back and let you edit jack squat. So when you click on Restream Studio, you title it, put the description in, the date, the time, you can upload your thumbnail, and then you click next, and it ain't gonna let me go. But then you select your destinations and you close it out, and then it'll show up where this one is, but it'll only be a bar about like this. And then you click on that, and it'll say right over on this side, it'll have a thing, and it'll say in a studio, and you can go ahead and click on it. And then you have over to the right, you have the restream button, which is just this page, the home key. And then you have events, finished. This shows the past events and the upcoming events. And then it shows you your video storage. And then it shows you your analytics. Oh, wait, about the video storage. That first one, you can upload videos to here, but this is where your recordings are gonna be for your live streams. And I believe they hold them. Well, it looks like they hold them for about 15 days because I did that one this morning.
And they stay there for 15 days in the cloud.
Yeah, and then they delete themselves to keep the room up.
Now
That's
you
why.
could download them from there, or do you have to
Yeah, you
download them
just
from
click
YouTube?
on, like, you just click on the little three dots and see it says download, or you can schedule a stream with it, like I guess a Premiere, and then details and remove. Yeah, all of these.
All right, and you got the pro package, right?
I got the 19.99 when I ain't get that expensive ass one.
Okay.
Then you go to the analytics, and then that'll tell you, like, I don't care. I'll show you. This ain't probably ain't gonna show up. See, 1,323. Dang, I done got a couple since this marinated. But oh, I done got some on here. That's what that is. I was finna say, I know I ain't jumped that much in just a few hours.
Mm.
And it show all sessions. And some of these I did to Facebook and Twitter. And then stream. Well, these are the streaming sessions. And then this is the stream metrics. It shows you what's what. Most loaded period. Sunday. It says I'm down. Okay, whatever you say, restream. Average duration is showing you how long the lives are. The peak was 8 hours, and then 2.5 and 4. That's why I say I'm dropping. And then stream time, it shows you that as well. And then they have messages from the live streams, I'm assuming. And then showing you, how how many messages you're getting versus which live stream. And over time, Argument League just went live. Why am I so cold?
I didn't know people got cold down there.
I'm anemic.
Ah,
And it shows you the average viewers, the max viewers, and watched minutes.
now when I went in mine, that
Mm-hmm.
section to the left,
Uh-huh.
next to the main part, like in between where the home button and all that is,
Mm-hmm.
where there's a bunch of words in between the main screen. I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
That was blank when I went into mine.
Have you ever went live before?
No, that's why.
Have you ever uploaded a video recently since you started using? Have you uploaded a video with Restream?
No, I've no.
That's
I
why.
just found out about Restream when I climbed up the tree.
That's why you won't have no analytics because they ain't got nothing to analyze.
Gotcha.
Then it'll show you your max users, your watched minutes, no followers, and all followers. But man, that's the referral program if you want to start referring people.
Can you pre-record as well,
Yeah,
and then put it through the schedule?
I believe so. Yeah, you can schedule an event, record only. So you can save the recording without going live and then use it to schedule an event. So yeah.
Cool, cool.
And then I got invited to a seminar by Restream for dual for tandem streaming between two channels, like two different channel holders, so they can both stream at the same time.
That was my next question. How y'all did that?
How do I
Oh,
do it now? I just jump into
like
two different.
when that day when the interview first came out, and then like all the different channels went and streamed together? How did you do that?
Like I went live, and I just told them ahead of time I was gonna go live.
So then they just went on your YouTube channel and just streamed from your YouTube channel from whatever platform they
Yeah,
had.
but say
Okay.
we was gonna do a live together.
hmm So we did a live together. There's a way that we could both be on there and both had the keys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
I just don't know exactly how yet, because the seminar is like next week.
Okay.
But I saw it in my email, so I was like, because it was like you among the top restreamers. I was like, okay.
That's cool, because while you doing that, I'll be searching the world for Lego pieces that look like African Americans.
You know what?
Mm.
If you can draw the characters for me and like the different motions,
Mm-hmm.
it's got to be hella detailed. But I can
Mm-hmm.
do it in Adobe.
Oh, you got the Adobe Animator?
Yeah.
Oh, see, my man, when I talked to my man about it, because there's a thing with him, right?
Yeah.
He's an animator, but he has an animation business. So
Mm-hmm.
the time that he puts to the side to do the passion projects has gotten slimmer over the years.
Yeah, of
You know what
course.
I'm
Because
saying?
if he good at what he do, it will.
Right, right. So we were bouncing around how to put this together.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, yo, it takes mad long to do these puppets, son.
Mm-mm. See, okay. Here's the thing. Once you have the puppet, it's putting the
Yeah,
what you
he's
call
just talking
movement
about
on the
expending the
puppet.
time to make the puppets.
Yeah.
And that's the
But
thing.
see,
So
if
that's
you
why I was
draw,
thinking about getting the Adobe Animator myself.
yeah, but see,
And
if you
then
can
I could
show
make
me,
the puppets and then shoot them to him, and then he could, you know what I mean?
that's what I'm saying. But if you can draw the thing for me, I can make the puppets, and then we can send them that way, or I can do the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So we talk offline
I
about
got
that
the
then.
whole, yeah, I got the whole
Okay.
suite. We can hook up on
So then I could start putting together a storyboard, and then I could get an idea for what you
because I
need.
mean, what would it be for you to play the?
Actually, when I was looking at doing the stop motion, so it came out like how we talked about,
Mhm.
because it was either that or actually like making like GI Joes to look
Yeah,
like son, and that's very time consuming from doing it by hand from that standpoint.
yeah,
But like, so then I said if I do it with Legos, then I
yeah.
could
But you'll
just
be
get the
moving them
different
little
Lego
mofos
pieces and put them
forever.
together, huh?
You'll be moving them little mofos forever, though.
Yeah, but I got two kids though.
True, true.
I got two kids, and that's what they do all day is make little movies with their toys.
Mm-hmm.
So I got them on board. So then I was gonna do it like that. But if you got the animator and I get the animator, okay, we'll talk offline. We'll talk offline. So
Let me
back to
hit you up
restream.
with something because everybody can hear this part, sweetheart.
Yeah, back to restream. My bad.
Adobe Creative Cloud, which is the whole suite, is expensive. Yes, it is. But if you have a child, you can get it just a little bit cheaper. Go ahead and sign up for that student account. Baby,
Mm-hmm.
it's like a $20, $30 difference. And when they give you that option to get the Adobe stock, you get 10 stocks, it takes 10 stock items a month.
Yo, everybody in here is in school, so we all good.
Exactly. But you only get like two licenses per account, I think, something like that.
Right. Yeah, once I put that in my
And
daughter's
then
hands,
when
she's
you
gonna
do
she's
it,
gonna go
it's
crazy.
annual. So even though you pay it monthly,
Yeah, you pay the one whop at once.
no, you can pay the one WAP at once, or you can pay the whole year, but it's a contract. So if you don't pay a month, they go still gonna yank it out your account sooner or later.
Yeah, I just like to when I do stuff like that, I just like to get it out the way. So I
Mm-hmm.
just like to pay the year, and then I worry about it later. I do my
That shit is
insurance like
over a
that,
stack, if I'm not mistaken.
huh?
That shit is over a stack, if I'm not mistaken. I do stuff like that around tax time.
For Adobe, I see. I see what's up. But I try to do that
They
shit
don't
for
sell it in
everything,
the
so then
store
I
no
don't gotta
more.
worry about it.
They don't sell it in the store no more, so it's just a subscription. But you
Right.
get everything. You hold on, I'll show you.
Uh-oh, we got a new tutorial.
Because I just got finished moving everything over, but this is the Creative Cloud desktop. Okay, so all apps. For the desktop, you have Photoshop, Illustrator, Adobe DC, Premiere Pro, Premiere Rush, Fresco, After Effects, Bridge, Photoshop Express, Dreamweaver, Animate, Character Animator,
Oh,
Audition.
you get all of that?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
it's
see, let me
done.
show you.
Hey, yeah.
Huh?
No.
Now then they have more stuff, but like these right here, you have to pay
But not
extra for
this.
those. Like the 3D painter and the
This is
3D
the
sampler and
Adobe
the 3D
package that
stager.
has
This shit's
Premiere
almost
Rush and
$100 a
Premiere
month, I
Pro
think.
and has all the... Oh, sorry.
No problem. Hey Irvin, I remember. Ha! I think. I don't know exactly how much these are right here, but I know it's expensive.
No, I got it. I think we're gonna put it together. I think that was a motivator because I didn't know if you got all that stuff in the whole
So
package. I thought you had to get everything
you get all
individually.
of this, and then it's two when you sign up. Hold on. Y'all have to excuse me. DJ. If that ain't motivation to take your stomach pills, I don't know what is. You want the rest of these? Hold on for a sec. Thank you. Welcome. Did I give you that juice to put in the fridge?
Hey yo,
Hold
who
on.
is somebody got to say this shit?
Irvin. But what was I saying? Oh, I'm bad, y'all.
Nah, you good? You good?
I had my
I'm looking in the chat room trying to figure out who somebody got to say this shit.
like your throat close off with something going down and then it don't intend to. Mine don't do that. I had a hiatal hernia.
Mm.
But yeah. Now I was leaning over to the side.
Mm. Yeah, my wife got a hernia after my daughter was born, and
And
then
this one sits right up under your diaphragm, over your diaphragm, something like that.
oh god,
Yeah, but it messes with your
yeah, so it
swallowing and
pops
stuff.
in and out, right?
Yeah, that's why sometimes y'all hear me back here coughing like y'all heard. That's nasty. I can't stand it when I do it my damn self. But if I let
No, I
it go
mean
on
you
too
can't
long,
help it. You can't help it.
yeah, but I don't like throwing up. That's a bad experience.
Oh, you earl off it too?
Yeah, it'll get so bad I throw up. That's what that wet. Ugh.
God
That's why I
damn,
hate it because I know it's coming if I can't get it under control. So
damn. Hey yo,
I find it funny.
I used to get like that. I used to get like that smoking chunky black.
They be over there like you smoking good. I wish sometimes I
Yeah,
smoke like
I never said anything, but that's what I thought in the back of my
yeah.
mind. I'm like, oh,
Sometimes I smoke Delta. Hey, don't get it twisted. But like when I be coughing like that, it be like you
oh
smoking
man,
good. No, nigga, I'm about to die.
oh damn. I
That's
didn't
why I
even
figure so
realize
long for my
that.
throat to get back right.
So what, you got to get like a surgery to get that fixed or whatever?
I have
Like
no clue.
a mesh or whatever?
I have no clue. See, it's from an old thing.
Mm.
I had a stomach eating bacteria.
Oh damn.
Yeah. I kept telling them something was wrong, and they kept telling me no.
Yeah, my sister had something similar to that, and then she found out that eating gluten triggered it. So then she had to stop eating gluten.
Yeah, she has a gluten allergy. No, I had
Nah, this was
actually.
no. This was some wild shit. Cause she like ever since she was little,
Mm-hmm.
like it would be wild. Like she would go out and like if we go to the beach or whatever, she would get like these crazy headaches, and then her stomach would start going crazy. And
Mm-hmm.
when she go to sleep, her like she would wake up sometimes, her nose would be bleeding, all this wild shit. And then like for years and years and years, we went through. Everybody got to go through that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then finally, when she got into college, she went to the doctor and they figured out that it had something to do with her eating gluten. But it was something deeper than just a gluten allergy. Because now I think she be eating it and none of that stuff happened. So I don't know what they ended up doing. But I
Might
think
have been some kind of what you call it, infection.
possibly. Yeah, we had that, and then one of my youngest sisters had some. I cannot remember the name of the illness, but there was a nerve in her stomach that was out of place, and the nerve caused all kind of crazy reactions. So then that caused her to have an eating disorder because every time she ate, it hurt.
Mm.
So then like for years she was dealing with an eating disorder, and that was all crazy. So the human body is something.
Ain't it though? Then we have Photoshop, Illustrator, Fresco,
Oh,
Illustrator. Then you have Capture, which it tells you what it is right to the side. Portfolio,
oh no.
Pix, Spark. The only thing you really don't have is the 3D suite. And then if you want to do it this way, you have the desktop icons, then you have the mobile ones. All these you can access from the phone,
Now,
but like this one, the green one, and
the 3D suite is what they do them renderings with, right?
yeah, the 3D
Mm-hmm.
suite don't come with this one. The 3D suite, I think, is like $1,000, no, $100 a month.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
but
shit expensive, expensive.
those renderings when you put together those professional renderings, they cost money, and that's why.
Yo, and see, you have to work yourself up to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then this will be something you would use with a 3D printer. So, yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I got a different 3D printer on the agenda first.
But
I need to get a
everything else
metal 3D
comes with
printer.
it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All this right here, you see it say open, not installed. And then
Mm-hmm.
some of this stuff, I can all this available in your plan. I can get all this. Oh, so this one is. They must be making plans to merge them because they stopped 3D in the Adobe in Premiere Pro, not Premiere Pro, Photoshop.
Yeah, I had a crack version of this once, but it didn't work. It didn't work like that. But and this one, in this Adobe setup, you can use over all your devices.
Well, this one I think it's like two per license or something. Or you might be able to put more licenses on there because
Uh huh.
these don't work. Like if your license ain't active, you ain't gonna be able to use it. They
Okay.
don't sell the hard copies in the store no more. They went completely cloud service.
Yeah, that's where they make all the money like that.
hmm
Ain't gotta produce nothing no more.
I mean, they skinning folk, man. You gotta buy it all. You can't just buy one. What if you only need an Adobe DC? You'll be a pissed off individual.
Yeah, but that's what people don't understand. It's dope that we showing this, right? So that
Mm-hmm.
everybody understands that when you go to a video editor, when you go to a graphic designer or graphic artist, and they charge you a lot of money, this is why.
This shit is expensive, man.
Yeah, the overhead of just having the program is very expensive.
Just the
So,
one, cause like I didn't even know Adobe stock costs more than the damn package, and they tag it on them. So I was like, this is why I'm paying 50 something damn dollars. That shit costs 20 something dollars. I was like, these motherfuckers tripping. But let me see.
Speaking of that, I need
But
to
you
buy
get 10
stock in
assets a
Adobe.
month from Adobe stock. You have to make sure you unclick it. Yeah, that one's $29.99, and the Adobe stock is $29.99, and then the rest of the cloud service is $19.99. I said, that don't make no kind of goddamn sense.
Who owns Adobe?
Adobe. Hold on.
Let me see.
They own the NASDAQ, man. I don't know. Me don't know.
Nah, when I see somebody like jerking like that, I buy some stock. Yeah, they on the NASDAQ, Adobe Inc., ADBE. I might have to jump over to Robin the Hood. Might have to. Oh, the Robin the Hood site. Oh, here it is. Ooh, this is a good time to buy. Let's see how it looks on Monday. Let me schedule something. Let me schedule something. Yeah, they have 500 a share, 577 a share on a Sunday, and they're down. Yeah, they doing all right. Yeah, like if I'm about to spend some money on something that's a ripoff, I buy stock in it too.
Well, it's not technically a ripoff. It's just expensive.
No, it's not a ripoff. It's expensive, but
I mean, look at it. Because the ripoff part is that you get 10 stock items for $30 a month.
Trip,
you get the free ones, but like the 10 stock items ain't really premium because it's only certain stuff you can get them on. That's the ripoff part. I'm thinking that's gonna be lower than the other one, and this shit higher than the actual package for all the damn other programs.
Well, I'm not being fair to Adobe.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm not being fair to Adobe. I'm not gonna do that. But I'm just gonna tell you like this, right? Remember when I said that my grandfather was one of the first Black people that graduated from Harvard Business School, right?
Yeah.
So growing up, he was like really thrifty, like Depression era thrifty. So I grew up kind of with that. So that's like my poverty consciousness, that I look at things that are valuable and look at them as a ripoff, even though I buy them anyway.
Yeah.
So that's just me. That's the thing I get over.
That wouldn't be a ripoff, but it's only me and my daughter using it, and we ain't using half of it.
Right.
But you
see, I be having to do things to try to get over the poverty consciousness. So sometimes I'll do things and make purchases, but like just because I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'll buy big items like that. Like if I want, like for next year, I'm gonna buy a year worth of. I'm gonna just do the annual for Restream, and then I'm gonna do the annual for Adobe, and that way I ain't gotta be worried about like $100 and something. I didn't say it was a ripoff. See, you gotta listen to the whole conversation.
No, no. Somebody gotta say this shit. You're right.
Hop up here.
I have a poverty consciousness that I struggle with.
Look at it.
So when I see things that cost money, that cost a lot of money, my first was my knee-jerk response
is too expensive.
Right.
But like, see, if you wanted to get it, hop up here. Somebody got to say this because it's easier to talk than to type. Because you might not have heard the other part. No, I said the ripoff part is stock because I really don't use it, and you get 10 assets. But then they started rolling over. Oh, Inky said that. Oh, see,
Inky said Adobe's a ripoff?
You can still hop up. Somebody got to say this. I think the link at the top, right?
Yeah,
I posted the link at the top. You can hop up. We just chopping it up because I was talking about the restream, but we figured out I can't do that live, so I'm gonna go ahead and pre-record one of those, and then I'm gonna pop that up for everybody, and then I'm gonna figure out how to screen record on my phone. I know how to do it, but I forget which app it is. I'm gonna have to pull that up, and then
I'm not even that tech savvy beyond meaning.
Yeah, Iggy said that.
I'm trying to figure out
Like,
what is Indy using.
I'm sorry, but why y'all make me giggle a little bit when y'all start off sentences with stuff like Polite said and Inky said and Sinetta said.
No.
Makes me giggle.
There was a point in my life where I would be like, yo, you heard what Dr. Valentine said.
But look,
And I look back at that and I laugh and I said, damn, I was dumber after jail than I was before jail.
Mm-hmm. But look at it like this. Boom, Jada, what's the first thing I told you? Irked the nerve. What's the first thing I told you when I opened it up? It's got two parts. If you really can't afford it, just get the big package. You ain't got to get the stock item. You can always find stock items on the internet somewhere. Some just having license free stock templates and pictures.
Hold up though. If you are doing media, like if you make movies and like little skits and stuff like that,
yeah,
the stock items be worth it.
That's what I said. I said
be worth it because the free stock you won't get exactly what you could get. Something you could work with, but you won't get what you need.
Listen, you gotta listen to the key words in the sentence. I said, if you cannot afford the whole thing, just drop off the stock option.
Oh, facts.
That's $30 out of 50. Cause see, it's 50 because I used my son's email address from school to sign up. When you use their school email, because it gives you that option. When it shows you the school email, you put it in there and it's a discount. Because it's the school email, all it's got to do is try to send something off that's going to bounce back. And as soon as it bounces back, they know it's active. So say your child in 7th grade, you got it for the discount until 12th grade or whatever. Then when you go in to go in, is you can select certain options and deselect certain options. So if you just can't afford the whole thing, you ain't just gonna get Adobe stock, because then what good is stock without the programs? So you get the programs, boom, it's $20. Who ain't got 20? What can't you give up during the month to pay for that? You see what I'm saying? And then it might not be the level that you want to be, but for if you need something like you can make websites on Adobe, you can do all kind of media posts on Adobe,
and everything creative on Adobe.
You can make a whole cartoon without the 3D suite. But you two talk for a minute, because I need to pause and mute myself and go powder my nose.
All right. Who this? Somebody got to say this shit?
Yes. I don't. Well, no, you just talk because he ain't got no volume. You need to allow your volume, I think. Allow your microphone.
You might got to turn your pop-up blocker off, because the allow comes up as a pop-up. All right, well, I'm here. I don't know nothing about technology, so we got to talk about something else, y'all. I don't know what happened to somebody got to say this shit. I thought he was going to say this shit. But now he's not saying nothing. Well, anyway, I'll talk about my poverty consciousness and what I do to get over that. The things that I probably would not have purchased under that poverty consciousness, sometimes I schedule purchases and I buy things that I want. You know what I'm saying? Without going through or buy things that I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, I think about that I wouldn't think about. So, you know what I'm saying? Where at one point I would wear a whole bunch of, I would, not care about how many socks I had and run the socks out and, wear clothes until they, you know what I mean? Like I'll go buy a whole bunch of shit. So then I have it. And that's how I get over my poverty consciousness. Oh, and somebody got to say this shit fell out the treehouse. The harnesses are so difficult. We got to get new harnesses, folks. Because everybody keeps falling out the treehouse when they come in.
Nah, I think what it is he dropped out to sea. what he could
Try to
do.
restart it, right?
Hey, no, what it is when you come up, look up at the top, and if there's a little red X, click on it, and it'll tell you what's wrong with your volume. Usually the allow. If you're on a
Let me see
phone.
if it's the 3 dots right here. See, mine usually comes up as a pop-up. So as soon as I come into
It
the
only
thing,
comes
it
up
pops
as a
up and asks me.
pop-up the first time because you have to allow or deny it to get off that screen.
Right.
Oh, what was I showing? There we go.
Okay. So basically, we need to get at least a couple free months from Adobe because this was a wonderful shout out for Adobe. This was a nice commercial for Adobe. Even though I said it was a ripoff, I take that back.
It's like with
Adobe to Adobe.
Yeah, it's open. It's actually open. A Dreamweaver is you can design, code, and publish responsive websites and web applications. So like okay. So when like you go, they have like tutorials and stuff, have them joints on YouTube. You just have to know where to look for them. But like they have to get started course. Like see, they have 15 tutorials for this, just for this program. When you click on it, it opens up a browser and it'll show you all the all the different things. But this is about the least power heavy one that I can open without basically crashing some shit. But you can create a website and you got some different options, but then when you create, somebody's knocking on the door. Well, we got progress. He got an avatar now.
Oh shit!
Still ain't no sound down at the bottom. Do you see a red dot or a circle anywhere? Or actually open up your little panel up at the top when you swoop your finger down and see if there's anything that says restream is requesting access. And see, when you do this, it'll pull it up like this and it'll show you stuff. But I know it's a way. Let's see, and then you can do it in the code stream, or you can do it in split screen, or you can do it live, meaning you can design the website up in the sky. But let's go back to the main screen because I think.
Oh, this is dope.
Yeah, I had the wrong one. I opened up the wrong one. But
oh, it's about to be on. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm still learning how to use it myself. But the sweet part is that when you go into the stock, you can find certain things like it's the more detailed it is, it's gonna be you're gonna have to pay for. But there's other sites too where people will do stuff for you. You just have to put in the work request.
What, like a Fiverr type shit?
Yeah, kind of, but it's just solely dedicated to that. Okay. Like, anime people and like sci-fi people, they always done had their own websites. Well, they started making websites for people that's fans but can't do the artwork, basically. And then for artists to do collabs and stuff. It's neat, the stuff you can see on there.
Yo, you know what I be doing with a lot of stuff? I call support and hold them on the phone for hours. I be holding support on the phone, especially like the Apple Creative place.
Yeah.
The Apple Creative Studios, they'll really help you. And there's a shout out for Apple, right? Because a lot of people don't like Apple. But if you're
You
using
pay
like
enough, they better help you.
huh?
I say you pay enough, they better help you.
You feel me? I had a whole issue with Apple once over the pandemic because I had to go in there to get a device fixed, and everybody in the Apple store was it was a hearing impaired store, so no one actually spoke. And I'm sitting there, and this is like when I was going through my back, threw my back out. So then they got a computer, but in order for me to type on the computer, I gotta bend down to type on the computer. And then the dude keeps asking me more questions. I felt like it was like a Larry David episode, man. It was crazy.
Silly self.
My spine was not enthusiastic about curving at all.
I bet it wasn't.
But that's when I found those little set
for my
exercises.
That's too rich for my blood right there.
Yo, that looks so
Right
dope
now.
though. That looks so dope. I would need a reason to use it, but like I said, like if you're in the business of doing renderings, then that's a gold mine, because that's like Adobe is the shit.
If you can draw it like how they used to do the animation back in the day where you draw the movements. If you can draw them like that and send them to me individually posed, like I can do it.
You could do so if I make a, we gotta talk offline. Because then we're gonna be dropping too many open jewels.
Yeah, true.
But
see, like this is project. This is After Effects. So
but for that Adobe algorithm, so Adobe picks up the Adobe algorithm and says that, hey, these guys are giving us a shout out. Let's sponsor them. Adobe.
Let's see what we can do about that.
Damn, son. How you gonna say this shit, son?
Hashtag Adobe.
Did you didn't? What are you using? Are you on the phone, laptop, iPad, tablet?
What was I doing just now? I done forgot.
We were talking about we were gushing over the XD app.
Oh yeah.
That After Effects too. My son been waiting for After Effects. I got two little budding filmmakers here. So last night they were arguing over a film project they were working on. So my son, when he doesn't like the idea, he scraps it and doesn't want to help at all. And he doesn't discuss what he doesn't like about the idea. He just says, I don't like it. And his older sister is a little bit overbearing. So
this is not Inky. Show your face so he'll know that ain't Inky. Shalom.
I have children like Inky.
But he is not Inky.
I have gold teeth like Inky. They're right here. They're over here somewhere. I don't wear them all the time. I got regular,
He's
so
entirely too bright to be Inky. Unless Inky.
Oh yeah. And I'm quite bright. And I'm quite light bright.
Hey Saida, I watched part of it. My brain needs time to recoup and rejuvenate.
And the biggest difference between me and Inky is I'm not a vegan. I used to be.
A vegan?
I used to be.
Or a scammer?
Yeah, I'm not a scammer either. It's very
what I was
hard to
saying. You
scam
said
with art. I sell my own art, so it's hard to scam. It's hard to scam people paintings unless I was like reproducing other
Is there
people's
something
paintings.
important I need to know, Saida? Did something happen? Did something blow up?
Did he fall asleep again?
That's good.
Hey, yo, but Inky dropped some bombs. He did drop some bombs. I had asked some of my more sources if they could produce a document about this Bailey Hill situation, but as I've heard the name spoken about negatively before, though. I say that, like, I'm not gonna say I heard about no.
I didn't know that, but I would believe that because that goes with the smear campaign. They've
Yeah,
been
I
saying
mean,
that Jacob molested those kids.
yeah, I mean, it's weird because
It was a whole lot of
there,
infighting. York pitted his own children against
right,
each
but
other.
the oh damn, son, you on I-75? It should be easy, son.
Mm-hmm.
Be easy. Watch the road. I'm an advocate of watching the road.
Yes.
But
his girl in there with him, so she probably the one texting.
Oh, okay. But in the Morris community, because people dealt with stuff in-house, and there's not like police records and stuff like that, because that's what they're talking about. It's some
But how
in-house
do we know
trial.
she even said that? How do we know Polite
Right,
didn't just make it up?
We don't know. We don't know.
We
That's the
don't
whole
know. And
point that
then
I'm
it was
saying.
a whole bunch of that's how I know y'all ain't going back and watching these things like I'm telling y'all to. Because all of this has been covered. It's family pressure.
Who? No, we're not talking about York.
No, I'm talking about we've been talked about this before.
The Bailey
When
Hill
they said this
situation?
and they said that, it's family pressure. All those recampments and stuff, because the families pressured them into it. That's a part of that whole smear campaign. But see, Tahawka Bay trying to bring that same smear campaign back. That's the problem. York is a nasty bastard. Jacob ain't got no herpes simplex too, but York do. And them children got the same damn thing.
Yeah, Saida, that York stuff I have been
Don't
seeing
be devil's
since
advocate for York. Please don't.
Yeah,
Please
that
don't.
York
There's
that
enough
stuff
people.
about Jacob York are lies that have been circulating. I saw them
2003 since the day York got put behind bars for this shit.
Yeah, like it was like 04. Like people, like I started seeing those websites pop up and the different
they've been running that same lie.
Yeah, it's not true.
Been over here so many times and said the same stuff within the past month.
Like, do you really think that I
played a whole? Didn't I play that yesterday? Tariq Noel got on there and Sinetta was sitting up there.
Yeah,
see, don't do that.
Right, Tariq Noel is not saying Jacob did it to me. He's saying that York did.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You can't go by a victim of a cult recanting anything. Because
no. I think we should just say it like Chuck said it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it was a legitimate recantment, don't you think that they would have taken it to the defense attorney?
Yeah, but
and then got it admitted into evidence as a means by which to get a retrial?
Yeah, but it only circulated amongst the Nuwapians and just happened to slip
out. The niggas
out.
just put it online. They made a little DVD. They spread it out. It used to be in the little barber shops and the little corner stores and shit like that.
This is like the only one that's still up and running.
I'm just saying though. I was
watching how you?
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
But see, that's why you don't bring people into it. Okay, Irvin, but yeah, why you put something like that in there for us? I understand your sentiments, but when you have somebody like that, it's like that's a family, and then that's a cult, and then that's the main perpetrator, children. You know, so that's a lot.
was just connecting the dots because this is the thing. You know, he was really going in on Tahaka Bay, right? And how Tahaka is being used by Polite, like he's on Polite's payroll. But he, you know, he has the whole
But what
book.
money does Polite have to pay anybody right
Nah,
now?
it's not
All
a
his money
payroll
should be
thing.
going
It's
to
a
Rossin and law firm. Y'all
yeah.
be giving this just because he said he got 100K just to be petty don't mean that shit is true.
Nah,
I
Tahaka got a
I
saddle
don't
on
think,
Polite's nuts. That's what's going
I
on.
really don't
No,
think Polite have any kind of money, but I'm saying what Inky was saying. Like, Inky said that Tahaka took everything when he did that live from Polite's book. And that at one point in time, him and Tahaka and
so
Polite,
that's what he was reading,
yes.
supposedly,
Yeah, but
allegedly.
Polite's book probably took all that shit from Nuwapian Facts. Because Nuwapian Facts have been spreading
He
that for
probably had a
years.
hand in starting the Wapi and Facts. Let's be real about it.
That's a
Mike, they came
possibility.
on here.
And he had, so you know, when Inky was in there, he said, look, let me type in Sinetta's name. He typed in Sinetta's name, and there's like a paragraph or two where, you know, Polite is touching on Sinetta and how he first came into, you know, the conscious thing or what have you. And he's saying he's giving props to Sinetta. So I don't know why Sinetta running around here trying to act like he didn't have a vested interest or he wasn't part of this boy's uprising. This man, I should say.
Mm.
He ain't gonna tell the truth. Even if he was under torture, he wouldn't tell the truth about anything he did. Now he a snitch, probably. I swear he a snitch. But as
Mm.
for telling the truth about certain activities, I highly doubt it.
And
Now,
see,
I
I was going
mean,
to ask him about the Moorish village thing, but I was kind of tired, so I had fell asleep. Like, see, look, I watched the show last night. I
He
fell
talking about
asleep.
he was gonna pull a me. I don't pull all nighters. I
Yeah.
rarely ever do, and when I do, it's under duress. I get
right.
Look,
grumpy if I don't get my sleep.
I fell asleep and then I woke up this morning and then after you went off live, right? Like I just happened to
Mm,
be live at 3 because I, you know, it was bathroom break, you know what I mean? Use the
yeah.
bathroom and but after that, Inky came on, and then I was like, let me see what's going on, because talking about the morning recap of last night's live. And so now I had a chance to really pay attention, right? Like really pay attention to some of that stuff that he was putting down. And
Mm,
I wanted to ask about the Moorish village, but I was watching it on the TV and I didn't have it on the handset to where I can ask the question. But I do recall him saying that Polite and Tahaka was doing the Moorish village thing together. So they've been running together for a while. And so he feels like this is Tahaka trying to somehow, um, you know, do a little saving of Polite.
could be, but I mean, everybody just guessing.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, but here's another angle, if we're all guessing. So we remember this other question, right?
Mm-hmm.
The new Black Panther Party moving in accord with the Nuwapian faction in support of Malachi York. We remember this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we wondered why are the NBPP moving at the behest of Dr. York's people. And they went to go see Taharka. They did a video, and then there was no talk. And Taharka didn't go live, lumped up. But after that
Mm-hmm.
encounter, then all of a
Oh.
sudden, he has all of this information about the York case and how it was a setup.
Mm-hmm. Let me
Mhm.
ask you this: did he play any part of that interview with Mike?
You talking to me?
Yeah, yeah. You watched last night's live.
Not that I recall. I told you I was kind of in and out, and then even
Yeah.
this morning I was
Nah,
in and
I
out.
think the only person who restreamed that was Chuck.
Okay.
Because
I'm
I
pretty
didn't
sure
see
the only
anything.
person that
I know he
restreamed it
went
was Chuck.
live with Queen's Throne, but
Look,
that wasn't
Queen.
last night. I'm talking about the night before when I did it. That interview.
But never mind.
Last night, Queen's Throne was on there.
I could
Suave
see. Hold on.
was on
I
there.
saw him in Sweet Ma. Do you know why Sweet Ma
Yeah.
and Tasha K supposedly beefing? Or have they
No,
been beefing for a while?
I think it's been going on. I think like
And the
Tasha,
polite thing just sparked it off.
yeah, like there's been subliminals going back and forth. But Sweet Ma,
Mm.
yeah, Sweet Ma was going in, but I didn't even really understand what that was about because I was, and truthfully, I'm like,
I mean,
sometimes
if anybody should be mad or beefing, talking about somebody stole their subject, that should be me, and I ain't said shit.
that's
You on
And,
there
true.
with a fez, son?
this is an active, this is
Yeah,
an
he
active sexual assault investigation. What's the fight over? Everybody
Oh,
report on it.
wait a minute.
that's
Maybe
the point. Everybody should be reporting on it, so it shouldn't be about this, that, or other.
if he's gonna
But
talk about Portaka with a fez, then
right,
maybe
so.
this is appropriate. Hold on, I'll be back.
Oh Lord.
But one thing I can say is Inky shouted you out.
Mm.
Now he
So I
did
was
do
just
that.
trying to see if he used any of the interview yet, because he said he was going to use it. That's why he called in to ask those questions. But
No,
besides the fact that he wanted to know,
now
but yeah.
I didn't read all back and all through that. And,
Mhm.
I didn't see no white boy with a New York. What is that? Whatever the baseball hat. I'm not good with the baseball teams, but
You
I didn't
know
see.
what? I have pictures and I haven't shown them yet. That's Tahaka said, not Tahaka. He must be talking about me.
Well,
Um,
and he ain't
that's what they say down south. When you call somebody name, they must be talking about you.
exactly, and he ain't been live for like 2 days now. So
He hiding.
he hide. He itching
You
for.
know, if you apologize to me, excuse me, and take that copyright strike off and admit you lied, maybe I help you. But you just try to snake me for Sinetta, so never mind.
Sinetta gonna start hissing any minute. Any minute.
Any minute. Now hold on. This is one Nuwapian. Just one Nuwapian, mind you. Hold on, I'm finna share. He said he got a fez. He ain't Moorish, dog. Oh, Ramil and Tar Noonan went live on Noonan Science. For those that are into that, head on over. Huh? Say what, Jaded?
I
This
lost my I
is a
lost
white
my little hat.
Nuwapian. This is
I
from a
lost my little
newspaper
cat.
clipping. You can see this, right? This is from a
No, I'm across the
newspaper
room looking
clipping.
for my woke hat and I can't find it.
Uh-oh. Susan Alsuski is performing her Baguraj and a proud Nuwapia.
Is
Then
that a
we have,
Caucasian woman?
that's a
Yeah,
Caucasian lady. She's more Caucasian than Mike because Mike isn't Caucasian. What did he say he was? Lebanese and something or other?
Yeah, Lebanese and
yeah.
Sicilian or
Les,
something.
Yeah, I knew
still
it when he first started talking. I say that's an Italian if I ever seen one. My bad, Sicilian. He'll pop up in the chat. Hey,
Did he
and
say
then
what?
we have
Say what religion he's under now? I don't think he has any kind of religion he follow under now.
he
He said
follows the
he's
occult.
dealing with the occult, so he's dealing with like
Yes,
the left hand path.
What the hell?
and this is another proud New Wapian white woman. Tell me again how ain't no damn white New Wapians. It's some more pictures, but I gotta go someplace else for those. Hold on.
But you
Ain't
already
no
went
white.
over this.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
said
I want people to understand something real quick. Pardon yourself, Sister Saida. There are white 5%ers.
Mm-hmm.
There are
yeah,
white fruit of Islam.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
There were white Black Panthers.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean there's even white Moors.
Yep.
That's
A
true
lot of
too.
them, quite a few.
But who tried to say there wasn't like we already went through this? Like I'll
Th-
be paying attention.
I mean,
CCC.
people be looking for because this is the thing, right? This is
yeah.
what I say, Sis Aida. Since Marcus Garvey, nobody wants to accept that nigga was a scammer because the game was so good. So then they make up ridiculous things like W.B. Du Bois set him up and it was the FBI. They made it all up. No, they didn't. He was he. he didn't know what he was doing. And this is the reason why we got people like Sonetta and Cortaka and all these other people now. Because we accept looking at someone knowing they can't do it, but then still giving them our attention and time to try. Because at least somebody's trying. That's what's
Right.
going on. So then we come up with all kind of reasons and deflections to keep on believing the lie. You know what I'm saying? But like Mike said, I think Mike said in his interview, he said the conscious community is the same as Christianity. It's a religion, and
That
most
is
people.
not Inky.
Hey
Oh
yo,
my
Inky,
I'm gonna
goodness.
Inky,
start talking real spicy and get Inky in trouble.
Inky. Last time I checked, he was live, and he should probably be live right now. And he's over there in his
You got a fez
robe,
too, son?
got that hat on.
Lord have
It's real.
mercy.
I'm like, what? Talking about the morning recap, but I just couldn't get over Queen Throne with that baby boa in her hand. I was like, what?
Hey yo,
Isn't that a white woman?
the sister said that she is a
Who? Queen?
descendant of Mary
Right there where my
Laveau.
mouth
I
at.
ain't got nothing to say.
Where my mouth at.
Oh, I don't know.
Ain't that a white woman? She got a Karen cut.
Yo, who is that dude that's next to York standing up?
I don't know.
His face looks quite familiar. I'm just saying his
Yeah.
face looks familiar. And he's looking at the camera
He
crazy.
was a long-term part of the community, if I'm not mistaken.
Yo, the cowboy outfits.
And the Indians.
Oh Lord, I know that picture too. I think I know that sister. Oh wow. Is that Al Sharpton?
Yeah. And why didn't York have a white lord? Have a black
York
lord?
with the fez. Yo, you know how crazy it is for a man to be on trial for pedophilia wearing a fez to court trying to get out of it?
Dumb as hell. It's another set of pictures somewhere.
Yo, one day we should go over those Moors in court.
That's a white woman.
Where at?
Huh?
That was a white woman in that comedic garb. Wasn't that a white woman?
What,
Yeah,
nursing
that
the
was a
baby?
white woman. Who said different? That was a whole white woman.
Exactly.
Moo can tell you it was white folk in there, cause that's how somebody remembered the picture of the white woman. Cause Moo was the one that brought it up. He asked Chuck, did he remember?
But more than likely, she probably fell into one of those different categories. You know what I'm saying? Because the Nation of Islam had a bunch of different categories where various Italians and Latin Americans and Asians could become part of the group because they weren't. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But what I like to do is get into real history and deal with real history, and that means that everyone who has white skin is not my enemy. I look at the way that people behave toward me, and people behave toward the society in general, and I judge them based off of that.
Mm-hmm.
DJ Craig, you haven't missed too much of nothing. I was just talking about how Inky was tying all that together with Polite's book, and how he believed Tahaka Bay is like, in bed with Polite.
Is your name Craig?
And we did a really good Adobe's infomercial.
Yes.
Adobe.
I emailed you hours ago, Craig.
Yo, Craig was up all night last night. I seen him in the chat every couple minutes. I peeked it.
Yep.
I had to get some sleep. I was like, I'm the one and done.
So did
Hold on,
Inky.
Chuck just sent me something. Hey, Chuck.
So did my voice twin. My voice
Oh
twin
yeah,
fell
that's
right
a
out.
better one. Thank you.
See, Inky, that's why you should have hollered at me and I could have
If
took
you got the
over.
tab, you can
You could
hop
have turned
up.
the screen off
Hey,
and I could have
look,
took over for you.
Chuck sent me a better one. That she go right there.
Man.
What?
Yo, I
Yeah.
know them outfits cost bread too.
Boo said that shit was expensive.
Imagine paying all that
What is
money to
she
look
supposed to
stupid.
be? What is
Girl,
she?
she's supposed to be an Egyptian goddess, I guess. She looked like
Yo,
a
listen.
bed raggle. A bed
If I
raggle
pay a lot
pigeon.
of money for a costume, I need to look fly. I don't want to look goofy. I'm
Unless
just
I
saying.
get to pick my own outfit, I ain't buying. I ain't buying it.
But they looked fly to themselves. You see
To
what I'm saying?
themselves, they thought they
It
was the
was feeling
bee's
you could
knees.
see on their face they was
Look
feeling
at
they
him,
soul.
he got goldfish in his shoes.
It's like, yo, we get gold sashes this time. Yeah.
And I don't understand how they expect them to bring in $100 a day and buy all that shit. It's like, come on, man, you gotta give us a break somewhere.
Hey, yo, you know that they still be out selling incense. They be having the belts
Yeah,
with
but they
the
ain't gotta
oil
send the
all over.
proceeds to York no more.
Because
There's probably somebody they got to give it up to.
York was new age pimping. I mean,
Hmm.
I
pimping
mean,
was
but
thought.
then they say his father was a pimp.
You too, Craig. Chuck said something else.
What Chuck said?
I
He
don't
said
know
something.
yet. No, I
Uh-oh.
said he sent something else.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, here she go in all her regalia. Ah,
Hey, yo, I want to know at what costume did Chuck say, man, fuck this, I'm not doing this no more. I want to know what outfit it was.
I don't think Chuck wore many of the outfits.
Cause
You
yo,
want to be
I'm not gonna
honest.
lie, like as a kid,
Wait,
growing up
blow
in the
it.
East Coast,
You want me to pull it back up?
I don't know how far that KMD video spread. Like, did y'all see
Saeed,
that
you want
growing
me to
up?
pull it back up?
Yeah, no,
Huh?
blow it up.
Blow it up. Yeah, let me see that
Oh,
joint.
I can't make it no bigger. I have to hold on.
Oh, that kid, yo, no. There's a little blonde haired white boy. His name is Timmy. You gonna tell me ain't no white Nuwapians? Those are the
Oh
whitest
my
of the white people.
goodness. Y'all need to stop.
I don't even think they've ever seen whole bread.
Oh, look, this is a true story. If I'm gonna tell y'all a story, listen. One night I had went out, right? So I was coming home. It was like probably like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was
That's her
pulling to
son.
the, I was pulling up to the apartment complex, right? And so I get out the car, and there was a little white boy. Look, I called him. Look, I named him Little Timmy, running around in the parking lot. No parents, no nothing. And so I happened to be on the phone with my daughter, right? And I was like, "Oh my God, this little boy, he just out here in the parking lot." So, me as a black woman, we the mothers of the universe, right? I'm like, "What is wrong? Where's your parents?" And all that kind of stuff. And my daughter's on the line. Don't touch that white boy. It's a setup. It's a setup.
Yo, that's how I be feeling. Every time I see a lost white kid, I be like, yo, I
Is
get
you
far
lost
away
for
and be like,
real,
where's
real,
your
or for play
parents?
play?
Yeah, man, but it was 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it was hella early.
Okay,
It was
we got
crazy.
some more.
Yo, you know what that
Hold
remind me
on.
of? You remember the Dave Chappelle skit with the baby in the project?
I was like, what happened? Like, this was crazy. I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life. It was
Hey,
crazy.
lady, you want
Okay,
to
now
buy
this
some
is just
weed?
a random picture of York and one of his grandchildren.
Yo, look at the
Mm.
kid face though. Go back.
Shush.
Go
That's
back.
that lady. Chuck, are you
Nigga, get
sitting
off
up?
me! Yo,
I
no, like,
wasn't
get the
gonna
fuck
say
off me,
nothing. I
nigga.
wasn't gonna say nothing, but yeah. But this person's battery was actually pretty hot when they took this photo, which is surprising
Oh,
because
that's
it's usually
impressive.
around
That's
five.
99%.
It's usually around 5 when people start taking pictures.
Yo, they need to get off that
That's
AT&T
just
though.
something else.
Go to the next slide. Who was
That's
that?
in the
Hold on, I'm
Wapian. That's in the
downloading
Wapian too,
something.
isn't it?
Yes. Hold on, I
Oh
don't know which one.
no.
Yeah, that's the lady's son. Hold on, I'm gonna wait for Chuck to answer me before I say that, because I think he mistyped in there.
Like he's selling cars right now. Like that guy's got to be selling cars or insurance or something right now.
He worked for Allstate.
I can see that.
Okay.
Oh no.
But you know that's the racial dichotomy. Like
That's
a
her
lot of those
son.
white Nawapians
Hold
probably
on,
bounce
baby.
back.
Chuck, is this that lady's son? Oh, Chuck say he wore all that junk. The outfit total was 150.
Yeah. So you went all the way to the Egyptian costumes, Chuck?
Yeah, hold on. It's a picture of him at the funeral, but I ain't got there yet.
He said he went to 150.
Whoa, man.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, this is Chuck at the funeral. At who funeral he said this was?
Oh nah, you ain't go all the way out, Chuck. That's kind of like still regular
That's at
clothes.
Khalil Muhammad's funeral.
That's York's son, not
This is
grandson.
Flatbush, ain't it?
Huh?
This Flatbush,
That-
ain't it?
I would assume so. But this is Chuck right here. I can tell that.
Yo, Chuck got the look on his face like, yeah. He knew it. He was like, yo, I'm the flyest nigga in this picture, son. Oh, man.
Oh, goodness.
Yo, it kind of reminds me of Star Wars, though, a little bit. No disrespect, because it's a funeral.
Hold on. It's October. Jaded. Ooh, remind me I need to talk to you behind the back.
All right, bet.
It's Halloween around this big, y'all. I don't even celebrate Halloween.
Hey, yo, y'all remember Ashoka from Star Wars?
Which one?
The one that got the locks, the one that had the painted face and the locks.
The blue locks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked like a bunch of them
Star
people.
Wars, but yeah.
Like it looked like a bunch of them people like sitting around Chuck. Like Chuck is the Jedi, and they like the Ashoka Jedi.
He said that's not the lady's son, so he just random white.
Oh,
man.
he in the chat now. Chuck
Yeah.
be float back and forth. Okay, so that's your son, not grandson.
Yo, let me tell you.
No, not the baby, the little white man at the pyramid. That's your son.
Let me give you a piece of. Oh. Let me give you a piece of New York, a New York anecdote, right? You see this brother right here on the right with the blue bubble coat?
Yeah.
Any funeral in New York, any set of funeral pictures in New York from now to the 1980s, you'll see a brother with one of those coats. That coat is at every funeral in New York.
That coat do look.
That bubble coat, like even in the summer.
Oh Lord! Then who the white man at the pyramid, Chuck?
I'm telling you, he sold
I
York his insurance.
I saw you say that was her daughter.
Nah, he came and sold York the insurance, or he was one of them dudes that
worked for Allstate. I'm telling you, that's Satan's insurance.
Or nah, who built the Black Pyramid? Who Chuck said built the Black Pyramid?
Them white folk. That's the picture I was looking for.
But that's probably one of the white folks. He probably gave them, got him to be a Nuwapian. Was like, yo, build this pyramid for me.
Tree, you got jokes this morning.
Oh no. Chuck going all out today. Chuck say he is with the shit.
Yo, I feel like York had like one of them crazy. Like, you ever see that movie Push?
I think so.
With Samuel L. Jackson, when they had them people that could just tell you something and you just go do it.
No,
I feel like York Impolite got that.
I think that's the movie Push. They were jumping from, like, they had some kind of like power where they jumped.
Yeah, one of them had the power; they could jump from place to place, and then the other one that was a jumper, and the other one had the power they could make people. You know what I'm saying?
Baby Cash.
You shout
It
out.
was like 5 different movies like that on the low and a TV show, so I can't remember. I can't get them all together.
And then
By the
like,
way,
ooh,
kids,
You
let me
know,
don't
ask
let
White
your
Mike
kids
roll up
watch
on you
too
and
much
beat your buddies.
sci-fi.
You still gonna call him White Mike? I just want to know. Asking for a friend. That friend may or may not be Mike. Y'all gonna make Mike snap off on y'all. Oh, Leonard Jeffries. I was
Hey
like, what is
yo,
this? White man? I could have
listen,
swore I saw you say somewhere that was
listen.
a daughter.
If you are lighter than me and you hang with brothers and they refer to you as white and whatever your name is, that's not an insult. That means
I
you're
know,
down by law. And
but he
Mike
don't
knows
hang
that.
with Mike. That's what I'm saying. He don't hang with Mike. I'm
Oh,
just
that's
fucking
true,
with
right?
him though.
That's true.
so,
But yo,
not
I just want to say this though, right? Like the
did you
subject matter, like yo, it was not necessary to start doing all the MC search shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like we all were thinking it, but you could hold it
Hell,
to
I didn't even
yourself
know
because
who
it's
MC
serious, and
Search
he didn't take that
was.
shit funny. Like yo, if you're trolling, as a rule, right? If you're trolling friendly, then the subject should be able to laugh at the joke too.
Yeah.
And he didn't find it funny, so it wasn't really, you know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
he probably had to really, cause I'm gonna tell you like this, right? Let me put my camera back on so y'all can see how light skinned I am.
Yeah, but
So
you saw what happened when you called him MC Search. So quit doing that because people been picking at him about that for a long
right,
time.
like so you
So it would be sensitive,
see
even
my complexion,
sensitive.
right?
Yeah.
So my complexion, when I'm in the conscious community and shit, like I get kind of treated sideways. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
You
so
see
I can
light.
imagine what Mike had to go through because again, remember, he was dedicated to this doctrine.
Mm-hmm. And he took it serious.
Oh yeah,
Chuck,
yeah,
well,
yeah. He was feeling
Chuck, do
himself.
you know Mike? Do you know Mike?
Hold on, we need music for this one.
They got the apron and all that. What's that symbol over the horns and the apron? Is that the star?
That's the eye horns, ain't it?
No, no, in between that. That's is that the tetragrammaton?
I don't know. I can't see.
It looks like the tree of life.
Could be.
Like it's 3 dots pointed down. You see the 3 dots? And then there's another dot over the middle dot, and then there's 2 dots next to it.
And then,
So
like I said, he know where my channel at, Craig. It ain't like he might not be listening in the bushes or on one of the branches. Did you ever think about that? He might drop down on your head
mm.
and go straight off.
Hey yo, the chain is dope.
Care what nobody say. When
Hey,
you brought on your live on your platform, you busted all the heads to
hey
white.
Chuck, did that brother
Look,
Senebre?
Chuck
Did that
didn't even
brother
tell me.
Senebre in Georgia? He made all the jewelry for all that stuff, right? The
Chuck
brother
didn't
that
even
makes the
give
gold
me
sunglasses and all that.
Chuck didn't even give me a warning. I
Is Chuck
sat
still here?
he probably in and out because he probably pulling up pictures now because he was sending them to me a minute ago. Nah, Chuck didn't even give me no warning, yo. So when Mike jumped up in the restream, I was like, he looked too old to have a baby.
Oh, so Chuck and Mike know each other.
Yeah, Chuck
Yeah,
was my angel for this one. Not for
Oh,
yeah, they
everyone,
was.
but
Yeah,
I
like
just
they was
wanted
all
to
in the
keep
same
it.
organization.
Yeah, I
that's
just
why.
wanted to keep it
And
quiet.
like,
And
and
I
like,
didn't know
remember
enough to
something,
know
right?
who this guy was.
And
You
remember
know,
something.
the more of them I meet, the more I can put faces, the names and stuff, but I
Like,
still learning.
like we gotta give respect to Chuck and the Mike because there's a lot of people that went through the experience they went through and they're still trying to capture it and hold on to it. And those two brothers are being very candid and very real about
Craig.
what's going on and very
Mm-hmm.
responsible because they could be trying to protect
Yeah.
the people in their group out of a sense of camaraderie, but they're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So
See,
it's
Chuck
not
say
cool to
him and
come and
Mike were close
disrespect
in the
them.
community.
You know what I'm saying?
That
Like
lie.
if
Yeah.
That
but yo,
You
real
might
talk,
not
man.
mean
Like
no harm,
if
but
Mike had a bit, like if Mike would have chuckled a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
it'd have been fine, but he snapped off. And that lets you
Yeah,
know
like
he don't
cause
like it.
you know what I mean? Like, and then on top of it, like he's also from Queens, just like MC Search is. Like I thought they might have been
Mm-hmm.
kin. You know what I'm saying? But he probably heard that dumb shit his whole life, yo.
Yeah.
Nobody want to hear that. Like, yo, I
Oh, he
lost
say it's a
enough weight so that
6-pointed
nobody calls me
star.
Heavy D no more.
He say it's a 6-pointed star and a crescent and
Okay.
Who was the sister in the live that was like doing like a lot of the primary? She was talking. I want to say a lot, but she
That's
talked.
QI BCFC, the one I had to put on mute.
Oh, yeah.
Just say it like it is. She knows she get excited and you can't stop her. I get excited, but I calm myself down. I'm like an overexcited trained
Hey, yo,
puppy.
she said, yeah, I'm
She
gonna
a
call
puppy
back
that
so
ain't
we
been
can drill
trained at
you.
all.
She said, call back so because I'm gonna drill you. I was like, oh shit.
Don't be
That
trying
doesn't
to
that
scare my
doesn't
guest
sound
away.
inviting.
Yeah, oh, like girl, drill is not the word that you would use in this type of situation.
Right. Like, cause remember, the way that we treat
Yes, Chuck asked Mike to come on. William, peace. I just didn't want to say nothing so they wouldn't figure out who had contacted me and told me, hey, somebody want to talk to you.
and I want y'all to
I wasn't
remember the
taking no
impact, right?
chances this time, huh?
Remember the impact, right? The way
Mm-hmm.
that people treat Mike and treat Chuck and treat the Yorks when they come out and speak.
Yeah, exactly.
That's gonna affect another couple hundred people that could be coming out to give us pieces of this
Exactly.
puzzle. And it
Because y'all
also
don't know,
impacts the
ex
people who
Uwapians
just were
was in the
following
back,
polite.
in the tree branches watching.
Yeah, like we gotta understand something. That there
Well,
are people who
ask
want to
Chuck
say something.
why he's here in the
You
chat.
breaking up a little bit, Saida.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you good.
Let me ask Chuck this while he's here in the chat. I hate this raggedy iPhone 12. It's supposed to be top of the line ass. But anyways, um, do you think, Chuck, that Tahaka and Polite are running a scam together?
I don't think he watched the live from last night.
He didn't watch Inky's live where Inky had the book up and
I
everything?
don't think so.
Can I throw this scenario out at you? Um, if Polite has something going on, he seems to be the type that he'll include you, right? Enough to get you got a bunch of people that's willing to get down, he'll include you too. And if he sees that
Mm-hmm.
he has to break you off, he'll break you off. And Cortaco, on the other hand, seems like a buddy kind of guy, right? And a lot of guys around there, they have that mentality where like they meet you and you could do something for them, then that's my man. That's my man over
Mm-hmm.
here. That's my man. And that's how they move. So you put Brooklyn and the DMV together, and that's what I see. You know what I mean? Like when you see the two
Mm-hmm.
personality type. So
Circumspect.
would I say that Polite's personality would go in and
He's
scam
right.
with Cortaca? No. But
He's
would
right.
I say that Polite could see that Cortaca could bring in more people that he could scam, and then he could
Yeah.
he could break Cortaca off with a
Hey,
little
when
bit,
you
and he'll be
said
quiet?
they was
Yes.
in together on the village, the Moorish village or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If he
that's
was
the
in on
situation
it,
I'm
did
talking
he
about.
run off with the bag on Tahaka like he ran off with the bag on Sarnell?
No, he gave the money back. Allegedly, he gave the money back.
Okay, allegedly.
Allegedly,
Chuck,
I
do
don't
you
know
know
how much. I don't
the
know
more village
because
scam?
usually when they say they gave the money back, it usually be one person, and
Five
then like
dollars.
five other people roll, and one person gets their money back, and everybody else just takes it on the chin.
Yeah, Chuck said he didn't catch Inky. Like that
No, I just
$5
wondering
wasn't
if
funky
he.
till somebody asked for it back.
I just wondering if you ever heard about it, the Moorish Village
So when
thing.
y'all was, pardon self, no, Saeed, I'm sorry, I was that was
No, that's okay. I just was wondering, Chuck, if he ever heard anything about the Moorish Village thing, like at all.
Okay, Chuck, let me ask you this. This one right here says, speak.
Speaker from the Baltimore chapter of Nuwapian spoke on the new book Jesus Found in Egypt by Atumre. That's York Atumre, right? Not polite Atumre.
Yeah, Toomey is the last name. I think that is York.
But polite got that in his name too.
Yeah, because he took on because he says he's York's son.
Yeah, he a lie, and the truth ain't in him. He about as
No, I
much.
think that because when
He
when
about as
when
much
Chuck broke
York's
down how
son
you
as
got your
Goose
name from York, if Polite was writing him correspondences, then he probably gave him the name Atumre. So York
which
gave
is
him the name.
true.
If York gave Polite the
Oh,
name,
you
whatever,
mean his
whatever
spiritual
Atumre,
zaddy, not his physical zaddy.
right? But that's what I'm saying. Like, of course, think about it, like psychologically, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
York sees somebody who has charisma, and the other people around him are saying, "Yeah, he got some charisma. He might be able to do it." So then, of course, York is gonna, put him under the wing as much as he can, and then
Yeah.
say, "Well, you're my son now." He got a lot of sons that aren't related. Like Jacob was talking about that because you also have Deuce York, who's not related to Dr.
At
York,
all.
right? But who's to say?
Damon Fryer.
But who's to say that York did not bestow that name upon him?
Which is true.
You know what I'm saying? And
Chuck say no.
oh, he didn't. Oh well,
Here
I
said there
scrapped
was
that
two
one.
ways to get the name. Like if you were
Mm-hmm.
like if you signed up or whatever, you would get something in the mail with your new name, or you were either around him and you
But
got a
he
name.
wasn't personally naming them. I think he said too, like the girls in the office was doing it.
Mm. Okay, well,
But I mean,
that was a
they
So
nice
just
the,
thought
don't even
exercise.
know.
Thanks for popping that balloon, Chuck.
Let's just wait for the letters. Let's wait for.
Man,
Let's be
so Chuck,
patient.
do you still have some of the outfits, or did you scrap them? I bet Chuck be wearing them joints around the house still.
I can't with you sometimes.
you
Yo, I
better be
wore my
careful.
I wore dashikis up
Hold
around
on.
the
I think
house
you would
up
talk Chuck
until
up on the panel. Yep. Hey Chuck.
I'm
peace,
sorry.
peace, peace.
I can't. I'm just gonna be here like a couple of minutes. Because I'm tired of typing. God damn it.
I
Um,
know.
what you said something about Oh no, I didn't catch what's his name, Inky. No, I didn't catch him. I wanted to, but after I saw that joint was 11 hours or something like that. Nah. Sorry, I
Oh
can't.
no.
I can't.
We need the Cliff Notes
I
version.
just can't get over this Morris Village thing. Like, what is that? Like, what happened?
Oh, you just want to know what the concept is?
Right. I want to know because Inky was saying that
Okay,
Polite in Tahaka did what he called the Moorish Village scam.
okay,
And
okay.
so
Yep.
I want to know what was the whole
In
concept.
amongst these different various conscious factions and communities, right? Moorish, I guess Nuwapians as well. They wanted to reestablish the land, but whatever. Uh, um, the idea was that people find some independent living somewhere and go quote unquote off the grid. So it was, around that time, like when Obama was toward late Obama, when
I
everybody
Hmm.
was talking
spoke
about
to
going
him.
off the grid.
Yeah.
I
So
go ahead. I'll tell you.
there was a bunch of different people who showed up with these plans to build communities. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So this was probably another incarnation of it. I believe that that he's talking specifically
Oh,
about this whole
sorry.
thing that was going on in Ohio, where Polite jumps out to Ohio into
For the
this
condominium.
situation where they got all these houses with Connex boxes. Oh,
But
Chuck
see, the
fell out.
thing is, yeah, he fell off his signal. He probably driving or something, but not driving. But he probably out with his bad signal.
Mm.
Nah, see, remember I told y'all I was supposed to do an interview with T-Bag, and we talked for an hour and a half on the back end, and a lot of that was about this wondrous village that he was gonna buy on the outskirts of town, and they was gonna fix up all these houses and stuff. and he was doing a GoFundMe for it, just like Young Spinoff.
Yeah, everybody do that. Like, remember,
But in all
initially
of
that's
that,
what Nature Boy was supposed to be
he
doing.
never mentioned Polite once. So I don't know.
You don't know if they're connected. I don't know.
Because that's two different scams. Cargo Medium came way after Harker was talking about he was taking up GoFundMe to build up that thing.
So that was way after that.
Yeah, that was Harker's was before Polite's Cargo Medium.
Because they're talking about not the cargo van.
No, I didn't say cargo van. I said Cargo Medium scam.
Oh, right. So that was after that.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Hey,
yeah, like
Angie.
I kind of when I saw
Here she goes.
them.
Talking about Chuck looks suave.
I really just thought that all they had going on was the fake nationality, or they were just gonna drag people in and read the Morris Holy Quran to them for 100 times, take their social security number, and that kind of route.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the standard. Like if you go to any Morris Science Temple, they're gonna want your information.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Inky need to clear that up, because if he's putting two scenarios together, he needs to connect the dots, because we're
if you gonna connect the dots for real. Don't make no false chart and do it that way.
Yeah, no disrespect,
I
right?
haven't watched it, so I don't know.
No disrespect.
What I do know.
But I kind of get
Yes,
my intuition kicks off when the show starts and it's like a bunch of sensational shit, you know what I mean, and all this other stuff before the information. I keep coming back and there's still no conversation about the information. Like then the information got to be like solid, you know what I mean? Because remember, like when we're talking about these exposures and things like that, the standard is like a Lennon Honor documentary. That's what people are looking for. They're looking for like JT to come in and pocket watch. They're looking for that. So, like you got to make sure the information is tight. You got to make sure there's some dots to connect. And if there ain't none, there ain't none. Like Tahaka didn't have nothing against you. Like he didn't have nothing against, like his shit fell apart when he tried to come at Inky. So Inky didn't have to reach to come at him.
I know that Inky's Live had 1,001 ads, and then there was like something drck.com. I was like, what in the hell?
Yeah, he had I don't know what that style is, but like there used to be shows like that back in the day where it would be like a repetitive, you know what I'm saying?
Like they used to do on Nickelodeon. It'd be the same commercial every 5 or 6 minutes.
Like that kind of vibe. And I mean, like
I didn't even
the
see
skits
it.
are funny.
I know what you're talking about. All you had to say is back in the day and repetitive. Say what, Saida?
No, I was saying hey Prime. I was saying hey to Octavius.
Oh. Hey Prime.
Yeah, I mean, I dropped off the panel just to go check the scene out, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm about to fall asleep."
Somebody go scout it out, because I figured when them ads started, I said, "Oh, this gonna be a while."
For me, that'd be sensory overload to me.
No, not them kind of ads, Prime.
Like when he plays the rabbit got the gun song, like he plays the beginning, plays in the middle, and then it's like mad shit going on and shit. Like I don't mind it, like you know what I mean. Like I jump in and drop him a light because
I don't understand.
See that of all the conscious community.
Yeah.
Now the only thing I got to say is this, right? Of all of those dudes that was running around the HOK, Inky like the only one that's busting at him. You know what I'm saying? So people can say what they will and shit, but I give him respect off of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I bought the Mama Atomics. I ain't get sick. That's all I could ask for. So I don't got a problem with whatever he's doing like that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if that's the style he want to roll with, ain't nobody. Because he was like, I'm going to pull a you. I don't pull 11 hours. And when we be over here like that, it's because don't nobody want to get off the live. People be nodding off.
Yeah, because the information, because so much information is dropped.
To go that long, it just happens.
Right.
Like the other night when we was over here clowning and we kept finding them damn videos, and then we looked up and it was like 4:00 in the morning.
That's a
We
fact.
didn't
Yo,
even
every
realize. I
night.
say, dude, hey, Mac, them be the best lives where you don't even be like realize you've been live that long.
Right.
That's why
Like,
I say
oh,
after Uda's live, I said I ain't never doing that again. That live was 22 hours or
Yo, Uda
24 hours.
Live's still
I don't
going.
know
He got
why
up to
you
like
tried to stick it
45
out.
hours or something.
He put it
Yeah,
was too big for restream. That's why he lost. Told him, don't you ever do that again.
Oh, right, because I came back in and it cut off.
Yeah.
yeah, and I've been trying to look to see if it was up, but I think you say he lost it totally, the whole
I
stream.
think so. Because it
Man,
didn't record it because it was too big, if I'm not mistaken.
So Umar
yeah,
Johnson
And
wants
he
to
say he
fight.
came on at the 2 hour on the phone to get to. I said, you
Umar
can't make
Johnson
me.
wants to
Hey,
fight
I
Mike
don't. I
Tyson.
don't understand. People got mad at me because I wasn't holding out to hold out the information. I was holding out to give everybody a chance to get that so they could get it. But it didn't take that damn long.
no, Inky was playing around like it literally was like. I mean, they ain't lying.
I
They
don't
are.
know. Maybe I'm just taking it too personal. Cause it'd be
I
like three
mean,
comments and I'd be mad.
uh,
And I know somebody probably sent them or somebody probably in a troll account. I hope y'all stub y'all pinky toe. Or
damn,
call me
Prime, you good for
ghetto.
7 hours though?
Somebody called me ghetto.
Yeah,
Who? Me?
me and Prime was up there holding it down for like 7 hours because Uda had nerves to take
Curious what's the incentive for
fire
having a live
and
that long?
So
cold take it
by the
out.
7th hour, did they even
M
get to
Mac,
the
I
screen? Did they
have
even get to the
no
screenshots of the
idea.
Moorish
I
charging
thought
documents?
it was finna be like an explosion or something because you saw how I came on with mine. The only reason, because I was gonna come on like 15 minutes before to let all the other content creators go live, but then he was like, "Nah, he want to come on as soon as I go live, and as soon as he ready to be done, he want to end it so they can clip it." So I was like, "Okay, cool, boom." So when we held back, it was because like he was like, "I gotta get the baby to sleep," and then I kept telling y'all to send positive energy. But it wasn't me trying to intentionally torture nobody because I didn't know what the man had. Shit, I didn't even know at that point that people was gonna react that way. When I dropped it, when he dropped into the panel, I was like, oh hey, he
So
got the
was there a
baby.
special guest on Inky show?
Who?
No,
On
Suave
Inky
Boss
show?
was on there. Queen's
Swab
Throne was
Boss was on there.
there.
Queen's
Sweet
Throne
Mom.
is Sweet Mom, and
Oh
I
yeah,
think
I mean
Taz
that
might have
part, but
been
I
there
mean like I
earlier in the
thought that there
evening.
was gonna be something revealing, but then it
That's
was
what
just the
I thought,
Moorish
but
charging documents.
I guess
No, he was basically like rerunning like lives of Tahaka and like when Tahaka and Taz what's his name?
and
Taz
Taz
got into
Oh,
it.
and
exclusives.
they
Yeah,
went
when
back and
Taz
forth.
exclusive
Okay, I
got
saw
into
some of
it
that. I
and
saw
Yeah,
some of that at some point.
yeah. It's like
man,
everybody
Taz,
have
yeah,
different styles that they do. That was, but he was like, "I'm gonna pull a you. I ain't never pulled one like that before." But
mm,
Yeah,
okay,
like
we
I would,
can't
yo,
wait. But you got
personally,
we got snacks and snuggies because if you leave, you gonna miss something.
yeah, I
Tree, you
wouldn't
gonna
have,
have to stop being
I
so
wouldn't have
sensitive.
planned to go
Because
Say
live
what?
all night,
you be
and
dropping
then
stuff and they gonna
yeah,
bite off of you. So just
I
take it at
already know. I already know. I ain't even worried about it. I'm just saying. Don't say you pulling to me if that no. We have snacks and snuggies because we don't want to go nowhere. I know I
no.
don't want to end
yo,
no
did I
live
eat
because I
today?
ran out of juice.
No, I'm talking about all the other stuff that be
Huh.
popping off. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
girl, I know somebody sent them because the first one called me ghetto, and then the second one said that's good constructive criticism. Calling
Ghetto is good
somebody ghetto is
constructive criticism.
constructive criticism now. Both of y'all, you know what I don't talk.
I mean, I don't get mad at
The
ghetto because
Lord's
I
still
mean,
working on me,
I am ghetto. I don't care.
but I'm not.
You're not, hey.
I
Tree,
mean, nothing against it, but I grew up in the country. I'm not. I didn't
Yes,
grow up in the hood. I can't.
right.
I can't. You know.
Yeah,
Shit.
like I can't see. I can't
supposed
get mad if somebody want to say I'm ghetto, and I don't really take that as a. I think that when someone's
Somebody
only
did that to
criticism
get
of you is you're
intentionally.
ghetto, it says
See,
more about them than it does
yeah.
about you.
When I didn't respond to the first message, that's when somebody came in with the second one. And that's when I hit them with that shit that take them over an hour to figure out what I said.
And by that time, they be like, this ain't worth it, and go ahead about their business because they ain't responded yet.
See, that's that
That's
K
what
Way
I'm
shit.
saying, M Mac. That's what he's saying, that Tahaka and Polite have a relationship. I know I wasn't hallucinating.
No, to her, but
I
what
don't
he's
care
saying
about
is,
being the greatest. I'd
I,
rather be the most accurate.
like this is my thing, Saida. I think he's
Uh huh.
right. I think he's right about Taharka and Polite having a relationship. But I don't think that the evidence that he presented was conclusive enough
Mm-hmm.
to be like a
Right.
smoking gun. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we still gotta like if we want to connect these dots for him on I mean not for him, but if we want to connect these dots between Taharka and Polite, then we need to have someone who was there or some type of paper trail.
Look, the
And we're not
longer
gonna
we
have
do this,
that unless they fall
yeah.
out. And they're not gonna like all we got for this. This is the thing with Taharka, right? He's already
Mm-hmm.
chosen to hop on the burning boat with all the people who are already sinking, because as more and more members of the Nuwapian, Federation get end up
No,
with
M Mac, he
child
did a
protective
whole
custody
poll.
cases and child molestation charges and things like that, then
Mm-hmm.
you don't got to worry about people on YouTube. That's not going to be your concern
Exactly.
because they already know who most of you are. So the
Mm-hmm.
leadership, the feds already know you. They've been watching you. And you're hastening the time they come get you all. And guess what
Why?
you're
Why?
not going to do?
Why do
Cry
we keep
about black people being
starting?
oppressed.
Why? Why does? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I'm listening to you, but I'm just
No, you
reading the
good. I'm done.
Mac
That's all I
said.
have to say.
No, M Mac, he put a poll in the chat.
Oh, what's
Should
that?
Sinetta be given a pardon? Uh-uh.
Why would we give him a party?
You saw what I put. Do you think he's deceptive? You saw the answer. The majority read
Yeah, like
yes.
pardons come from people who are genuine. And
And
here's
by
the deal: Sonetta ain't to be trusted.
nope.
I
You know what I'm
keep saying he
saying?
gonna start hissing in a minute. Does anybody know how to speak snake? Like, cause I sure don't.
Like my name ain't Harry Potter around this motherfucker.
Okay, we're gonna need an interpreter.
I'm just
Cause he
saying, there's a reason
I
why
was
a
about to
lot
say
of
so
people
then.
who
Forget
abuse
it.
drugs really bad, they stay in NAAA. They stay in the program and they keep going because there's a set of
Mhm.
behaviors and things that are hardwired into your psyche. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of
Yeah.
that has to do with things that people who ain't like that can't trust. Even people who are can't trust you.
he traded
Hey,
he traded one drug in for another. So the first drug was the crack or whatever. The next drug is Nepal.
Mm-hmm.
Craig. Hey, Craig. You're gonna have to
Yeah, that's
call
the
me after. Well, not after this live. I'm gonna take a nap. About two.
yeah. Like in terms of that whole what's the Nepal situation? It's interesting. Her name is Nepal. He's Netta Nepal. I don't know. Um,
Why is
I
that
just feel bad for him because I think that's a like you know what I mean. You don't
that's
leave a
a
woman that you were
punishment.
with for a long time, and then you could tell that he's not comfortable with it because it's being referred to as polygamy.
Cause he know he dead ass
Yeah,
wrong.
it's not polygamy when you got to
Hey
beg to get
Frank,
back into the first wife house.
it's only 12 people watching and you one of them. So hop on up here while I'm willing to still talk to you.
Is he living with Nepal?
I think so. They say he starts using a green screen to hide the fact. You got your microwave, Craig? Good.
Don't use it excessively. You know them waves and stuff ain't good for you.
Mm.
I'm just saying some people use microwaves to cook whole entire meals. I don't even know how they do it.
Nah, I'm not. I can't
Nah,
go.
that's too much. Them the people with them nasty insides of their microwave.
Feminine. Feminine. It was supposed to be powerful, feminine. So when did the green screen start popping up? Like how many weeks?
Like a week or two ago, after everybody pointed out that they had that same cream color background, and everybody started asking where the nasty cosmic couch went. See, he has to be close to his source of power.
That red room.
That red room and that raggedy, cosmic, nasty, worm-filled couch. Angie Boo.
But I'm telling you, you know what'd be funny though? Everybody that enters Sonetta's couch is like a Google search from making each other look crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cause like I never even I never looked at Professor Small. I never looked them up, and then you hear all this talk with these guys with this hyper masculinity and manosphere, and oh, you can't listen to these women, and why you following the women, da, 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 da. But Professor James Smalls teaches queer theory for Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how is that consistent when this is one of the only credible people who actually has credible credentials that comes on your platform, and you guys are hyper masculine, but this is the professor that you have. You know what I'm saying? Just because he talks about Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know, I guess they showing us.
Somebody knocking at the door, but when I looked, ain't nobody there.
That's probably Saida. She fell off.
Craig. Can you cut your camera on, Craig? Well, really no need. You can type in the private chat. Do you see anything red at the top of your screen, or like if you pull your menu down, do you see anything that says allow camera and mic? Because you had to allow one of them to get on here.
Hey, let me see if I can do it on my phone. Sure.
Craig.
Ooh, I wonder if that's dinner. I hear activity. I hear activity in the kitchen. I wonder if that's dinner.
He a clout chaser, Bill. He can't keep no long-standing, cordial relationship with nobody because he turned on them in a heartbeat. But then again, they all do. So you can't be comfortable with folk like that.
Hey, no disrespect to the stand-up folks and be more, but I went out there like once or twice, and I said to myself, "Nope, not me. I'm not gonna be out here with these motherfuckers," because there's a lot of people that move like that out here. That you know what I'm saying? Like they cool with you while you could do something for them, and they want to keep the relationship with you, but they also want to snake you behind your back too. I can't get in with all that. Let's see. What can I do?
Okay.
I gotta go to Chrome. Every time I tap Chrome. Oh, here it is. Let's see what happens. I don't know how y'all be doing this on your phone. Oh yeah. Yeah, it lets you do it. I'm on my iPhone 12. It let me pop up. I didn't enter the show, but I didn't want the vortex to go off.
Yeah.
But it let me get in there, and the little thing popped up that said allow camera and mic. As soon as I tapped in, the little pop up came up, just like on the computer.
Craig, so do you have an Android or
No, I'm in the Apple family.
I said Craig.
Oh, my bad. Is he in the chat? Is he typing in the back chat?
Yeah, he typed in the back chat.
He says restream tripping. See, this is the moment. Here's my question. Where's Uda at? He good?
He was good earlier today. I talked to him.
Okay. Cause I just kept seeing the restreams. I'm like, oh, he on the move. Cause I think when I left and came back, when I left to go for the run and came back, I was still on and the restream was going. I was talking to myself for a good 20 minutes, thinking I was getting my mic was messed up. I was getting ignored. I don't know what that sounded like.
Oh, 337. Seven.
But Remiel, I think Remiel's supposed to be going live with Keanu.
Yeah, about 10, 15 minutes.
About a couple minutes.
Your phone number busy. Check that number and make sure it's right.
So they're debunking the out of America theory.
Yeah. No, check it left, Angie.
I think that's an important conversation because I think that's going to be another one that's going to get people wrapped up in is that whole Aboriginal thing, and people are forgetting that the Aboriginal stuff is coming from the clan.
Yeah, about 10 minutes.
You know what I'm saying? Not to say that we don't have a background and people don't have that background, but the way that people are presenting it is not correct.
How you doing?
It's not historically
Prime,
correct.
how you doing?
Prime, peace, God.
I heard somebody come up.
Peace.
There go Craig.
Yeah, me and Sadida that's part of our conversation was about the we're just indigenous to America, you know, because the reason why I don't like it is because we are a culmination of, you know, European, African, and Aboriginal Americans. You know, and it's just the truth.
Facts.
You know, I mean, when you go back and look at the census, you see a lot of like when I looked at my family tree, I seen a lot of mulattoes in the family tree, mainly the women, you know, and also there were like my tribe or Aboriginal tribe is Lumbay, or what you would call Croatian from North Carolina.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but also when you start talking about the Aboriginal theory, you get rid of a lot of claims against Africa, because if we would start talking about reparations, these African countries like Ghana, Nigeria, and others would have to pay us reparations too. You know what I'm saying?
That's
because
right.
they deprived of they robbed us of our freedom.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean? That's a violation of our human rights.
And
So
they have a record of the monies. I
Craig
gotta
gave me the
find
right
it.
number.
There's a
Hey,
record of the
beautiful.
amount of monies that the African nations took for the traded slaves, variously, the different goods that were traded, etc.
yeah,
So I mean, that's a dollar amount. There's a dollar amount to that, and if we want to have a real
hello.
conversation about peace.
peace.
Hey, you trying to join from your phone or from your computer?
I am trying to join from my phone.
Okay.
I have not gone to my computer to gain access because I need to go ahead and act my check.
Okay.
No, it's only gonna access your. It's only gonna access your mic and your
It's
camera.
only gonna access your mic and your camera.
And then when
You
you
have to
come
allow
into,
the
and then when you come
location.
into the back room, you can just hit the
Hold on,
camera
Jada.
back off if you want.
Say that again, Craig.
I was getting an echo, so I had to take you off speaker.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So you say what now?
I've been listen, my phone for some reason it's not giving me access to be able to enter into the restream. I gotta go into it. I hit it a couple of times, hit it a couple of times, and run it. And I got a top of line phone. It's just
does it ask you to allow this device to access your location?
Exactly. And then I have to go in and go through Google, and then go through this.
Okay.
And then once it gives me access,
are you clicking only allow when using the app?
I don't have the app. I go straight to the stream. Once what I do is I go.
Okay, so what you need to do is give the browser that you're using mic and video access.
or you could
Okay,
download the
so
YouTube
what
app.
do I need to do? To download the Restream app?
You can. Does Restream have an app?
No, you could download the YouTube
I have no
app.
idea what I was asking because that would give me
No,
better
he's trying to
access.
come on this panel.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, a lot of times you have to use something like
Yours
Google
or either
Chrome.
other panels.
Hold on, let me check Google Play. You got a Samsung Android, right?
Yes.
Hold on,
I
let
got
me check
Android.
Google.
No, it's not Samsung. It's
It's
not
just
Samsung. It's
Android
LG.
runs Google Play. That's
Yeah,
all I need.
yeah.
Hold on, let me find my damn Google Play. Hold on,
All
let
right.
me see. Let's see. Restream. No, they don't have an app. So wait, hold on. They might. No, StreamYard got an app, but they don't have one. So you're gonna have to allow that browser, but only when whichever browser you coming in off of, Chrome or
No,
Firefox.
if he uses the YouTube app, it'll pop up through Safari. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm bugging.
Well, I used
Alan.
the Chrome joint. I used the Chrome joint. But what happens is once I go into it, because my phone, because of all kinds of other stuff, and to be honest with you, I'm technically savvy, but I'm not as technically savvy as most of you youngsters. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, it's a lot of stuff that I grab and I grasp. But once I go into trying to go to some other stuff, and then it kicks me in,
Hold
and then
on 1 second. Let me pull this up.
Hey, Craig, what kind of phone you got?
Yeah.
It's an LG Stylo 6.
LG Stylo 6. What's your you got? So do you got Internet Explorer or Safari?
No, that Safari is only
It's
for
an
Apple.
Android. Let me handle this. Please.
Okay, I'm gonna go. You go get some water.
Let the technical woman handle it around you.
Let me go get some water. I'm bugging. I'm jumping out the window.
Talking about Safari. No.
Okay. Do you have me live?
Yeah, that's Craig.
Really? Come on.
You ain't said nothing. I thought you knew. You gave me your number and said, call me now.
Oh, well,
I thought you wanted to jump up here and talk. But hold on. Go to settings.
Listen, whenever you're ready to grab me.
No, I'm going to tell you now because this is what the stream was supposed to be about. I put this stream up so you would come.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, go to settings and then, settings and app notifications. And
okay,
then,
hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to bore your listeners with
they probably listening, trying to figure out what you're doing right now. So just keep going.
Right. Hold on. Let me put you on speaker so I can go to the what you call it right here. All right, now I'm going in the settings, you said.
Go in the settings and then go in the app notifications.
Notifications, all right.
And then go to app permissions.
All right. See now. So hold on, let me go back.
You have to go to app notifications. So to say apps and notifications, it looks like a little orange square.
Well, I'm glad that everybody is getting a tutorial right now. All right, apps. All right.
Okay. Yeah, then go to app permissions. Don't click on click on the app notifications, and then once you get to that screen, click on app permissions.
I may be the wrong one to be.
Now, see, there's a notifications after you click on apps and notifications. So make sure you didn't go one too far.
I did that. So that's why I'm the wrong one to be doing the tutorial online because I'm very.
Okay, what you do is go back to the.
I'm back in settings.
Okay, now it should say lock screen and security, and right under that one it'll say apps and notifications.
Lock screen and security.
And right under that one it'll say apps and notifications.
All right, because it apps. Well, no. See, the way mine is set up, it says this: internet connection devices, sound notifications, display, wall and theme, lock screen, privacy, location, extensions.
Are you
apps.
going to the settings in the in the home menu?
Exactly right. I'm in the home menu settings.
You're not in the browser, right?
No, I'm in the home menu settings, the settings button. You know the little sprocket.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
So one of those should say apps and notifications. Are you on the general tab?
Yes, the general tab, which is got a pretty much a thing of everything. It says network and internet, connection devices, sounds, notifications. The notifications is better.
No. Listen. Now you have the ones with icons to the left, correct?
All my icons are like once you go into settings.
Yeah, when you're in settings, it'll have the icon and it'll say what it is.
Yes.
Okay, so if you look over that first icon, do you see anything up there that says something like network, sound, display? Like it might have options up there.
Now, to be honest with you, I'm getting a reverb. I'm getting a second voice, so it's kind of distorted.
You guys still there?
Oh, what happened?
I had to put it on mute because the reverb too bad for Craig. Hold on a second. Y'all just talk.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to that conversation. I'll see what Brother Keno is presenting. But
yeah, I mean,
I agree with you on that topic though.
Yeah,
I
mean, because well, it's just like that flat Earth thing. You know what I mean? It's just like another way of getting cult followers without having a religion. Get what I'm saying? It's another. In the long run, whether they know it or not, it's another hustle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people aren't really comprehending the timeline that we're talking about and when humans came into the picture. You know what I'm saying? At least the humans that we understand, the humans that were writing and doing the things that we do generally. And that was not millions of years ago. That was maybe a few thousands of years ago, possibly a couple 100,000, but not hundreds of millions of years ago. And I think that a lot of people are starting to rest on this concept where they found geographically there are parts of the African continent in America, geographically, right?
Yeah.
And they go back into the Pangea thing. But people don't understand that there were no people when there was Pangea.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, see, what a lot of these theories coincide with is certain religions, certain belief systems.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And where the Earth is only 6,000 years old.
Right.
Hello.
All right.
Did we get Craig tightened up?
He gonna come in the chat and because he felt like he was disturbing us, and when I put it on, because I had to put it on mute, so he gonna come in the chat and I'm gonna let him see the walkthrough.
Okay.
But I'll call him when I'm offline and walk him through it.
Whatever happened to somebody got to say that shit? Because I wanted to hear the shit he had to say.
He left. I think because
he's
still driving home. He probably, I think he had bad signal and dropped off.
Damn. But yeah, Prom, like I ultimately agree with you on a lot of that stuff, and I think that we have to get away from ideologies and start getting into being able to talk about the real narrative, right? And it might not be exactly the way that it has been presented to us, and there might be a bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? and most of the time we're taught like an overview. But you know, people are conflating a lot of history and utilizing some things that are true, but then putting them in a fantastic narrative. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Like the thing is, I have my own belief system, and but I do understand the writings that was written thousands of years ago. You know, even those prophets, they had their understanding of what reality was at that time. It didn't mean that God gave them the overview of everything, all time and all places, all at once, just because they were a prophet. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like even in the Bible, it said he gave prophet dark sayings. You know what I mean? Like meaning that they didn't even know what they were saying when they were prophesying. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So you can also use that to understand, like, you know, if, for example, if your belief system says the earth is flat or whatever, that was the understanding of that prophet thousands of years ago. Is not necessarily saying that that is factual. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and what happens is you get certain individuals they'll try to find a way to conflate, you know what I mean, the old narrative of thousands of years ago and say you have to agree with the way that this prophet wrote it. You know, if not, your whole religion is false.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, and you know, that's it's always a way for. And I'm not saying these people that are putting these things out are on a con, but I'm seeing some people what they're doing is they're developing a whole following based upon things like the Aboriginal, you know what I mean, the flat Earth.
Right.
It's a lot. It's and then it's also what it does. It makes a cult without actually establishing a religious cult. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, it becomes a religion eventually.
Yeah, yeah. It's a belief system.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because when you go into the different various Aboriginal, or now I tell you like this, right? Um, I was given the pleasure of being able to look at the original Washita Constitution years ago, and I was asked to put together a new constitution for them, right?
Yeah.
And their constitution wasn't like a constitution. It was kind of like a bunch of general ideas about how people should behave. And so there wasn't anything in it that actually structured a government. But this is what people have been using, and that's kind of when it dawned on me, like, this is fake. This isn't real. This is not a real thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for instance, like with the Washita, they needed to have a religious facet, so then they started commingling with the Moorish stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, and with the other Aboriginal groups, they're gonna start looking for different Mayan, different facets of
Olmec. Yeah.
Mayan
The
religion,
Olmec.
try to piece that together,
Yeah.
and that's the deal. And it's like people be forgetting. It's like there is no such thing as a Mayan. Like that was a term that white folks put on various different groups, ethnic groups of people who were different. They were warring with each other when the European got there. You know what I'm saying? And then the only thing that they had in common was that the European, essentially enslaved them all eventually.
Yeah.
Um, so when we start looking at that, like for instance, one thing that's funny to me, right? When they talk about Pizarro, there was a pivotal war, a pivotal uprising that happened when they had first taken over I believe it was the Incas, where the African slaves actually saved the Spanish because the indigenous people had started raining fire arrows on the Spanish encampment. and they had lost hope so much they just all kind of dropped down to their knees and prayed, and the Incans would have won. You know what I'm saying? That was that was a pivotal point. The Incans would have won, and the Spanish probably would have given up. But the African slaves put the fire out. You know what I'm saying? They were probably sent to do so, but they could have said, fuck y'all. But their life was in danger as well. So it's just an interesting dichotomy where now you have people who some of which have no Indian blood in them at all. You know what I'm saying? And then we have to talk about the expression of the in the percentage, because I don't personally think that a percentage is meaningful if you are in the culture, right? So for instance, you have a lot of people who live in Italy, but if you do a genetic study on them, they're really Spanish, and vice versa, right? So if your family throughout the years has lived in this culture, that's one thing. But if your family did not, and they, you know what I'm saying, y'all was just regular, and now you're an Aboriginal now, you have no evidence of it, your only reasoning is all black people are Aboriginal.
Exactly.
That's where the problem lies.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because many of us have that background, but it muddies the conversation when you got a bunch of people saying, oh, well, all of us are that. And that's not true.
Yeah, and also what a lot of these guys are not talking about when you're talking about Native Americans or Aboriginal American tribes, you got to also look at the fact that the Native American tribes, most of them, except for like the Seminole and a few others, lost their sovereignty after the Civil War.
Yep.
They sided with the South. And because
Yep.
of that, they lost their sovereignty and respect from the federal government as separate entities from
Sovereign
the U.S.
nation.
Yeah, sovereign
Yep.
nations. That's why you have to go through the Department of Indian Affairs to be recognized.
Right. That's why
Yeah.
pretty much the only indigenous people who are making any noise on that front are the 5 nations up in Canada, or First Nation tribes up in Canada.
Yeah, well, they got a different disposition because they weren't part of the Civil War in America.
Right.
Yeah. They were just straight up robbed and jacked for their land.
So it's like people don't think about that, and then they don't think about the connection of this, right? Your family could say that you are Chickasaw, Choctaw, whatever, right? Or Cherokee, peace, or whatever. But then you do your DNA test, and then your DNA test does not express that.
That's not Inky. Cut your camera on, please, Jaden. That is not Inky.
Then your DNA doesn't express that. Excuse me. So then what you're going to have is, you also have this history where the native tribes would either they would trade in slaves with the Europeans as well as escaped slaves ending up being taken in by the tribe. Now they would not have, and this may be a whole family, they may not have any Aboriginal genetics, but they are now considered whatever that tribal affiliation is, because that affiliation is the important part. And even if you go back into the 1700s and the 1800s, when this discussion was being had in the Congress, the issue was, if you want to be recognized as a sovereign person that's not part of our system, then you can't be in it. So if you live in a city, you're a citizen. If you live in a jurisdiction of America, then that's what you are. And that's what we're forgetting. Like in the ancient world where we keep on affixing race, your outfit meant more than what your skin looked like.
You know what, Jaden? I'm gonna start calling you Bizarro World Inky.
It's a bizarre world.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start calling you Bizarro World Inky. I swear.
Yeah.
Oh man. So does that mean that I should keep my fronts in all the time too?
No, you should make an avatar that says I am not Inky.
That's a good
So when you
idea.
decide to cut your camera off, everybody knows it's not you.
That's a
Because
good
at least 3
idea.
persons per live stream come in and say, "Is that Inky?" You got everybody ready to fight and shit, knucking you buck type stuff. Y'all
Matter of
don't
fact,
trust me no more.
I'm gonna work on that right now. But anyway, but yeah, man, like we got a really rich history, and what I'm saying is, if your ancestors were affiliated with a tribe, that means that you should have those rights. But then again, just like Prime said, you have to know that if your ancestors also sided with the guys that wanted to keep your other ancestors in chains, then your aboriginal sovereign rights are null and void.
Inky just dropped another intro video.
Eviscerated.
You know?
Yeah.
So like
Barzilla, are you still there? Or did you leave me again? Why do you keep leaving
no
me?
one in quite some time, maybe hundreds of years, has ever been able to establish something based upon who somebody they was related to was. So there is no special rights for anyone in America. And our real ancestors fought for that. I don't think that there was anyone in the 1950s
Hey,
and
Gary.
60s who wanted to keep segregation so we could all be together. And as a matter of fact, in areas like Louisiana, what got the segregation rolling faster was electricity.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's not
Yeah,
as
black
we're trying
families
to
used to
fight
still be using
revisionist history,
outhouses.
let's deal with non-revisionist history, not alternative revisionist history. Revisionist history.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is the only group whose sovereign rights has not really been addressed is the so-called African American,
Exactly.
because of the fact that we were kidnapped
Mm-hmm.
and enslaved and deprived of our sovereignty and land. You know what I mean? And the Native Americans, those tribes that people try to claim now, they don't have they don't have a similar plight as us. Because, like I said, they sided with the South, most of them. And the Seminole tribe, this is the irony of the Seminole tribe. If you look at most of them today, they're white. And
Yep.
when the Gullah Wars took place, it was free runaway black slaves, ex-black slaves that were called the Escalusky tribe. It was another name for them, the free black slaves or the escape. They were the ones that actually uh, fought to actually free us, and also they fought
I was
along
gonna
with the
say it.
North.
Mm.
And that is the reason why they get so much money per month. And the irony of it is, when you try to join the Seminole tribe, they have a quantum
Blood
blood
quantum war.
requirement, which is false because of the fact that the tribe was mainly made up of ex-slaves.
Yep. Like, how can there be a blood quantum? Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just an
that's
interesting
absolutely,
thing,
yeah, yeah,
because we keep on, we're spinning our heels making a bunch of the wrong arguments. I remember segregation in the South. It was when blacks had a lot of small businesses. How old were you?
Gary's the elder.
How old was
Gary's
he?
like 60 something.
He's not old enough to remember anything.
Look,
My father is 70, and he was born in 49, and he was 15 when
oh
desegregation
Lord.
ended. Like, the people who could tell us something about the segregated South are 90, not in their 90s. 100.
My grandma used to
You was
tell
a
me about the
kid.
South.
Well, my
You was a
mom is
kid.
78.
Segregated.
She was lived in the South.
Your
Yeah.
parents fought to end segregation. It could not have been that
Look,
great, brother.
next time I go home, I'm gonna interview my daddy. He should be old enough to meet your requirements.
Okay.
Well, my
He's
sister was
79.
born. My
people is
sister was
gone.
born in
He's one of the
1966.
younger children, so I
I was
can't
the
interview
youngest
my
one.
auntie because she ain't gonna tell the truth.
Yeah, well, my
But that's a
sister
different story.
was born in 1966, and she's the oldest sister I have,
But like,
and my mom is 78 years old. So
Okay.
yeah, like
if my grandma had
they was there in the marches and stuff. Like they were young, because you
yeah,
got to understand the teenagers was the one in the marches and joining the Black
they
Yeah,
Panthers.
my
was there.
mother
My
was at the
daddy used to
march on
take us
Washington, but
around
she was
all
too
the
young.
time on the
But
weekend. Oh, but while we have this intermission, Barzilla, I would like to introduce you to Jaded. He is a Bay neutral. So you want an active Bay, right? Jaded.
not an active Bay.
Yeah, so he's Bay neutral.
I'm an at
But
home
he's
Bay.
not, but he is an ancestral Bay. He said he was born in 59 and he was there in Texas. Look, if you grew up down south, segregation didn't end in Florida till like the 60s. Not segregation, slavery. Didn't end in Florida till like the 1950s. You want to tell some facts about the South?
I'm just
The
saying that,
chain
that's
gang
a fact. I
was
agree with that.
slavery.
I'm just
That was
saying
slavery.
that people are acting
They
like
would
segregation
rescue,
is good. And
huh?
I'm just saying that people are acting like segregation was a good thing
Look,
or positive.
if they would have actually initiated separate but equal with that in mind, it would have been fine.
It would have been.
But as
I
we
agree.
all know, it's always somebody that want to pass over the color line. So
I 100%
it ain't
agree.
possible to be completely segregated. Cause Sally meet Jose and they fall in love, or Shaniqua meet Roger and they fall in love, or Ding Dong Ding meets, you know, even in the Asian culture, they don't like it when one marries the other.
All right, here
I
we
said
go.
he's an ancient bay.
All
You
right,
know
here
how
we
I talk.
go. Bang.
There you go. Told you. Now you got, ain't nobody gonna believe you anyway. But at least it helps.
Not the rabbit. But yeah, I
See,
mean, like I said,
grandma
like
passed a few years ago, and she'd have been 90 something this year. So I know plenty. I know about how they had to get off the sidewalk when the white folk was coming, even if it was muddy. I know how they had to pull off on the road if the road was too narrow, and they had to let the white man go by first if it was a one way. If
that's
it
the
was
point
only
that
one
I'm.
room
That's
for
the
one
point that I'm
vehicle.
making, Trip.
I done seen the slave shacks out in the fields rotting as we speak.
That's
Yeah,
the
they're
point that
real.
I'm making,
Yeah.
Trip. Like there's a contingency of people who are saying
Yeah,
that
they did
they're
have a
willing
lot
to
of
take
businesses because
that.
whites wouldn't allow them in theirs.
Right.
The
And then
white man high street
understand
was
that
always
you're
colder than
talking
the black
about a
man high
grocery
street.
store and it'll be in somebody's barn or be in a shack somewhere. It wouldn't be a regular grocery store. You had to get all your groceries at a certain time because the shit'd be spoiled. That's the reason why they fought against it, because it was never separate but equal.
Gary
It was
said he
just
remember the
separate.
dogs in the water hole. What's the water hole? I don't even want to know, Gary. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I got enough bad stuff in my head. Don't
Yeah,
tell me.
you had to go swim in a water hole or this.
Didn't I just say don't tell me? You hard headed.
I am hard-headed. That's true.
Hard headed.
Listen,
Bad.
my record shows, if nothing else, that this head is hard.
But what I mean, doesn't your daddy still practice Jaded?
Who, my father?
Yes, your father. The one you got.
My daddy was man. My
Yeah.
daddy got rid of that fez in the 80s. Like the person. I'm not gonna do all that. The person who was a practicing more. I practiced up until my 30s, and then I realized like all these niggas are scamming. I'm not beat. But my grandfather was the one who joined and he practiced all the way up through his life. My grandparents were practicing Moors all the way up into the end until my grandmother got too sick to move around. My uncle.
Water cannons. Oh my God.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
See, that's
that
why
was
I
what
said
they
I
were
didn't want
doing
to
to
know.
stop us from wanting to get a standard.
I didn't say it was, but what I'm saying is segregation ain't never worked for nobody. It's always somebody that want to cross that line, whether it's this side or whether it's that side. The grass always look greener. When you put up a line, somebody gonna want to cross the motherfucker. You ain't know what you gonna do if folk don't want to comply.
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest issue operatively, if we had separate but equal, so that means that there was a white school and a black school that looked exactly the same and
But they
functioned
ain't gonna
exactly the
fund
same.
all new schools like that. The time to fight for separate but equal was when they was giving in to equality and equal rights and stuff.
Because it was never gonna be
Segregation.
equal. Like even now, right? I live in a racially segregated city
They still
because
exist, yes.
the
Oh,
hiring
everywhere.
process is racially charged. So that means that most of the black people who make money, they move out the city. And the black people who stay, they either are there because they work there and it's more convenient, or they ain't got no choice.
He said he was 6 when Malcolm was killed and 9 when Martin Luther King was killed. And you telling him about segregation.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you a fact. You're telling me about opinions. So you could be 9 and 5 all you want, but my
No, he's
9-year-old,
saying he was alive when this happened. He
I'm gonna
experienced
tell you this
segregation.
though. Listen to what you're saying though. You're telling me that my daughter can tell you something about Donald Trump in 20 years or 40 years or 50 years.
I mean, but he is an eyewitness to the
You
time.
are a witness, but you got to respect the fact that you can't be a witness and say I was 6 and then say something that doesn't make sense. Okay? Because
What did he
if you
say that didn't
because
make
wait a minute,
sense?
bro. Because if you saw
I'm
those
not a
stores,
man.
no, I mean Gary Hawkins. I'm not
Go
talking to you.
ahead.
I'm talking to Gary Hawkins.
He said he was telling you how it was when he was a kid.
Okay, there were black stores. Did they look like the white stores?
He talking about in his area. He said that's when blacks supported their own businesses. But
I
you
mean,
don't have.
I
That's
think
because they
black
didn't
people
have a
support businesses.
choice, Jaded.
I'm sorry. I get hot about.
That's why I was saying,
I'm
black
a
people had
history
to have
buff.
their own stuff because white folk wouldn't allow them in theirs, or they got rotten products and stuff like that. That's how black people avoided that. There was actually like many boycotts where they was going to other towns, but you know what they did? They beat up the people that set up the protests and stuff, just like the rest of segregation.
I agree. I don't agree with
So
historical facts, but I disagree with the idea.
I didn't say practicing more. I said he was an ancient bay. It was a joke because his parents practiced until his grandparents practiced until they passed.
If you want to talk about whether I'm a member, I have been an official member since 1979 when I was born. I have several nationality cards. The bottom line is, if you ask me, do I deal with any of that stuff? No. Do I walk around with a fez on? No. Do I have an aversion to the word black? No. That's the
Yeah,
point.
Gary. It depends on which side of town you go on. Like some of them got them historical grants and went on ahead and restored the buildings, and other places they went to crap.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
think
I remember when
a
I
lot
was
of
a
stuff
kid
got
though,
messed
we
up
had
after the riots.
even the graveyards down here was segregated when I was a kid.
They still
Yeah,
segregated down
yeah.
there.
Yeah,
You
I'm in
got the
Florida.
white
Yeah,
folk graveyard and you got the black folk graveyard. It ain't no
yeah.
picket fence or no line or nothing, but you
See the
know
way
where it stopped.
see the way shit worked in 1979, I was overseas in the Marines doing my second tour. Indeed.
I didn't tell you to do this.
I mean, I don't want to make it a generational thing, bro. I'm just talking about historical facts. And I
then you
think it's
gotta come back and I can tell you
disingenuous.
what else I want.
I think it's disingenuous to try to frame segregation as if it's a positive thing because black people had their own businesses when they were forced to because white people wouldn't let them in there.
But that's if you implying what he meant by that. He didn't state that.
We
All he
reading the
said was,
chat. I don't know.
but
I'm
he didn't
sorry.
say that. Listen.
Okay.
He never said segregation was good. He said, I remember segregation in the
Yeah, he
South.
just saying he remember.
It was when blacks had a lot of small businesses and we supported them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that in the context of the
But
conversation when he said it, that I was already talking about the people today who are talking about
yeah, but he's
segregation being
speaking
a
from
good
his
thing.
point.
So by
He grew up.
interjecting like that, I took it as you agreed with those people. That's all.
Yeah, but see, he never said that he's an elder. That's what I started. That's why I started out by telling you Gary's an elder. He's 60 something at least. I said 60 something.
No, I mean I
Hold on a second.
understand that. I understand that and I respect that. The only thing that I'm just saying that where the misunderstanding came was because me and Prime were talking about how there was a faction of people with the Aboriginal thing who think that segregation was good and we should go back to that and all that. And then when he interjected in saying that we had businesses, I took that statement to be affirmative toward the other statement. That's all. It's no big deal. I end up in disagreements like that all the time. I apologize if you took anything I said as a but again, I just like I said, I don't get into age things. I'm just saying that I understand that my children do not understand the current events of today. That's all.
Hey, Shay. Desegregation destroyed black businesses because they didn't have to support them no more. They could go in and what. That's why they say down south, the white man ice cubes are always colder than the black
Well,
man ice cubes.
you know what honestly destroyed
It's
black
always
business?
seemed to be that way, huh?
You know what really destroyed black business? If you want to have that conversation, the minimum wage law. A lot of black businesses weren't able to afford. A lot of black businesses weren't able to afford the hikes in employee costs and things like that. Then it became harder to compete with other businesses that could. Then you also had white businesses who were coming in and buying up other businesses that weren't doing as well.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What a lot of people
Or
forget.
they have families that just let themselves be bought out, like
right,
I
and
said.
they moved because of the racism. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? They
but
said
you
we
also
tired of
had
this, we gonna move somewhere else. So it's really not. It's the same kind of
Like
thing
Gary
that
said.
Umar Johnson and all these other guys do when they get in trouble or their stuff doesn't work. They blame black people. And black businesses did not die because of black people. Black businesses died because maybe black people weren't paying attention to their political power.
What state are you from?
Me?
Yeah.
I was born in Connecticut, but I'm down here in the South now.
Now you wasn't born down there though.
No.
Even up to the no,
My
what I'm saying is, hey, look, in my
was
lifetime, the library was fucking segregated. In the
in
80s.
Florida it was
That's all
segregated.
I was finna say. The North is different from the South.
Yeah.
That's a whole different experience growing up.
okay.
I had to go to a black library that was as big as a bedroom while it was a whole big old public library. Up until my teenage years, the pool down there, they shut down the black folk pool and then wouldn't let them in the white folk pool. And then when they said that's discrimination, you know what they did? They said, oh, it's only for the swim team.
Well, I'll
This
tell
is
you a story
during my
about Connecticut.
lifetime. And I'm only 2 years younger than you.
I'll tell you
So
a
don't
story
sit
about
up here and say that this didn't take a part in it and that didn't take a part in it and don't nobody know because you didn't grow up like that.
Wait a minute.
I ain't saying that the North was completely racism free, but the South is a whole different kettle of fish.
Listen. So that there's no misunderstanding. I never said that. That's just something I never said. That's something I've never implied. The entire time that I've been having this.
You just told Gary.
Wait a minute. Can I just finish?
Go ahead.
The entire time I've been talking, I have been saying that segregation was fucked up and our people had to fight to end it. That's what I've always been saying, because that's what I believe.
If you could send that to me in email, that would be perfect, love.
Now, in terms of Connecticut, I remember that when the white folks had to desegregate the amusement park in my city, they burnt the bridge to it. It's called Pleasure Beach. There was a whole amusement park, and you can see how nice it was in the 50s. When it was time to let niggas in, they burnt the bridge to it and let the amusement park die out. Disney tried to buy it.
Okay.
Nobody wanted to sell it. I'm not saying that it's cool. That's and I
didn't
think
say
that,
you said it was cool.
I don't understand. I'm just saying.
I didn't say you said it was cool.
So I'm
but
not.
You acted like it wasn't a big thing, and it was.
I'm not acting like it wasn't a big thing. I'm acting like these are the things.
Well, let me say this.
Okay.
You know, when it come down to segregation, and you also got to look at like the effects on Black people's health. You know what I mean? When it like you look at the doctor who invented the blood transfusion, Dr. Charles Drew. He died in a car accident, and when he went to the hospital, the doctors refused to give him service and give him the blood transfusion that he invented. You know what I mean? Just because of segregation. So, you know, like I know what you're talking about is that, like, I think what Jaden's saying is that there's a revisionist type of history, people that's propagating a form of revisionist history about the glories of segregation, and also a revising even the slave out of Africa theory. You know what I'm saying? What they're saying is that there's
but none of that shit came from down south. All that stuff coming from enclaves up north. See, that's what I don't understand.
No, that's not true either.
A whole bunch of folk from up north telling people down south what they doing wrong, when the whole time they the descendants of the people that left because they couldn't take what was going on down there. So if their parents couldn't take it and they left, and they sitting up here, you putting rose tinted glasses on your children when you do that, and then they going around acting like shit sweet, telling folk that's still going through this that this ain't pointed at you, Jaded. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people out here on the internet like that. All these people from up north want to tell Black people, oh well, if we desegregated, yeah, they desegregated, all right. We had to have our own stores. We had to have our own stuff. We had to come together as a community and sit up here and do this stuff for ourselves, because the government nor the other citizens of the area were doing anything. The police were in on it. The Klan wasn't riding through the north like that. They did ride, but they was not riding hard like they rode down in the south. Now, certain things was a fact of life. If your shop got too good, they was gonna burn that motherfucker down because you competition. And this shouldn't no nigga be able to live better than you.
The Klan didn't have to operate in the north because they had the UNIA.
They didn't have to operate that way in the north. But like I started off by saying, the north was populated majorly by descendants of people that fled the south.
Yeah, most people from Chicago, from Mississippi.
Well, no, that's not true either. It's not true. I'm just saying it's not true.
No, I'm saying, but like in Chicago,
majority of them. I didn't say all.
Yeah. No, I'm saying
Detroit,
that's what our point of contention is. That was one of the main
hubs where Black folk left the South from. They went to Detroit. Why?
Yeah.
Because there was industry there. Chicago, same thing. New York, same thing. They left in droves.
You're right.
And never came back.
You're right.
Some of them passed for white and went up north and never came back. And unless they popped out a baby that was questionable, you never saw them again. They passed for white, gone, boom.
Mm-hmm. But those people wouldn't be counted in a group of Black people.
Were the ones that were willing to stay and put on their big boy boots and do what had to be done. Because if not, the South would be way worse than it is right now.
Yeah, that's why they call it Motown. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Motown, Detroit.
I understand the dichotomy that there are Black people who escape from the South. Actually, my grandmother was taken out of the South because her family was afraid that she'd be molested. So that's why my family from the South ended up there.
They left,
not from white folks.
Came back, but everybody didn't have that option.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is,
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, for the one that had that option, for the family to send them up north? How many do you think had to stay and endure that shit?
I'm sure there was a lot. I know the names of my family members that stayed down there. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, matter of fact, my ex-girlfriend is a direct relative of Oprah Winfrey. And Oprah don't deal with her family. She got family that's from Mississippi that she don't that's in dire poverty, and she know them and don't want to have nothing.
We had to do it, Craig. My regular subs was nothing up.
They be getting mad at me for no reason.
Somebody got to say this shit was all in the back chat. Nigga, Inky, you need to come on my show. Like, this is not Inky, man.
But yo, if you're willing to pay Inky to come on your show, I'll take those bookings.
Okay.
Hey, beautiful saying something. Hey, sometimes what's known don't have to be explained.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. You know what I mean? Like, this is my only thing, right?
Don't forget.
I don't know how we got into the debate about it, but yes, there are a bunch of revisionists. But the thing about it is that when we talk about today,
when y'all talk
I don't think that Dane Calloway. When I hear Dane, I don't hear a Northerner. When
y'all talk about segregation, y'all trip real lightly over it. Like if some easy thing. You have to remember that segregation was different in the North and the South. So if I'm speaking from my experience, didn't I start off by saying that? But y'all sit up here and seem to skip over it lightly.
Oh no, I was saying what I was saying.
Who skipped over it lightly though?
No, what I said about
y'all seem to take it a little bit more lighter than we do.
Do you really think that?
Yes, I do. From the way, go back and listen to the way you said it. Yeah, Stone Mountain. They used to have burnings up there in the mountains in Stone Mountain from the KKK.
I mean,
the government had to buy the land from the KKK in order for them to quit doing that.
For my own edification, please tell me how I said it. How did I say that in a disrespect? How did I say that to tread lightly? How did I say it? Because if I said it, it wasn't intended, and I'd like to know how that was taken.
That's why I told you to go back and listen to it. Dang, did you pull the whole thing in?
But if I go back and listen to it, all I'm gonna hear is how I think, because that's how I think. I'm not gonna see what you see if I go back and listen to it. That's why I need to see what I said that triggered your response. You understand? I'm not gonna hear that by myself. You understand?
Yeah, my argument about segregation was the fact that I have a problem with the revisionist.
No, first it was the way you said what you said to Gary. Then when I said
because the context in which I said it was this.
Yeah, but Gary never even implied that in that sentence.
But isn't the context important though? Because
but people have conversations in the chat that don't involve what we're talking about or just hit on what we're talking about. You can't imply what he meant by his statement.
I didn't imply anything. I implied
yes, you did, because you reacted to him like he was. You reacted to him like he would be the person that you was talking about. But from his statement, you couldn't read that from his statement, so you implied that.
So you've never done that?
I try not to. I'm saying I never did it, but I try not to.
But so let's say
I just said I ain't never did it. That means yes, I've done it before, but I try not to.
So
I try to think about what I say before I say it.
Okay, so in this moment, do you think that I'm trying to avoid being accountable for being disrespectful if I was? Or am I trying to find out?
No, that's why I said I can't remember exactly what it was. Let him make it. Let him make it. No, what I'm saying is you'll see when the first that it was that, and then you said when I was trying to tell you something, you said something back. I don't remember exactly what. You don't understand how I work it. Once I hear certain shit, I click off. But it's just the tone of your voice when you said it. Right after that, I said something. So you go back and listen to it, you'll know exactly. It's that phrase right before I said that I went on.
I'm trying to tell you, but it's cool if we want to just move off it. It's cool, but you know what I mean. I kind of feel bad because I didn't want to offend nobody.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying that you said it subconsciously, because we all from different places, and that's what I mean.
But no. where I'm bothered at is that it's even thought that in any place in my mind,
Or
that I
maybe
think that,
you said
wait
it
a
too
minute, I'm not
close.
done.
Go ahead.
That I dismiss segregation. As a matter of fact, politically, I think that segregation was worse than slavery. That's my stance on segregation. And the reason why I argue with people who try to act like they want black people back in segregation, because I see the results of segregation in the city I live in, where most of the black children can't even read. That's because of segregation. So when I talk about segregation, if you know what I mean, like I have been astute on it. My grandparents are civil rights leaders.
Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you, Gary. You said he didn't know what he had seen in the 60s and he was lying and he was too young to experience segregation.
And again,
that's why I told you to go back and listen to it. You ain't gonna believe
I know
it.
exactly what I said. That's why I'm asking y'all to reiterate.
So you shouldn't
that.
have no
Thank
problem.
you for now that we've said it, let me deal with that. Because back to the context. The context that you made your statement. You typed your statement, and you typed your statement. You typed your statement, Gary, in the moment that me and Prime were talking about the abos who start saying things like, because black people had businesses, we need to get back to the segregation. That's when you said I was such and such and such and such.
But how do you know if he was
when you said
responding to
that.
Prime or you? Because you know it's like a 30-second pause before they get the video. You don't know what point he was
if it was misunderstood by me, but I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand.
That's why I said
I'm just trying to understand. Hold on. I'm just trying to understand how me saying if you are saying that segregation was cool because niggas had businesses.
No, that's not what he said, though.
I'm not finished talking, sis. The reason why I accentuated the word if that's what you're saying, then my response to that is if you feel like that, you can't possibly be old enough. And the reason why I said that is that is me repeating my elders who came from down south, who came back to Cairo every year throughout the segregation. That's the reason why all my uncles learned how to shoot in Georgia, because they all spent time in a segregated South. That's why I said what I said. I was repeating them. I'm sorry if it made somebody feel bad, but I'm not breezing over segregation. I understand it was immensely fucked up. That's why it insults me when abos start talking about they want to bring it back.
You know, half of them Nuwapians, right?
Ain't no the Aboriginal people.
Yeah, half of them Nuwapians.
Facts.
Black Chief Thunderbird.
Yeah, that's what I've come to learn now. But yeah.
I mean, it's always a way to catch somebody in a mind fuck.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, no matter what, it comes from the fact that people are uneducated.
That's why I snapped on you, Gary, an elder. He trying to tell you, your uncles might have went down there to visit, but they ain't lived there. They left for a reason.
My uncles did not tell me that segregation was cool, yo. So why?
I didn't say
no.
They said segregation was cool.
No,
you just
what
don't
she's
know
saying
the
is
real extent of it.
Yeah,
people had to experience
no. Why? But in the context of what I'm saying right now and what I just said, why is that relevant? I'm just trying to understand why y'all.
I'm just explaining why I said what I said.
I'm just trying to understand something, like, because it seems like y'all always get tight, right? But then when you want to know why you're tight so that we can move on, y'all just want to hold on to the tightness.
No, I just explained why I said what I said.
Oh,
That's
there
not
go
an
melanin.
explanation to
Well,
me,
you gonna
sis.
have to change your name to Melanin Green Tea, not Royalty.
It's a green
Royalty.
screen.
Hey, yeah, but just let me say this
Like, I
though.
don't
You
want
know
to get
what?
into an argument. Like, it feels
No,
like
no,
an
I wasn't
argument
I
is
don't
trying
think
to
there's an
good.
argue with
argument. I
you.
And
think
like,
there's just a
yo,
misunderstanding. Let me say this though.
I'm trying to
That's
make
why
the
I said
Yeah,
go
understanding
let,
back and
let, let
understood,
me
and
listen
nobody
to
hey,
it.
want to understand shit.
yeah, but Jay, let me say this though. I think okay, what you're saying is that your uncles that were older, a whole lot older, gave reference to what they felt segregation was, and they lived in the North at that time.
My
And
uncles,
what this guy
my
Gary is
uncles
saying
were
is
born in
that
the
he had a
70s. Yeah,
different experience in the South. That's all it is. That's all that's going on. You
Hey,
know.
Cosmo.
but that's not even the point though, because that's not even what I'm saying.
No, it's not what you're
Because I'm
saying. You're
just
just
saying, like,
repeating
I'm
what your
saying, like,
uncle
this is
said, right?
all
That's
added
But see,
on
like I
stuff.
said
yeah,
before, it was probably a misunderstanding because
yeah.
the chat
It's all
is
it is.
the
It's a
video like
misunderstanding.
30 seconds behind, so he could have been commenting on either one of y'all.
Yeah,
We don't know.
Yeah,
Gary could have
I
just
mean,
been
I
putting his
agree
2 cents
that,
in.
but that's why I'm okay.
yeah. It's cool.
Just to understand, so we understand each other, right?
Yeah,
Beautiful,
When
my family is borked, baby.
when there's
Borked.
misunderstandings, I like to make the understanding understood. Some people just like to just say forget it and we'll move on,
But
right?
we done made it understood.
Did we?
When I tried to explain why I said what I said, you said I was steady going on. So apparently we didn't explain what needed to be
I
understood, so
didn't
we
know.
moving
I
on.
didn't say you were steady going on about nothing. See, this is where we're misunderstood again. I'm just oh, when people have a misunderstanding, personally, I like to try to listen to everything they have to say, and then I hope that they listen to everything I have to say, so that we can get out all of the predetermined notions. So
yeah. It's
I
just a
don't look
matter of
for
perspective
points
at
to
this
jump
point.
in and
That's
say,
all.
"Ha, that's where you were wrong." I'm
No,
trying
it's
to
not about you being
understand where you're
wrong. It's the
coming
fact that it's
from.
just a
And I
perspective
feel like
issue.
as I was speaking,
No,
people are
Yeah.
looking for little points to say,
I
this is where
said
you
when I
fucked up at.
started,
And this is the
this
point.
is
In
what
this context,
I thought then. That's what I started off by saying. So everything I said after that should be no contention because I was just explaining where I was coming from before.
this is the points that triggered me, right?
Because you can explain your side, but I can't say anything about why I said what I said.
Why not?
That's what I'm asking you.
I would
Because
like
when
you
I
to
said
explain,
something,
but
you
I'm
said, well,
waiting
I
for the
don't see why we
explanation and I'm not
rehashing
understanding.
this.
Maybe I'm not understanding the explanation. I'm not the smartest person in the
That's why
world.
we just leave it
Yeah,
alone
yeah.
sometimes.
It's
Because
just it's
But
just
sometimes
a
no,
perspective
we
issue.
don't, because I just feel like then it happens
right
again.
now we just making it worse because we ain't seeing each other. So step back from it, leave it alone for a while. And if you want to come back later, we can.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
I agree.
But right now, it's a mountain, it's a molehill, and it's turning into a mountain. I'm not heated. I'm
I'm
not hyped.
fine. I mean, I just this is all I want to say, right?
Musa,
This is
Tippy
all I want to
Yeah,
Illo.
say. Can I just
I
say
mean
one
we can
thing?
get back to just talking about the revisionist
Can I
history.
just say
That's all.
one
Hey
thing?
T,
I don't like when all it when because this happens to
when
me a
we meet
couple
in
times up
person,
here,
Jay,
right?
I'm gonna throw a biscuit at your head.
I don't
Dead
do the y'all
smack
niggas
between your
down
eyebrows.
south, so I don't really find it productive to do the y'all niggas up north. That's all.
Well, no, brother. It's what it is on both sides. I see it's just a matter of perspective. Like, okay, this guy's like 66 years old. He has a perspective that segregation was going on. You was in the north. Your uncles had a
That's
perspective on
it.
segregation
You
going
listen to
on,
your
and
elders.
But you're
there was
acting
just a
like that
there
we
was
have a
just
different
a
perspective
difference
and
of
we don't.
perspective. That's all it is.
But we don't
I'm
have a
saying you
different
listen to
perspective.
your elder. My
Yeah.
elder was 80 some years old,
But
about three,
Gary,
4 years ago before
but
she died, and she grew up and died down here.
okay,
And
so
I'm
how
trying
is
to
my
tell you,
perspective of desegregation different from yours?
I didn't say it was. I said you coming from a you can't. I can't speak on what segregation was like in the north because I didn't grow up there.
Yeah.
So
But we
therefore, you
can all
can't speak
agree
on
that
segregation
segregation
in
was
this.
bad
You
enough
can
that black
speak
people
on it.
down south and black people up north got together to make it end, right?
Yeah, I mean that's no one wanted. I mean anybody of logic with logic knew that
I'm not
segregation was
saying
bad
one
for
is
black
greater
people.
than the other. It's like
Yeah,
apples and oranges. They
So
both fruits, but they different.
And a lot of it, hey family, a lot of it,
Hey,
a lot of our perspective is based on our experience. And so,
yeah, experience.
that's where the disconnect is coming from. is because we all have a different experience. And even when we share the history from people that have told us about their experience, that's still secondhand, third hand knowledge, right? So we can only speak on our elders that tell us about their experience in that certain region. So I think, I don't want you to feel like you're being beat up on or that it's a big situation, because it's really not. I just wanted to pop in and just say that both sides are absolutely correct from their experience and their perspective, right?
Yeah.
I come from,
you my bookie jaded.
yeah, so you're good. I was raised in California, and so I have an experience from California, which is unique because it's not.
That's the first time when I was in San Diego. That's the first time I ever saw two homeless people fight over a bicycle on what you call on the little tram thing. They was in there going. I was scared. I wasn't but 18, 19 at the time. They had just shipped my butt over there for class, and I called myself. Down in San Diego, they had that mall way out in the back of the yard.
Yeah, and so even and
thinking
so
I'm gonna get back for dog.
yeah, so
didn't happen.
even as a person from California, I was raised in the Bay Area, but a person's experience in Los Angeles is different, right? So a lot of it is just your experience, and that's where a lot of the knowledge that we have, that's the missing part that we still don't quite understand, is that we have information based off of another person's perspective and their experience. Not to say that it's not valid. It's a puzzle piece in the whole spectrum of this puzzle we call life, right? So we're all saying the same thing, but that's where that disconnect comes from, because when a person is speaking about, let's say the Bay Area, and they say something, I'm like, oh no, that's not what we did, then I can become defensive because you're not talking about my experience. And so when you have emotions that's tied to your experience, this is where it becomes very fragile. And so that's what you hear is that pain, as I was listening to Tasha, it's still painful to have experienced that up until just recently. And I know the textbooks that I've read in California, when I was going to school, you are right, Tasha, it was glossed over. Not until I started doing some real digging to find out exactly what that experience was. And even still, I don't know because I didn't live it. So there's a level of sensitivity that I have to have when I'm talking to people that have had that type of experience.
That's why I said I'm going to get my daddy to let me record him, because he's
so it's not over then.
Huh?
Yeah, it's over.
I mean, it's over, bro.
It's
for
over.
those of you that will
Brother Gary Owens, I'm sorry for disrespecting you by any chance saying that you don't, as a 6-year-old, have the understanding of an 18-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old. I apologize,
but if he was that
my
young
brother.
when they died, then he
I'll
was
do
around
my
for the
best
aftermath.
to make sure that my children are abreast of the things that I'm trying to protect them from as a parent too.
Back then it was different. Everybody knew when something went down. Martin Luther King getting shot was an event because it was on everybody TV, on every channel, because they ain't having like 3 of them. But that's besides the point. Remy live for that study that y'all been waiting for. If y'all want to go over there, because I know y'all wanted to see it. Well, that's how we ended up talking about this.
Yeah, I remember when the spaceship Challenger was exploded in 1986, and I was 6 years old. You know what I'm saying? And because I remember back in the day, they would actually take you outside to watch the space shuttles go up.
Yeah, remember when
it actually exploded? I'm from Florida. I seen the explosion with my own eyes. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, people can have their experiences, perspectives, and everything like that. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see your transcript going to tell people to go lay down again. But yeah, he live over there with Todd Noonan. I think Todd Noonan was running behind.
Are you talking about Uda?
Yeah, no, not Uda Remy.
What's the subject matter again?
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. It is Nuanced Science Debunks Out of America Theory with special guest Tar Noonan. I just call him Tar Noonan. He done put up another name since his other channel got took down. I met him as Tar Noonan, and I'm gonna keep calling him Tar Noonan.
Todd Noonan. So what is he? He pro Aboriginal or he's pro out of Africa or whatever? Todd Noonan.
Well, he said he was gonna debunk the Out of America theory. So,
Oh yeah, well that's pretty much. That's anybody who studied history can pretty much see that that's like a new thing. And like I
my
said,
name is Jim West, and I ain't in that mess.
yeah,
I ain't got no dog in that hunt. That way lies disaster. Look, if we ain't got no time machine, we don't know.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, but what I'm hearing now for some people, they're saying that slavery didn't even exist. I'm hearing black people say
That's
that.
what I'm saying. When
Yeah.
you sit up here and entertain certain foolishness, it leads to other certain foolishness.
Yeah, because I mean,
Next
you can
thing you
look
know,
at
the
this.
crab
You can
people
look at
gonna
the
be there.
census, and it'll tell you some of our ancestors said bond servant. You know what I mean? I know I found some bond servants in my family. You feel me?
Don't you hate when you eating and you trying to open your phone? Jada must have went to Remy's.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with my green screen. I think it's because I'm using my Chrome laptop.
Oh, well, the
I told you,
Chrome is
just
not
go
really a
with it and call
computer.
yourself Melanin Green Tea.
I think that's why, because I have a yeah, what
Don't
is,
tell me you have a Chromebook, baby.
Yeah,
it
Chromes ain't got no
is. It's a
processing
Chrome.
power.
Yeah, you barely hanging on.
It's a
Yeah.
Chromebook laptop that I have that I don't really
A
work on a
Chromebook
lot.
is a Chromebook is a Chromebook. You ain't got no permissions, baby.
Yeah, that's not a computer.
No,
That's a
I'm
web
aware.
browser.
Look, I'm
That's a
aware
big
of it.
ass tablet.
I
Yeah.
am absolutely aware of it. That's why I have a computer. But this is something,
Yeah,
huh?
a computer is way different than a Chromebook.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's why I have the green screen when I come on when I come on with you guys. So I apologize if the green is
Well,
pungent.
Gary, you gonna come up here for an interview one day. I'm gonna have to quit saying that because I got like 3 on the books already. It ain't usually this busy over here. Craig say he just joking. He can't even get on.
Oh,
We
yeah.
gonna get you fixed, Craig.
No,
We gonna get
no
you fixed.
worries, Craig. Even when I try not to stand out, I do.
Should we have a round of kumbaya, my lord, before we continue?
Go for it. I think we're good.
Mm-hmm. I
You
think
know,
Jada went to Wendy's, so
it's
yeah.
a great thing when we can have conversation and not be so heated in our emotions,
Yeah.
to be able to step back
Yeah.
and say, okay, I see I'm not getting my cross. All right, we can just drop it. I mean, sometimes it's best to just not continue to try to push your
Just let it go.
perspective. Yeah.
Don't force.
Yeah, that's okay. My grandmother used to always say, just keep living, and you may just come around to my viewpoint. So,
Yeah, I remember I met a Moorish woman or a chick. She was in the Moorish community. She was from LA,
You
and
forever mean some chick prime.
no, I mean a lot because like back in the day, what we would
Don't
do.
tell me
No,
you
I'm
ran
saying
around
back.
here so.
Okay, let me explain. Back in the day, I had a
I'm just
friend,
playing with you.
and what they would do back in the day, everybody get on the phone like if you were studying like the Moorish law or whatever. So they have like these phone things, and we would all get on the phone. So every day you meeting a new Moor from LA, Louisiana, because it's like a little thing where everybody they get on the phone and start studying, reading books together. You know what I'm saying? So it was an online community. You know what I'm saying? And we stayed in contact with each other.
Hold on, Craig say he need his theme music. Keep going, I gotta find it.
Yeah, so like, you know, her experience as far as racism in California was crazy because, like, you know, she's told me how they had the cops take her out in the woods and they rolled the window up and turned the AC on high and tried to choke her to death. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, people, yeah, like you said, it's people's pain will start speaking when you start touching on certain subjects. You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
they people have their own perspectives about uh, their own experiences and everything. So, you know, in those cases, you know, there is a perspective issue, an experience issue, like you said.
Yeah. And even my experience is pretty unique because though it was something that was around, I didn't recognize it. And I didn't recognize it more so because um, we didn't talk much about differences. Like we knew we were different. My mother made sure, my grandfather made sure to educate us about our history and those different things. But we weren't in that mindset only until we got older, meaning like high school. That's when it became like the light bulb went on, you know. And looking back on it, I do see little subtleties. California is just a different type of racism or discrimination. It's totally different. Like you said, with the young lady that you were speaking with, those are the
Yeah,
type
the
of,
cops they actually brought
yeah,
Southerners to become the LAPD, and that's a
yeah,
fact.
yeah.
Yeah,
Those are subtleties, and I've heard those, you know, those type of um, ways of expressing racism, but it definitely was not. It wasn't obvious to me. Um, it became obvious, like I said, once I started to traverse the areas and look at different cities and how, you know, you had more suburbia areas, and that's when it became clear that there was a form of segregation happening. But again, it was not. It didn't compute to me until I got into high school.
Mm-hmm.
But someone that's from the South, that's what they grew up on,
But
you know.
my grandma
So
used to tell me when I answer the phone, "Oh, you can't answer the phone like that for them white folk." Like, what make them white folk different from us? I used to get mad. I ain't finna sit up here and be special for these motherfuckers. I don't know this bitch, but that's just me. I used to get mad for her.
yeah. My family went to a black historical church in Florida where a lot of elite Negroes attended, and
mhm,
Mm-hmm.
it was uh it was a lady named Miss Kinsey. They have a school named after her husband, named UB Kinsey, and she called and she was like the princess of the church or whatever. She was older or whatever, the queen of the church, and she wanted you to talk to her a certain way. So if you said the word yeah, she actually told my mom and told my mom that I should get a whipping for saying yeah to her on the
mhm,
phone.
mhm.
Yeah, I mean, and back like that's how a lot of like those black bourgeoisie, that's the kind of stuff that they went through in the South too, to try to make them different. You know what I mean? Than the regular blacks. So there's a
Mm-hmm.
grooming with there's a grooming and racism within black society too.
Oh
You
You
yeah,
gotta
know?
make
Yeah.
it. I
oh
ain't gotta be like you no more, Leonard.
Yeah.
yeah. My
Oh wait,
my
wait,
mother.
wait.
They
Craig
actually
had.
had a thing called the black. Oh, they had a thing called the High Yellow Society in the South,
Mhm.
where like the men
The
had
black debutante ball.
yeah, the High Yellow Society. It's a real thing.
Yeah, my mother raised us where we couldn't answer her saying what, and I never understood why that was an issue. I never got it until I started to do some digging and uncover what you just stated. You're talking about different classes. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and even when my mother heard a child say what when someone calls them,
Ooh,
it's
they
like,
can't stand that.
yeah, it's like she flinches, like, and you know, and for me, it's just like, it's not a big deal. But,
They used to get their ass beat behind that shit. You know
right.
how many times I got knocked in the head? What you say?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
when she
yeah,
called, you had to say yes.
Yes, that's my mother. That was my mother. My mother
yeah.
does not, to this day, you have to say yes.
I had to answer the phone. Such and such residence. How may I help you?
Yeah.
Wow.
So since Craig requested this music, even though it ain't really meant to just be played, so y'all pick somebody I gotta drag real quick. Like I got one. Y'all too slow. Here we go. Young Pharaoh. Young Spinner. Young abductee. Tomas Peace. I sketch. I still love you. Young refrigerator magnet. Or whatever. Boy, if you don't go sit your ass down somewhere. Were you the little spoon or the big spoon? Because you said that alien molested you, but we don't know whether it had normal human parts or something different. So you have inquiring minds want to know. I'm asking for some friends. Were you or were you not the little spoon? Because I had heard that somewhere. Boy, somebody need to beat your natural black ass. How the hell you gonna start up 30 LLCs, Negro? You ain't got but one body, and your baby mama done left you because you acting erratic. I didn't hear that part, beautiful. See, Craig just want to hear the music to hit. This is for special occasions and bar mitzvahs and shit. My bad. Beautiful. I did not see that, but I would not be surprised if it were true. Tasha K, you was the face of the black nation. When young Pharaoh said, you know I've been abducted, right? And she said, what? That look on her face was the look on a million YouTubers' face. For a split second, light skin and dark skin united over the simple fact, has this Negro lost his natural daggone mind? All right, Tomas. So I want to know, I'm asking for some friends. Were you the little spoon or the big spoon? Because didn't we do a poll the other day? We can do one today, though.
I got a question.
Okay, let me grab off the drag music. What's up?
Thomas, you bring up something I was thinking about earlier about this whole thing of receipts. I think it's really interesting that there are receipts that people use conveniently, but we never get the receipts about the conversations that they had with people. Because that's a big missing receipt. that plugs in, that connects to the physical receipts like text messages and all this other kind of stuff that they have. And as I've been listening to how deep this hole goes, that's the part that's always missing. No, most of them won't tell you exactly what they said over the phone. Not that they can even really remember that, but they never give you the conversation that happened over the phone. They just pull the text messages or whatever other quote unquote receipts that they have. And I think that's where some of this confusion is coming from, because we're missing so much.
Craig, get them. You got too many aliens on the screen, dude. I can't. Yo, I just put the poll up. It's gonna be at the top of the chat. Hey, Niqua.
Did you get a chance to traverse through what was posted, what the sleepover was last night on the other channel?
I had to work.
I think we all agreed it was too many commercials.
Yeah.
Okay, we are neck and neck between Little Spoon.
Well, I'm happy that he's gonna
and something alienish.
I'm happy that he's gonna chop it up and clip it up so people don't have to endure all of that.
First clip. Well, not from last. Oh, he gonna chop it up because I wouldn't do that. Ooh, Jesus. No, baby. It's too much.
It left me curious of how is what are we calling him now? How is Bay able to survive in the area that he's in if indeed he did try to get over on the person that he connected with Polite?
The same way people get away with shit every day, they lie.
Think about it, as long as he can keep it entertaining, people gonna come.
Yeah. And that's what we have to stop. The entertainment of the fuckery. Excuse me.
I mean, when I was fed up with Sinetta years ago and his stuff, like all that division, I just turned them off.
I don't see how y'all sat up there and listened to that man for hours and hours and hours. Girl! In the actual video itself, commercials, them was infomercials.
The slowdown and the voice change, that's kind of like, okay, man, you know what I mean? You're doing a little too much.
Yeah, Tomas, I get that, but I still say there's a missing link to that. Because if this person is now aware that you tried to get over on them, the level of trust that they're going to have for you with you is slim to none.
I told you Inky was going to torture. I told y'all that when he first came on. I'm not finna sit up here and wait for it. Look, I don't even wait. I wait for a series to be over. I wait for day to day, from episode to episode. That should tell you how serious I really am. Hey, QI. Hello.
Hey. Sorry, my mic was muted. I was coming up to give you a synopsis because I pretty much sat through a lot of it, and some.
Lord, we need a hero.
I was laying down. You know, I put it on the TV.
Tomas and Selima, because they was too tired to give me the full rundown.
It was hard though. I put it on the TV, and even though I was in and out of consciousness, I tried to stick with it. You know how you go
I fell
in and
asleep
out of
on it.
consciousness.
You know how to
I
consciousness.
fell asleep on it too.
I think Sister Nandi was
I think,
on at the same time. I watched more of her stuff than that.
man, I think you could have used a better set of words than that.
That's what it was. You know, you laying up in the bed. It was like, okay, I'm gonna get this. So I put it on, you know, like sometimes I be in your
I
life and
can't
I put it on
stand
the
you
TV.
right now.
You know, I put it on the TV and stuff where I'm paying attention, you know, like where I'm paying attention or something. But that was so long, it was just like, you know, and then I, you know, I like Inky, I do, because he's funny and all that stuff. But sometimes, you know, like he'll go a little long. You know what I'm saying? He'll
Hey, look at me.
overly
It was
explain.
so long, he fell asleep on his own life.
Yeah, he'll overly explain. You know, he be explaining like he explaining to
This,
you.
the slumber party last night over at Inky's Nequel.
But pretty much it was like this. You know, he most of the clips.
Go ahead.
Most of the clips that he was showing, you know, basically proved how you know, Taharka has always been working behind the scenes with Polite.
Angie, hold on, QI. Inky left Queen's Throne in the car last night with no keys, and the door is locked, and the child safety lock on.
And she was lit,
pulled out the
though.
boa constrictor, like, look at the state, baby. We gonna keep this going.
She
Look
was
at
lit.
my baby.
She was
Look at
lit,
my
and
boo.
she had started getting all over the place. I was like,
Oh yeah,
Lord.
Queen's Throne was yeah, she was lit.
You can tell when Inky sat up, when he was folded over. I said, Lord, look at him.
And then
fell out. She must have fell out for Inky because she wasn't up there.
Suave just disappeared. It was like you look
Queen's
at
Throne
Suave,
do the 12-hour live streams though, so you know she know how to keep that energy up. Inky said, he said, we gonna do this. Sweet Ma had her little hooded pajamas on. What was it?
The rabbit ear
or Eeyore.
Yeah, bunny thing or something.
I don't know.
Yeah, but Queen's Throne was actually, she was the one that actually had me entertained when I did watch it. So she was drunk and tripping. She was like, yo, Inky a king. He's a king. You know, y'all hating on Inky. You know what I mean? Like,
I paid attention to the details though.
Take her out. Excuse me. Oh, so you took naps during the intermissions.
It was like I said, Inky over explain, like he explains like he's explaining to 5-year-olds. He's used to dealing with his children, and you know, some people, like for some people, you know, like, you know, we get bored fast. You know, you gotta go. You just tell us, and we out. You know what I'm saying? But
my ADHD, I rather right. Go ahead and let you go play through while I'm doing something else, and then I come back and watch it later.
I got ADHD too, and so I get
mad, and I be like, "Fuck this shit! God damn it! Just get to the point."
Yeah, come on now, stop playing.
Ain't nothing against the information or nothing. That's just how my mind works. I've been watching shit, man. I can't. I stopped watching the whole series when I figured out it wasn't done yet, and waited till it was done. That should tell you how serious.
But like
that Queen's Throne, like you said, like DJ Craig said, yeah, she was like, get to the point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you know, for people with ADHD, you know, it's just like, you know,
it's torture, man. I knew he was gonna torture Sonette and them, but I didn't know he was gonna torture us. You talking about I was torturing him. I was just waiting on my guest. And the baby, with y'all would have sent enough positive energy, family, in the first place. Positive sleepy energy, because somebody sent that baby some donuts or something, some positive donuts or something, because that baby would not go to sleep.
Yeah, but pretty much it was like he slaughtered Taharka because he basically clip by clip he was showing how Taharka has always had a behind the scenes relationship with Polite. And also it showed where
he got a behind the scenes relationship with everybody.
Right.
He a snake, but he a little garden snake.
He a dummy.
He a little garden snake.
Yeah, he want to be slick, but he ain't smart enough, and you know, and his slickness get him caught up. You know, it's like get him caught up. But at any rate, right now, you know, it's very evident that, you know, Polite is pretty much paying him to run deflection. because what Polite is trying to do is he doesn't want to be associated. He's trying to remove the association with Dr. York and the
Hold on one second, QI. Is anybody else having audio issues? If not, Tomas, you might need to refresh your device or reposition your earbud or something.
Yeah, because Polite is basically either paying Taharka,
But he's such a fanboy, he doing it for free.
He probably is, for little or nothing.
Because Polite ain't got little or nothing right now.
Well,
While he pulling out them old clothes and old shoes.
Well, I believe that Polite
walking around looking like a lonely highlight.
But my belief
one yellow highlighter that's
my belief is that Polite is being funded by the Nubians. That's my belief.
Look, you was here for the mic interview, right? Well, yeah, you was here for the mic interview because you went off the rail.
I was trying to
bag you out.
I was trying to warm him up a little bit,
No, you wasn't, girl.
Yeah,
you was trying to forcefully drag him over to your channel in the middle of my interview.
I didn't mean no harm. Because I wanted some info out of him. I wanted some deep info. I wanted.
Yeah, but see, that wasn't what he was here for.
I know.
You have to ask.
I went on
as the interview tailored to an end.
Yeah.
And the interviewee is cool and calm and stuff. But
I went on.
You can't just drag him out the seat. Hey, you don't see Barbara Walters going on Oprah set, dragging her guest off in the middle of the interview. You gonna come talk to me now?
Blame it on the ADHD. I just needed
That's
to
why
know.
I put your butt on mute. And that's how I knew it was ADHD, because when I put you on mute, you asked, who was that up here? Prime. You asked Prime to ask the question.
No, that was Uda. I think Uda.
Oh, yeah, Uda. No, that was Uda. And then Uda talking about what's going on? I said, girl, stop. I know you got ADHD because you can't even, you steady asking in the chat. I'll amuse you to stop it.
I
thought you was a little tipsy, to tell you the truth.
Nah. I was trying my best to contain.
She got excited.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, I'm like a puppy that get excited, but I've been to training. She ain't been to training yet.
Nah. I was, and then
I'm gonna remember myself in a minute.
I was
but
like,
she gonna keep going. We didn't have time for that rabbit hole. We was promised 2 hours.
Yeah,
we got 3.5, thank goodness, but we was only promised 1.5 to 2.
Yeah.
Y'all either sent that delayed, sleepy, positive energy, or somebody slipped that baby some sugar.
But like I there's some type of funding coming somewhere. I believe somewhere, because we have to remember these people are still trying to free York. And like I said, I had a little run-in with them too, and I know how they were basically trying to use the Aboriginal little movement or whatever, and I'm not Aboriginal. I have to make sure I first clarify that I don't go under that when I realize.
But I saw in the chat somewhere you said that the Nubians tried to kidnap you. You almost got took in by Black Chief Thunderbird.
Right, they were trying, because you remember that was one of their tactics for trying to free him too, to come.
No, I ain't gonna name no names, but somebody else told me they had found somebody and they was finna get some papers. So they showed me the sign, right? It was this sign, and it looked like a government sign, but it ain't no government sign. Because when you look up, because when you go on preserves and stuff, they had them signs up with the treaty code or whatever for the preserve or the national monument or whatever it is. So I looked the code up on the damn thing, on the damn sign. Girl, that thing faker than a damn $3 bill. So then when I looked it up though, I saw this thing and I clicked on it. It was a whole website. Click on the pamphlet, Black Chief Thunderbird. I said, well, I heard that shit. Then I saw Yamasi try. I said, oh, that's York.
Yep. And see, they out here trying to infiltrate real tribes as well. They out here harassing real tribes as well. So,
they don't care. They crazy.
Right. They crazy. They serious. They do a lot. And that's what, that's
one of them came up under my comments talking about Chuck Morgan this and Chuck Morgan that. I said, well, you can come up and you and Chuck Morgan can talk and y'all can settle this about him and his dishonest practices and his misinformation. And I ain't heard back from him since.
You not, because they just be there to run interference.
Girl, I know. That's why I tell them shit like that, so they'll leave me alone. I ain't finna argue back and forth.
You must not have been over there when I went in and Lulu University.
Yeah. I see you going in all the time. I know, like I know,
But
and I
no, I
understand.
got him good.
Have you
I'm
ever
gonna use
heard
that
of
one again.
Chief Chief Naya Shabu El?
I done heard of that, but I don't know that
Yeah, he
much
a
about him.
Nuwapian. He a
Well,
Nuwapian.
that's one of my that's one.
And they got a billboard in Atlanta on the freeway.
How you gonna be a Moor and a Indian?
Well, I think,
Girl,
but I think that's exactly what Tahaka's doing. I think that he's using the Moor as a
look,
cover.
let me put it to you this way. If Tahaka Bay came out with a headdress on Tuesday, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that's what I think he's doing.
Well, Tahark is just a hustler. Tahark is a con artist hustler that really wants money and power. And he will go anywhere, kiss anybody's butt for that money and the power. He wants to be a leader. He wants to be a cult leader. He's looking for power because he feels he can manipulate people to get what he wants and to have his little army and all that kind of stuff. And he's looking for money. And so
But
a
lot of the Nuwapians got money.
But if you look at it, that's exactly what they have done. They've created their own little sects under the guise of whatever, right? The Nuwapians that's how they've been able to blend in. So I think it's both. I think he is doing exactly what you're saying, but I also think that he is associated with the Nuwapians in a way that he's not going to show his hand just yet.
Yeah.
Because they never show their hand. They could be in your chat as a Nuwapian and they would never let you know. Just like they were. Like with
you have to spot them. You have to spot them and tease them out. You can't.
They start asking you certain questions, or it be certain language that you should look out for. Because just like we were doing the Indian history and stuff like that, it's like they're trying to push polygamy. They were trying to convince me that we were Moors, and then they're also Hebrews. Never forget, we think that Moors. We think that these Nuwabians are just Moors. They're also Hebrews. They're also
and Indians and cowboys.
I ran into a guy that claimed to be a Hebrew, but he was actually a Nuwapian in disguise, though. He was actually an undercover Nuwapian.
Look, here's how it go. York went to jail. They scattered, but some of them scattered in groups, and each different group done formed their own freaking faction. And now they done heard the fearful leader's voice from jail for the first time in years and years and years. And the second little fearful leader is up on sexual assault charges. What do you want now?
They're grooming that third one.
You need to take your shower and wash your hair and then put some of that shea butter leave-in conditioner in there.
They're grooming the third one, which is Taharka, but he ain't gonna work because he too stupid.
Nah, he ain't no leader. No, I'm gonna tell you the thing about it. The thing about the Nuwapians, they actually teach each other how to get into business. Like when I used to listen to Don Nicoleon, she's a Nuwapian, and she's very good at teaching others how to get into business, and so a lot of they have a lot of money within their cult. You know what I'm saying?
They do, and that's why they're funding people to do what they need them to do. Like Polite's whole job was to help them. They needed see, as long as Dr. York needs to feed his narcissistic supply. And that's what Polite is, because as long as Polite is on the street,
he can use Polite to do what he can't do right now because he locked up. But Polite been off his approved readers list.
Well, like
that's why I say unless the attorney passing notes, because his list is like all his legal team.
But see, it's just like this. You don't like they like you'll never know. Like when they're really working with somebody, they will never let you know that they're working with anybody because they're just that slick. You know what I'm saying? So they're not going to tell you they're Nuwabians. They're not going to tell you that it's like the real.
You can tell by the way they talk. If you ask them a question, they always answer a certain way. They won't give you a straight answer, and they always got to beat around the bush, and it's always something like off the wall and shit. So you can tell.
You ask them, did the sun come up today? They say yes, the sun came up today. And the god Tanum, whatever, Yanin or whatever, they'll over explain whatever is simple. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And you be sitting up there, answer that should have took a minute and a half. You be sitting there 15 minutes later, like, damn, why I got this motherfucker store.
And just like you have to consider that they are technically the biggest black terrorists out here, and the government has never stopped investigating them.
Never ever, never ever,
never ever. So, you know, whereas Polite is trying to disconnect himself, you know, from the Nuwabians for that purpose, because that can make his case even bigger. It's way too late.
Yeah, we saw that, beautiful Sands.
It's way too late for Polite. It's over, because he's thinking that, you know, these people have not been watching the internet for, you know, like way before his case even appeared. You know, they had been watching Polite and all these people. And see, Taharka's so dumb, he's gonna end up being in prison if Big Wolf don't get him.
Somebody gonna get him.
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep playing both sides against the middle. Excuse me.
Right. Because Sinetta snitched that he tried to, like, a phone call or something where, you know, he and Polite, when Polite was in Baltimore, you know how he tells everybody he had to get the money back from Polite, where the truth be told, Taharka, you know, was involved, you know, in trying to help Polite scam this gang banger, and allegedly this gangbanger is a Blood, and you know Bloods are everywhere.
Send it to my email.
Huh?
I was talking to beautiful. Send it to my email.
And so, you know, Big Wolf, you know, so Big Wolf has long reach, and therefore, you know, like you know, that's why Taharka had to, you know, pressure Polite into giving back the money, and that's why Polite gave back the money, because, and that's why Sinetta, it also showed a phone call where Sinetta, you know, Taharka tried to call Sinetta and was trying to talk about Big Wolf, and Sinetta was like, I don't know what you were talking about. You know, Sinetta ain't no fool. He was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't got no involvement in this, because he already knew, you know, Taharka was trying to get people killed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't fully buy that either. I mean,
what
at
you
this
mean to say that?
Yeah, I don't buy that Sinetta removed himself out of it. He may not have been one of the persons that was connected to finder's fee, but I don't buy that Sinetta just went past or gave up the opportunity to get money. At this point in time, for me, this is just me, everybody is suspect. Everybody.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You know?
And what they showed me,
you still here.
And what they showed me is they've always done what they call it, moves. What do they call it when they're on the streets, when you moves or whatever? They've always made moves together. You know, like Polite, Taharka, and all of them. But the only thing is they found that they couldn't make too many moves with Taharka.
Hold on, QI. Remember that video where they had Izzy saying everything you say is questionable? Who was that? What video was that on? Because it was on a couple of videos. Whose channel was that on? Because somebody used to play it all the damn time. You can keep going. I'm gonna put myself on mute for a second. I gotta take care of something. I'll be right back.
But Taharka, you know, because Taharka
Crime in charge.
Taharka is wild, and
I got you.
Because he's not smart. You know, Taharka's he's not smart at all. You know, I don't even know what Lord, he's a ticking time bomb. But you know, they found that they couldn't really work with Taharka, and I think that's why Taharka was clapping at both of them, because, you know, they were basically pushing him out of the loop. So, you know, and Taharka right now at this point falls right into Polite's hands, because Polite needed an easy dummy. So, you know, Taharka is an easy dummy to run his narratives, because, you know, like Polite said, you know, on one of the interviews, Polite was like, it's a matter of convincing the world to believe what you believe. So Polite, just like Dr. York, thinks that, you know, you can convince the world to believe what you believe. So they're out here trying to infiltrate, you know, society, Black society. Because, you know, when you look at it, York has put his hands, I believe York would have joined NAACP if it was a lot of Black folks involved in that. Anything that a lot of Black folks start to follow, or, you know, you get a great number of Black people who are, you know, being involved in something, here comes York. That's why he tried to bounce back to Christianity after dogging it. So, you know, when you start looking at that kind of stuff, it's like York basically had found this little system or whatever to be able to infiltrate Black folks, because just like, you know, he was a Mason, but you know, he had his own form of Masonry. He was a Moor, but he created his own Circle 7 with the approval of, I think they said, Temple 13 or Temple 16, something like that. And I think that that's out of New Jersey. I'm not 100% sure. So, you know, and then you have to look at how, like, you had what, Al Sharpton, you had R. Kelly, you got Bambaataa, you got Music Soul Child, you got, you know, most of those Black conscious rappers from the 80s that were all, you know, pretty much involved in, you know, or involved or connected in some kind of way with York. So York was highly manipulative, just like a lot of people are talking about his children. One of the things you got to realize about his children is you got 200 children, and all of his children were basically programmed to consistently try to seek the approval of their father. So, you know, they're around here, everybody want to seek the approval of their father, and they knew that their father had access to large sums of money and material things. So, you know, they were all looking at inheriting those things. So, you know, it's when you start really looking at the whole system and everything, it's very deep, and that's what a lot of people are missing. They're missing how deep this goes, and that's why I said, you know, what Polite doing, what he's doing, is way too late for that. And they never.
Yeah, I mean, what's really going on is, like, when you study history, you look at Alexander, when he died, that kingdom broke up into four. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening now is that you have a situation where the top conscious person is null and void at this point. You know what I mean? So there's a jockeying for power. And another thing is, what has happened is, with him being exposed as a pedophile or an alleged pedophile, a person is charged with pedophilia or, you know, mess with underage children. The problem is with that is that it also opens up, like, what it was, his influence is Nawapianism. So being that the Black conscious community really like, you look at a lot of these guys, they have a Nawapian background. And so now all of those people now, they are exposed. I see the whole Nawapian thing is exposed. So if you have a teacher that's Nawapian or ex-Nawapian, that's a problem. And so now what they're trying to do, let me say this. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to save face, and they're trying to find a way to get back in the underbelly of power.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? In
Keep
some
their
kind of
power,
form of fashion. Yeah.
Disassociate, you know, find a way to disassociate and keep their power, because Ankh is a Nuwabian, Kansu from the Dagger Squad is Nuwabian. They're everywhere. Like, when I be telling people they're everywhere, I really mean that they're everywhere, because I never would assume, you know, in my wildest dreams, that they would be trying to infiltrate, you know, an Indian movement. And not just infiltrate an online Indian movement. These people were actually going around harassing real tribes and stuff like that.
I'm gonna say this: they're more proficient at that knowledge than anybody I know. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. Like, the guy Chief Nayan Shabuel, he as far as any more I have ever met, anybody practicing sovereignty or whatever, the guy knew what he was doing.
Well,
and the thing is with that is, they see, the problem is with that is, like, a lot of people that's out here in certain fields, they don't do as deep diving studies as Nawapians do. You know what I'm saying?
They don't have the time, really.
Yeah.
You know, you got a lot of people with a lot of time, and all they have the time to do is research. Just like no individual person. Here's the thing. Let me just nip this sovereignty thing in the bud. No individual can be sovereign. Only a recognized government can. And see, the Nawapians also think that they can create a government. You cannot create a new government. A government has to be documented, or a tribe, or it has to be documented in history. And see, that's why.
But that's not how they go about it, though. They go about it through the drips, the rights of indigenous people.
But they can't, though. They're trying to do that. I know about ADRIP, They can't though, because like I said, and this is why they didn't like me, because I broke it down. You cannot be a sovereign person.
No. I mean, see, the thing is, that's like when Obama signed on to the rights of indigenous
Right,
people,
July
it gave
2017.
anybody who had lost their nationality a right to claim that nationality. So
Yeah,
when
you
a
can
lot of
identify, but you're still not a sovereign person.
no, that's not what they're going for. It's, you got, like, the thing is, the document itself, like as far as right to have your property and things of that nature. That's
But
what, see,
you
they
still
use
have
that. They
to,
don't use the word sovereignty when they in the, like when they're doing that. They don't use the word sovereignty. So that's
yeah,
like,
but
that's an
you
old
still
school
have to,
1990s type of thing. That's kind
right.
of past. Yeah.
But you still have to be your tribe. My tribes are documented throughout history. You
Mm-hmm.
still have to be documented throughout history in America. I mean, the continent of America, in order to have, these indigenous American rights. You can't be an indigenous African and then come over to America and try to claim any type of indigenous rights. And that's the other thing. They're trying to twist in this Moor and twist in this Hebrew thing, and that doesn't fit America. Indigenous Americans, because Indians were not religious, Indians were spiritual. And everybody knows when you look up the word Moor, it's going to tell you that they're indigenous to North Africa. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, they
Trust
like,
me, they got magic for all of that. I can break that down too. Even how they even said that there was a pharaoh that gave them the right to even colonize the Western Hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's the Eastern Hemisphere. So
they're actually using the word colonized.
no, the thing is, see, I mean, I don't want to go into their whole little thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not
Please
practicing that
don't.
myself. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
we don't. You know,
Yeah,
we
I'm not
don't do
going
that
into that.
over
But what
here.
I'm saying is the fact that, like, a lot of arguments that can be made, you gotta understand, like, if like what you're saying, if somebody go and talk to one of them, they got a way of dispelling everything that you just said. You know what I'm saying?
But
So
not for
there's a
those who know.
It
technology.
doesn't matter what you
Yeah,
come up with; they gonna come up with something to
yeah.
counteract.
There's a
Right, but
technology
see,
It
to that
doesn't
whole
matter if
thing.
you
Yeah,
come in with facts; they
yeah,
just gonna worry you to death.
yeah.
right, but for those who know, like, you can't fool the government. You know what I'm saying? For those who know, you can't fool them, and that's what I'm saying. What they're trying, it might work on us, the people who lack
But
knowledge.
that's who they ready to fool, so they can get
Right,
their
But that's
money.
who, right? And I think that's the part that we have to understand. We're talking about a new philosophy that they have.
Yeah,
So
they got a whole new
they're
philosophy.
not
Yeah.
striving to overtake the government per se as they once were. This
They
is a
just want to do
whole
what
nother,
they want to do and don't want to be bothered.
right.
How
This
they
is a
do it.
whole nother faction all in and of itself. So, when you think about somebody that was the leader and they had 200 children, they're not
Mm.
concerned at this time and place. We're not concerned with one leader. That was a paradigm for the 50s and the 60s.
right.
We have evolved to where we're not looking for one leader. So if you have 200 children, do
You
you
got
understand
200
how much
positions.
do you understand how much leadership and power that is obtained through those 200 children? Okay, let's just say all of
Along.
them. So they're not striving for sovereignty as we define sovereignty in the 50s and the 60s. You are
Exactly.
sovereign within your own sector that you create. So
Right,
that's the reason why they are going under the guise of the Moors, of the Christians, because they're just looking for sovereignty amongst them, amongst the court that they have created. It's no longer about Trump and the government. If that was the case, then they would have been got York out,
Oh
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
so they know and
and they know that
understand they
numbers
can't
count,
trump the government.
and they know that numbers count as well. Like, like, if you got numbers, then you got power. Like, if you got a bunch of
But the
numbers.
first thing a cult does when it comes into an area is it'll put itself out in the help positions. Like all of a sudden you got all these people voting, but they voting for a certain politician.
Right,
So then they get, not special privileges, but they might get to talk to the person or whatnot, or they might get special concessions, because they're such a good supporter and stuff like that. And it keeps going on, and it's a snowball effect.
Right. And then, you know, like they have enough people and enough money, because when you look at people, you're looking at money. So they have enough people and enough money to fund certain things. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, they're funding Taharka. They were funding Polite. You know, they were funding Polite. So, you know, like it's like they're an organized system of terrorists and you know, the government has been well aware, and when they're investigating organizations like such, you know, we think that, you know, okay, just like with the Polite case, you know, they're gonna, or even R. Kelly, they're gonna try to get more information, more leads to lead on to the next, because they know it's bigger. Because, well, let me say this. Imagine you being a part of the Georgia sheriff. You know, he stated that he was highly confused. You know, you come to a place with pyramids, you come to a place and they're talking to you with all of this crazy language. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, this is not something that they can easily investigate or easily work through, you know, because, you know, it's larger than, you know, what they, you know, it's larger and crazier than what they can even imagine. It got a little big too fast. It went under the radar too fast.
That's because they moved. They was already big, and he moved them to Georgia.
And they're also big players in the music industry.
Yeah, what you gotta understand about them, like they're master chameleons, and like right now, it's not cool to be a certified member. You know what I mean? And so, like, what has happened is they have scattered into different sectors of like the conscious community. Like some of them want to start like small Hebrew organizations.
Some of them bold, and some of them
some of them bold, but what they're doing now is they're taking on different
they trying to infiltrate every sector.
They infiltrate it.
But I told you, it's
kind of like the Jesuit conspiracy.
It's a whole bunch of infighting. So instead of them all trying to fight over the same thing, they each like kind of just drifted into different sectors.
Different sales, different sales of folks out here doing a whole lot.
We also have to understand that it's not just unique to the quote unquote Black community and the music industry. The thing is way more expanded. They're in politics as well. They're everywhere. Mm-hmm. So this is the part that we have to make sure that we are aware that it's not just strictly to these two communities. And when you have, and they're no different than any other quote unquote terrorist group or cult. It's the same thing. You know, you're really trying to scatter yourself as much as you can to have as much influence as you possibly can, so that it's ready to dissuade your way. Right. So they're in politics, they're in sports, they're everywhere. Just like any other
society now. It's taking on a form of a secret society like Mason.
Right.
You know what I mean, everybody's not flagging and showing off their, you know, they're like a lot of lower level Masons be the ones showing all their rings and symbols and stuff like that. The ones that's higher up, you know, you got to know that's what they're doing. You know, and you don't see lawyers and doctors showing their rings.
Hey, Remy.
They're affiliated with a lot of supremacist groups. They got contracts and different things with a lot of supremacist groups, as well as, I'm talking about of another race, as well as, like, you wouldn't believe that there are a lot of people outside the race that are involved in the Nuwaubians. People would think it's just a Black organization. It is not.
Yeah, we showed pictures of the white Nuwaubian lady and the white Nuwaubian dude earlier.
What was his name?
Of course,
Hakeem Bey. Was it Hakeem Bey? Not Hakeem Bey.
I don't think so.
Well, I forgot dude's name. I used to talk about him all the time, but he himself was married to a white lady, and he's all
this was a white man.
Yeah, white man and white lady. It's and he's all down there in the Caribbean island now, and they're associated with the Rastas down there. So it's like, you know, so it's like they're everywhere and they infiltrate everything, and that's the thing that people need to know. You're sitting here and you thinking like
that's what cults do.
Right.
Well, that's how you survive, is you have to adapt, right? So we're only talking about science. Like though we're talking about a subgroup of people, we're talking about science. In order for you to live on, you have to learn how to adapt to your environment. That means
Look,
it's
they
not
have
going to
the
look
same mentality. They just changed the outfit.
right.
Same thing yours did.
Yeah. So they're just trying to survive. So yeah, there's going to be people that are less melanated than us that are Nubian as well. That is the only way that they can survive. So it's not surprising to me. Now, it could be surprising to some people who only keep themselves in the sector of the Black community, which I don't know why one would do that, but there are some people that do that. But if you have a larger scope and understand the dichotomies of this world, there's no way that they can only just be infiltrating the Black community. It's just not even possible.
Right. And up until now, and we can pat ourselves on the back for our committee. A lot of people are just now gaining knowledge of the Nubians. There were a lot of people that was running through the conscious community and everything that really had no clue of the Nubians and their past history. As well, there's another thing. Most of the Black conscious propaganda has came by way of the Nubians.
Don't let folk fool you. Talking about you don't know. See Moo in there right now. He said many white people was on that lane.
Mm-hmm. Asians and everything, because York got some different race of some of his children are not Black as well.
Right. We're talking about survival. Like that's the whole thing. You have to spread yourselves across lands and borders to survive. Especially, and that to me is the in all of this is we have to also understand that what we're dealing with within our community is not unique to our community. Other people are dealing with the exact same thing. So we're talking about Nubians because it's something that the Black community is being addressed with at this moment in time by way of polite. But I'm sure there's others having the same conversations in other ethnic groups.
And the root of what
so this is not U.S.
The root of what we're fighting, because a lot of people get locked up in jail. A lot of people have gotten killed, killed. And we're looking at the sexual deviancy. We're looking at all of the negative things that are spread, by way of this cult. And I'm even wondering now if I want to start researching to see if Yahweh Ben Yahweh had any ties at all in any manner with York.
Yeah, I think Chuck said they didn't.
Well, you never know. You just got to keep, because you keep researching, because you wouldn't know a lot of these people had Jay-Z. Jay-Z has a connection. That's why I said they're very heavily infiltrated in the music industry.
I mean, also in the like what exotic dancers. A lot of them are into that. Like if you
Both
notice,
Chuck Morgan and Khalil Almani said that Yahweh Ben Yahweh and York didn't have anything to do with each other.
Yeah.
And Khalil Almani's from the Yahweh Ben Yahweh camp.
Yeah, I got you. But what I want to know is, like,
you can't attach all these people together.
I know.
Do nasty shit.
I want to know
independently of other folk.
I want to know how
you ain't gonna know everything though. That's the thing. Just because you want to know don't mean you're gonna get all the answers.
Right, but I'm gonna search though. But it's like, I want to know how they got started.
Yahweh was a minister in the NOI.
Yeah, I want to know how they got started. Like I want to.
All the motherfuckers came from the same spot. All them places, the 5%ers, the Nubians, the Yahweh Ben Yahweh, all them folk came from the same exact area. It just pick your flavor. They all popped up around the same time, and it was just, he already got this stick. I'm gonna do this one.
Right.
Them folk ain't connected. They just went parallel to each other.
See, what a lot of people understand, like in the mid '60s, you had a explosion of cults as far as even with churches.
Yeah.
They was taking people out in the woods.
Yeah,
they was taking people out in the woods like my mom said, they was taking people out in the woods before they said the black woman was God. It was calling women evangelists. They give you a title of evangelist, so and so, and then they separate the men and women. This was going on in the 60s, hard body, especially like in places like Alabama, Georgia. You know what I mean? And they'll go out and like on some plantations and stuff. Like York wasn't the first person.
Yeah, that was the preachers and them.
Yeah.
And then the other folk was up north. You know what WD Ford and all them.
You got Chicago, New York, and then you got places in the South.
They never got down south like that because they already had them evangelicalist preachers.
Right.
That's the charismatic movement came around the same time as all these alternative religious schemes.
The Bible Belt, yeah. The South is the Bible Belt, so you had to pretty much stick with that.
Oh no, you had like them Pentecostal holiness preachers.
Look, the strangest thing they got down south is them snake handlers.
Oh yeah.
What are those?
The snake handlers, girl, they think God gonna protect them, so they have to test they
gotta get bit by a rattlesnake.
To the Lord. Girl, don't nobody go in them places unless you want to put your hands on some damn snakes. That's all snake handlers.
I ain't going.
That should be all you need to know. Snake handler.
Yeah, I know, right?
It was one prominent one, and he was like, the Lord protect him and everything else. That snake tapped his ass, and he had a heart attack that first time. He went back to doing that shit. That snake tapped his ass again, and he was dead. It got so bad they had to bar him from doing that shit, huh?
And this is a religion.
Yeah, look on YouTube.
This is Christianity.
Yeah.
It's called what's it called? I forget, but it's called what them call you real holy rollers right there. But I forget.
It might be old school Pentecostals, one old school.
Yeah, the old school Pentecostals, but they take it entirely too far, hunty.
Yeah, like
ain't nobody gonna be sitting up here handling no goddamn snakes. You got life twisted.
And a lot of times when they would brainwash, how they would brainwash people, like, and especially like those Pentecostal churches and holiness churches back in the day, they had like church service be almost 10 hours.
You'll be
all day.
Sleep deprivation.
And then they had a revival throughout the week. So all you're gonna be doing is going to church, working and going to church.
Them 10 revivals used to last like 2 weeks. Because the preacher come from out of town and shit way back in the day. That was the only entertainment folk had.
Yeah.
Being programmed.
That's what they call the charismatic movement right there, when they had folk rolling around on the floor barking like dogs and shit.
Yeah.
And they
dead ass
that dark magic.
No, I know you are.
I had this woman when I think I was like 6 years old, and this woman caught the Holy Ghost and knocked me over. I was 6 years, knocked the hell out of me.
My auntie used to go to a church like that. One of my aunties through marriage, and I used to go with her, and I'd be sitting up in there laughing.
All I know is it was this church at the top of this little hill. And they be in there, and the tambourines will be going, and you see the folk hooting. And I saw somebody do a cartwheel. I say, now if they cartwheel roll, they go cartwheel right down into the damn road.
Hey, I used to like it where the women would catch the Holy Ghost, and then the old women, they'd take the towels or the sheets.
Ain't nobody catching no Holy Ghost like that, though.
You know what I'm saying? But the woman get the flopping around, and she hit the floor. They'll put the sheets over so you can't see that.
Sheets over so you won't see they draw.
Yeah.
And they was probably showing out for the pastor, because pastor have about 4 or 5 people.
I ain't never heard the book say you gotta flop around like a fish out of water.
And pastor be having about 4 or 5 women and men too.
Damn,
nowadays, if you go to one of them churches, you're gonna have Lil Nas X as the pastor. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
Well, that's true. I can't dispute what you said, brother.
I ain't even trying to joke about it. Like my cousin, when he became a minister or whatever, we had went to go check it out, and I never met him before, but he claimed it at one point had HIV and it just magically was cured, And
oh Lord,
yeah, and he was Lil Nas X straight up, and he had to be about like
do
27.
we have life unlike you? What do you mean? I mean, what does that mean? Do y'all niggas have life unlike me?
They must be one of them apologizers.
Wait and see. Because, I mean, he could have mistyped. It could be autocorrect. Don't jump to no conclusions. Can you please rephrase that? And
The fact that he said the
yeah, that's the Baptist church.
nibbles, the fact that he said nibbles, do y'all nibbles? Like, I'm not a nibble.
Girl, you be
Yeah,
ready to
that's
fight
what
if
I was
somebody
trying to hold
came in and
myself
put
because
rhythm to
I
you.
don't identify with being a nigga, so that automatically puts me in a different
Hey, everybody ain't on your
mindset.
way.
No.
Everybody ain't on your vibrational level, so you have to take some people where they at sometimes. But see, he ain't said nothing else.
You
Hey,
said I be ready to
Roy,
fight. I know you
you
didn't
can't
say that.
speak in tongues unless there's an interpreter. I love how they skipped that part of the chapter, though.
Maybe we should. Maybe one of us can be one of Kenneth's interpreters.
Oh no, I was talking about the Zori's comment.
I'm trying to figure out what his question is.
I don't understand.
Can
You're
you
gonna have to
rephrase
rephrase the
that,
sentence
Kenneth,
and try
please?
again. Huh?
I'm telling Kenneth, asking Kenneth if he can rephrase that question.
I said it. Because if you read it out loud, it don't make no sense. Do y'all niggas have life unlike me? So that would mean you dead. You dead, Kenneth? If you dead, what you doing typing on the internet, dude?
And we have life, and then we like to be online. So what? Like everybody don't go out. Some people homebody, and we're in the midst of a whole thing going on right now. So it ain't
It's a
even
whole
safe
pandemic and you wondering why we home talking on the internet. That tells me why we still in a damn pandemic. Cause your ass ain't home. Probably ain't had no face mask. Sure as hell ain't had no vaccine. Probably ain't had a checkup in years. That's just me speculating right there. Hey Levon, do I need to do it? Kenneth, what you brought your ass over here for? Why?
He ain't
All
said
those
nothing
funky
else.
comments that don't make no sense. You had to come from over there because
I
they the
think
ones been
Tasha on
having all the
8060.
spelling difficulties lately. So now they adding
They
now
mad.
they adding fraction sentences.
They mad because we exposing their kingdom.
Kenny, why? Why even bring your ass over here trolling? Y'all should know better than to come to the treehouse by now. You got good binoculars around this motherfucker. We can spot you.
And they have from one leader to the next. Like when one leader go to jail, they have another one in line.
That's why they tried to prop polite for them. Because York was trying to keep control and he was using polite to play them children against each other.
Yeah,
Polite might still,
polite put a blight on them again.
but polite gonna snitch.
Say the truth.
If they don't send polite no commissary, he gonna snitch once he get to jail.
All they gotta do is promise to put that joint, put his butt in the regular population.
You see how they round here?
They practice extortion in Florida.
You see how they round here snitching now? They can't stay off lives. They steady. We pushing them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
But that depends if the state or the federal government want anything from him. You know what I'm saying? Like he might not have nothing that's valuable to him. So you get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but if he's still in contact with York, some kind of shape, form, or fashion, and doing stuff for him, that's valuable, and he'll snitch on the rest of them new options.
They all
Yeah.
gonna end up snitching like a domino effect because it's just like this. They're like, just be honest.
Them motherfuckers couldn't hold water.
And then there's no way you could have been a Nuwapian with clean hands, or an Ansar with clean hands. So like basically, it's like There are
hey. You can't say that.
okay.
You really can't say that because some of them communities ran just perfectly fine without you.
Yeah.
That's saying that that's like saying that everybody was there that was in the building when somebody got shot is responsible
Okay, let me rephrase
for
it
that person
then.
getting shot.
Let me
You don't
rephrase.
know who did what in them situations, so don't do that.
All
See,
right.
you ready to run off on this whole conspiracy thing and everybody involved and everybody connected, and we ain't got a whole lot to go on.
Right.
Yeah,
Y'all go
in
off on these
essence, I
whole
mean, right
fantasies.
now it's more of a belief system than it is an organization. You know what I mean?
You
Like,
got little enclaves that's trying to
yeah.
come back on their own, like Chief Tomahawks down here in Georgia. But see how long that lasts as soon as the government figure out what they up to using fake government signs. Talking about they a damn, it's a national treaty. Ain't no damn treaty with no motherfuckers. Damn treaty number don't even fucking exist on special ed ass much. Oh Lord forgive me, I ain't mean to say that.
But let me
But
rephrase
they
it.
get on my nerves though.
Let me
They get
rephrase
on my
it.
nerves. They done bait a whole fake government sign
Mhm. Let me
and then planted that bitch like this is actually a nationally protected site. Do you know if wildlife and games drive past that motherfucker see that shit? That's the ass Mr. Postman. DJ.
let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Nuwabians with dirty hands. You know, I ain't gonna say all of them. You're right.
You sitting up here talking about rich new Wapians. You know, the motherfuckers sitting up there taking the rest of their money. The rest of them money. They doing the same shit York was doing. Got followers and damn near starving them to death. Got them running around here doing what this. I said it's a couple of different ones running around. They still act and they got a little juice because they zaddy. Somebody snuck out a recording with their spiritual zaddy.
Well, you got some of them believe what their whole thing is to keep the teachings alive and
Yeah,
held with the man. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
you got those are the
You
ones
got
that are
the
more
ones that's
dangerous.
for York, then you got the ones that's for the teachers, and that don't make no kind of goddamn sense.
Yeah.
Then you got ones that I don't know why.
Because if you were raised on that cult, you know, just think about it. Like he who teaches the child sort of, you know,
You
control.
don't know no better. So
Right.
you
Controls the
susceptible to
mind.
that type of shit, so you'll probably fall into another cult. That's a given.
And then it's
They
like
snatching up people that ain't never been in a cult before.
when your
Look, I keep
whole
telling y'all,
it's like
cults are a sign of social unrest.
right. And when your whole existence
Hey, universe, galaxy,
has been based
York
on this
right
one
now.
thing. And then York keeps power. As long as it keeps growing, he keeps power. You know, as long as he's
It isn't about that kind of power for York now. He's just like fucking with folk. He can't molest the children now,
Yeah,
so
he's never gonna get out.
he gotta have some
no
kind of power
right.
move. So he sit up there and pit, the brother against the sister and this, that, and the other.
And his commissary looks good.
Of course it would. He got damn near 200 children. Law averages, some of them motherfuckers gonna send him something.
So he's sitting in there like lovely. He lovely.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You know he got some kind of money left. How else would he still have a lawyer?
Well, all you can buy is junk food up in there. You know what I'm saying? And he
But
got
if
diabetes.
but you're gonna have the best of what you can get. So he got the best of what he can get up in there.
No, I think they get them folk medicinal diets or whatever these days. I ain't sure about that though. But he is a supermax.
But it's real interesting. It is real interesting. Because as soon as I found out when I was with the Aboriginal movement, I disappeared. I was like,
DJ,
I got to
what are you
go.
doing?
Because I didn't want to be associated. I was like, they ain't gonna be watching me.
I'll end up with a
That's a
hairdresser on
belief system
somebody's
all by
car.
itself too. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, like I know some people, man, that they don't want to have a driver's license. They take the bus. A whole bunch of things. Like they just think that they don't want to put their name on a document. You know, and they find
Because
ways to operate without those things for whatever reason.
I got to figure out what dude's name was again, but they had people, all those people who signed like sovereignty paperwork and all of that. A lot they took a lot of those names, and when they be protesting the government and stuff like that, they put these people's names on that paper.
You mean the ones they call political prisoners?
I guess you want to say that, but it's like when they do like the
I
sovereignty.
don't want to say that's what they call them, though, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying, well, when you use the word sovereign, like you got to understand, they have totally moved away from that. That was something that was popping. The last time that was really used by the ones that's more intelligent was probably around 2008. That's
But
when
what
that
I'm
died off.
saying, I got
And
you.
it,
But what I'm saying is, they take your name, your government issue, your issued name, and use it, and use it to their benefit.
yeah, but what they're doing is they right now they're playing within the confines and the fringes of the law to operate what they claim that what they want. You get what I'm saying? They're not they're not using the word sovereign citizen or I'm like just going down to going down to the county clerk's office and putting papers in. They're doing different things. Like they're using a lot of international law, write letters to the
Maritime
Hague
law.
and stuff like that. They're not that's child's play there. That's not the those are for the to be honest, those are for the ones that's way that's they're purposely being misinformed by the people at the top.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because the people at the top are doing something totally different than what you see on YouTube. Like,
And they have taken people's land and houses and everything. Like
You
bamboo.
put everything you have in a cult leader's
yeah,
name.
yeah. Like,
That's how
it was one called Mary. It had a Moorish group called Marrakush Aboriginal Law Firm back in 2008. By 2010, they had it where you had to sign all of your property over to their trust.
And
Like,
I
and
think that was
you're gonna
Ali.
operate. And this is the thing that like on some more.
that was what Polite was trying to do in
Yeah, so
cover.
you
Yeah,
will
that was
operate
Ali
out
Muhammad.
of their trust. That's an old thing because what they'll do is you operate out of their trust and out of their church or whatever it is, like set it up like it's a church or something of that nature. And then you can set your business up and then help do crowdfunding. That's the promise they tell you, but that was purposely done to throw a lot of the other Moors off. Like, what I'm saying? But like I said, the ones that are operating, they're doing things on an international level. They're not doing the things on a
Yeah, I
they're
know a
not
lot of them be trying
yeah.
to go to
Yeah, and
the
they don't use the
United
word sovereign
Kingdom,
citizen at all. Like that's what I'm
or
saying. They don't even bother with that. They
they be
do
trying to
they
go
use
to
the fringes of the law and they use old laws, what I'm saying? Like laws that people from the 1800s and all that.
and they do a
So
lot of tax frauds and teach people a lot of tax frauds. They do a lot of stuff out here. It's real deep.
they don't necessarily have to see. They don't even necessarily have to do the tax fraud because the tax code is fraud all by itself, and they know those things. You know what I'm saying? So it's you got to understand that they're way more advanced than what you see on YouTube. Um, but at the end of the day, you are messing with the government when you do that. You know what I mean?
They do fake
Yeah.
driver's license, fake license plates, fake college degrees, fake everything. Fake everything. They fake everything. They be going to car lots and stuff trying to buy massive. Because I forgot what her name was. It was one Empress something from the Washitals. She went to a car lot and was trying to buy up a whole bunch of cars. It's just a lot. They do a lot out here.
Mm-hmm.
Cause they got a lot of this stuff on Southern Poverty Law webpage where
Yeah, but like I said, a lot of that stuff. If you look at it, it is probably Sarah about 2010. That they stopped doing that program. That program is old. That's what I'm saying. They
yeah,
they
but it
don't
was just
bother with that
interesting,
stuff no more.
right? It
They
was
doing they doing a whole nother thing right now.
yeah,
They
because
write letters to the
But it
Pope.
doesn't matter what the
Yeah,
scam is. It matters that you can point the signs and the tails.
yeah,
You don't have to know, that they do X, Y, and Z. As soon as you walk in and you see A, B, and C, you should know to turn, burn, and walk the fuck out the door.
right,
You
red
giving these
flag.
that's
people too
simple.
much of your time
That's
and
simple.
my time because it don't
Yeah,
take this much to figure them out.
Yeah. Because the whole thing is how they
You
get
be sitting
people.
up
They
there going
promise
round and
them.
round in circles, trying to figure out them
Yeah.
going round and round in circles. It's Moo. Hey Moo. Hey Moo.
Hey,
Hey Moo. Hey. How
hey,
you doing?
What's going on?
hey. Okay.
Nothing much, just
Oh, peace
chilling.
everybody. Peace to everybody. How you doing?
Peace, peace, peace.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had to go to the room and try to figure this thing out, how to hook everything up, but I think I got it.
You
Yeah.
go.
I heard you was talking about big. I think from I looked at something one time. He's supposed to be a minister. He had been a minister of the Nation of Islam, and then he left that or was kicked out or pushed with certain allegations of things that went, and then he ended up being Yahweh later on. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's just like
But everything's all connected.
right,
Sweet
like the
Daddy
NOI
Grace and Fine is all that's all connected.
They all started from the
Yeah.
same. It's
You
the
know why?
same bunch of folk. They all connected, all right. They from the same area.
Right.
That don't mean.
Yeah.
I told you before.
Yeah.
They all
What?
scammers. They don't run. They run parallel of each other. They don't run together. It's just like when you got the people in the swimming pool, them little lanes that they put between them.
Yeah.
They go in the same place, but they in a different lane. See, each costume is a lane.
Right.
If they see somebody already doing this hustle, so they move on to the next hustle. Oh, I ain't gonna do this because somebody doing this. I'm gonna go over here and do this. They don't believe the tenets that they teach. Point blank, period.
And it wouldn't be wise for them to all be connected because that would be an easy way to dismantle the whole thing.
They all gonna run into each other. Cause like Father Divine, Sweet Daddy Grace, who was it? Minister Ellis or whatever his name was, and that other guy. They all came up at around the same time. They started out around the same place, and then they branched out. Same thing for W.D. Fard, Drew Ali, all of them.
Yeah, and the people
Yeah, I
people
learned a
don't know
lot
most
from.
theologians are atheists in the first place. They don't believe in the stuff they teach. You know, because
They
like
don't believe it. They don't
yeah,
believe
because
none
like
of it.
I took some theology when I was in college, and by the time you get done with the class
You
world
don't believe
religions,
none of it.
yeah, well, by the time you get done with world religions, that you pretty much they done taught you how to be a theosophist and an atheist all at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
because you don't believe nothing.
No, they pretty much teach you most of the major world religions, and then you know, and
Then they run you round in a circle so
yeah,
bad about
yeah.
how
Then
they
by the
could be
time you're
valid
done
that
with it, you might come out
you
an atheist.
basically just don't believe what they throwing you.
Yeah.
No more.
Because you're gonna learn Zoroastrianism, Taoism, you're gonna
See,
learn.
that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You trying to take something that's not deep and make it deep.
Mhm.
These motherfuckers is scammers from out the gate. They didn't
Yeah.
start off, trying to be this good little Christian or this good little Hebrew Israelite or this good little Kemetic priest. Like, you see, that's why we say we give ups to Shaka, because Shaka actually believe his shit. Shaka is the only one out of this bunch that believe what he's selling.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's why don't nobody bother Shaka, because Shaka actually believes it. He ain't trying to get over on nobody. If he was, he could have been done that.
Yeah, that's true.
No, like the thing is, I don't agree with
Shaka
Shaka on nothing that he teach, but like at the same time, he know his history. He can give you the history on what he believes.
He believe in what he teaching. I say that maybe the same thing about Jabbar.
Right.
But the rest of them,
But a lot of the people in these different, a lot of people are very sincere.
Yeah,
I would say it's more people that run the organization. That's where it is.
Yeah, but
I saw a lot of good Nuwabian brothers and sisters down there on the land. That was sincere.
But what I told
like
y'all,
I said,
the structure of the cult. You have the cult leader, you have the inner circle, and then you have the followers. Where the shit go down,
rank and file.
It's gonna be the cult leader and the inner circle. Because the inner circle will cover up for the cult leader. Because they get the special privileges. Because they the inner circle. Everybody else damn near starving to death, working for the quote unquote cause. So you
Yeah, I'm
can't
glad you
blame
said it.
the
I
Go
remember
ahead.
when I was going on the land for going a lot of different classes, they were saying that the people in the inner circle, if you were spending a lot of money with the inner circle, with the certain bookstores, you have personal contact with certain family members in that inner circle, in that hierarchy.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard that when I was on the land. I think I've been on land maybe about 7 or 8 times. I went to classes on the land.
Now somebody told me, Smooth, that during Savior's Day, people was out there doing something strange for a little bit of change. I knew people was begging for food, but I ain't know all that.
You know,
Yeah, they
the last I was at, I went. I think the last time I was out there was in 2004, 2005 when everything went down. I camped out there on the I was with another brother and sister. They was in their tent. I had my own tent, and I was on the land. They was doing the journey from like evening to the morning time. They had a drum ceremony, and I was in the tent. And prior going there, people were saying that Music Soul Child was around there, around the pyramid somewhere. I didn't see Music Soul Child, but people was talking that they had saw him walking somewhere, at that vicinity.
Well, I heard his
somewhere
daddy
in the
was in
vicinity.
the Ansar community from Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because they had us the Nuwabian ball, because I used to get these papers. I went to the Nuwabian ball, but I think it was like Tree, Music Soul Child, Indari. A lot of people was kind of at those
From
balls.
that alternative soul movement.
Yeah, a lot of them conscious rappers from the 80s.
Yeah, neo soul.
Yeah, KMD
Y'all
too
knew
was
what I meant though.
Yeah, KMD was another group. They had this song called Peach Fuzz, and what the DJ, he's a rapper, Zev Love X, who became later known as MF Doom, and he was his name to MF Doom, and he died recently. I think they said he was dead ever since October. They didn't reveal it till later on. Yeah, Zev Love X. He was featured
What
in
do you
it.
know about
He was
Erykah
featured in
Badu?
the third.
I think she
Yeah,
had some. I think she had some involvement too.
Because someone told me she wrote that song "Master Teacher" in honor of Dr. York.
I think she had
Like
some
"I Stay Woke." That song "I Stay Woke."
But Badu was connected with the Nation Gods of Earth, from what I understand. And also her godmother, or spiritual godmother, is Queen of Afua.
Oh, okay.
From what I know. Yeah, but yeah, she was connected with the 5%
Told you,
Nation.
Chuck broke most of this down the other night.
Queen of
And then you have to remember that
because
I
know that a lot of Nawapians they would say that they would talk about Erykah Badu in that one song.
But they publicity hounds.
Yeah.
Y'all be sitting up here like these folk can be quoted without fact checking.
But the Nuwabians is set up like different divisions. You got the Christian Nuwabians, you got Muslims Nuwabians, because I came through the Muslim side of it. The Hebrew Nuwabians, right. The Nuwabian opera setters, the Nuwabian Buddhists, it's all different facets of the same thing, but it's under the Nuwabian banner.
That's why you'll never know. It's like it's hard to know. You think you're just drifting into something different.
Man, I spot them joints as soon as they walk in, because they talk funny.
You thinking it's something different, and all along it's just another fraction of the Nuwabians.
I couldn't understand how you could try to be a Nuwapian 5%er though. That just didn't make no sense to me.
Well, it's just that I guess what it is like a lot of the members, when they break off and they join the Nuwabians, they have certain nations. That's how he came up with the 5% problem book.
Yeah, and let me just clarify myself. I ain't talking about ex-members. I'm talking about still active members that's been there for so long after York they've been in jail, and they still run around with the same mess, and they making up new mess.
Just like a lot of the major cult leaders, they came from something else. They branched off from something else and started their own. So that's pretty much, what.
But see, that's the thing. They just branch out like that. So they change their identity because they don't want to be called a this no more. So they change it to that. And then, they looking for this type. So we gonna change to another type. It's all just what works.
Like schools of thought. That's why I would classify it, because it was another brother that was a 5%er that I used to No, and then he left the 5% and joined the Orthodox Muslim. He said he learned what he learned in that school, so he moved into and became Orthodox Muslim.
That's
So
what
Malcolm
Malcolm did.
learners.
That's what
Right.
Malcolm X did.
Right.
Because Malcolm X, you know, he ended up going Orthodox.
Yeah, he did.
It's real interesting, especially when you look at all of them from NOI all the way down. It's real interesting.
Yeah, because my path was like I went through everything. I was going to nation because I was trying to search for the truth or the information. And what I realized that you got to take out the good with the bad. You take what you need out of it and throw the other stuff away and go to the next level, whatever school that you're trying to get the information. But that it all led me to go to the Sufi or mystical side of the spiritual side. Through meditation, chanting. I was doing the prayers. The prayers. We do a Sufi circle. Yeah. So
I just went back to the indigenous. I just started going back to like the indigenous, like how did that before all of this, what was there? So I started looking into a lot of that stuff, like stuff that came before all of these schools of thoughts or religions.
Right. Yep. So Native Americans got their own kind of certain practices and spiritual practices too. So that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean down there in the chat.
I follow sort of follow Mayan.
Breezer in the chat.
Oh, I got to go scroll down on the tab. Let me see. Oh, that's Breezer. Oh, okay, that's my boy. Yeah. See if I can type in there or not, but I see him. I don't know if I can type in here on.
He can hear you, man.
Oh, what's up, Breezer? What's up, Breezer? I see you. I'm getting new to this technology thing.
I started comparing like African versus like American spirituality, and it's almost the same, but there are a lot of differences, and I don't know if it's because a lot of the African spirituality had been infiltrated, but basically with the American spirituality is based on nature.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, the African spirituality is based on nature too.
Right, that's why I said it's similar.
The Bible allows you got the Bible allows Ifa, because one of my teachers was in the Nation of Islam, and then she got into became an Ifa, became a priest, and got inducted as a priest in Ghana. Was in some part of Ghana. She got inducted as a priest. She later died maybe about 7, 8, 9 years ago, but she got inducted as a priest in the Ifa, and she was known as Dr. Chianessa Ifa. And she got a video on YouTube that she was into astrology too. She was doing astrology with the
well, that's nature. That's the study of
yeah. It's all relative. Yeah, because she was doing her astrology through the deck of the cards. She was doing it like she did my reading, because I'm a Taurus, so she did mine. She said Jack of Spade or Jack of Clubs. That's the whole Taurus thing, and she was breaking it down. She did a little reading for me one time. Yeah, but she was in the Panthers, and then she was my high school teacher. She kind of introduced me a lot of stuff. Yeah.
And that is so weird because they infiltrated New Orleans, basically infiltrated the Black Panthers movement. But then at the same time, it's interesting how
you wouldn't even call it infiltration because these people just leave and go somewhere else. True.
Yeah.
They need
and
structure.
Sometimes they just take that mentality with them. Some people just have to have that, that brick and mortar. And if they don't get what they want from one, they gonna go to another one. You just heard Moose sit up here and say he done studied damn near every school of thought.
Yeah.
And what's interesting too is like it ends up being, it's like it starts out being something.
Hey, you know good and well we don't stay on one topic for this long on my channel. Unless it's a closed circle, and ain't nothing closed about this circle. Y'all been going right. Nope. Mm-mm.
Oh.
Nope. Next topic. Yep.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Well, start one for us.
No. I had one.
Oh,
Then
I'm
y'all
sorry.
started in on the Aboriginal movement.
Let me read
But you QI always seem to end right back up at the same spot.
My fault. I came to do a synopsis or recap, and I just
You two used to arguing with Nuapians. That's what that is.
probably
See, you want to argue with them. See, you take it's not a sprint, and it ain't a marathon. It's more like a your mama game on the bus.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get that.
Yeah, but I think
What you want to do is run them off with facts. I'm talking about active Nuapians.
Yeah, I think I remember one of Malachi's daughters. She used to live in Columbia, South Carolina. I'm assuming, I think it is the sister
Leah.
Leah. Yeah, she lived in Columbia because it was a barbershop where a lot of the Nuapians would be, and I used to peddle oils, incense, and soaps back in the day, and I would go to this barbershop and think I saw her with somebody. I seen her. I never talked to her. I just saw her with this guy that she was dating at the time, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And,
that was the same Leah from the interview?
Mm-hmm. I think so. But she was calling herself something else.
They brought the man to the interview, wasn't it? Leah brought a man too?
No,
I mean, she married now. No.
Yeah, she was dating this guy. I don't know if it's the same guy or not.
Let me see.
At that time. Leah Marbury or something.
What do you expect me to do?
I'm sorry.
Go. Just go.
Oh, to my me?
You didn't even dry your hair a little bit before you put all that stuff in it. Oh. My bad, y'all. My bad.
Okay. Yeah, but
How
I believe that
76.
He's up in age. I know I can't remember because they say different age because he used to dye his beard, dark sometimes.
Yeah.
Because I seen him maybe like 2 or 3 times doing classes, and he would like really like walk right ramp, And at that time, I saw a lot of Caucasian people. No, nothing against Caucasian people, but there was a lot of them that was in class, going to classes up on the land. They were coming for class.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yep.
There was one that owned a bookstore at E10. I think her name was Susan something. She has like a Czechoslovakian or German name or something. And she had owned a bookstore or something in there. She was the only one in that town that had a bookstore, in that area somewhere.
That's the funny part about a lot of these Black empowerment groups. Is the fact that once you start really looking at them, you'll find out that there's a lot of European involvement in all of them.
Facts, yeah, that's
like even with the Hebrew Israelites, they say they got Irish. So you go to some of those camps, they got white Irish guys in there with blonde hair, blue eyes, and everything.
Yeah, even in the NOI, they supposed to be they're supposed to be a group of Bill Muhammad in Georgia, some part of Sandersville, Georgia.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Bill Muhammad. Bill Muhammad and some part. Elijah Muhammad's from Sandersville, Georgia. And they basically worship Elijah Muhammad, a sect of Bill Muhammad. But there are some in the Nation of Islam. They Latinos, Native American, Caucasian people in the Nation of Islam.
And they also will they purposely seek out light-skinned women in the nation.
Yes, and even I'm sorry, Prime, but even the Moors do too.
Oh, I don't even know about that. I mean, I was one of those Taj Tariq Bay Moors at one point.
Oh Lord.
For a short period of time.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I was, you know what I'm saying?
Like Root Word.
Yeah, I was.
Root Words ain't never been affiliated with nobody.
I wasn't. No, I'm saying I wasn't in no temple.
No, not
like
you.
Nah, he
DJ, take her out.
He was a fan of Taj. Let me put it that way. Because he used to go with other Moors.
He still
I used to get a lot of
talking about used to. Girl, I had to block him the other day.
He said I was a European, remember?
Girl, yes. He was over there bobbing pocket watching with JT. JT put him on the community tab. I told him that ain't gonna do you no good. Root crazy.
Yeah, a lot of them cats in that movement, you know what I mean? Man, it's a lot of drug abuse. homelessness. You know what I'm saying? Like when I started realizing who I was talking to on the phone, I was like, man, a lot of these cats shooting bad, living up in hotels and dailies, man.
Moo, let me ask you. When you was around before you left, well, you left after the York allegations, but right after the York allegations, that's when all that stuff came out about Jacob, right out of them allegations they put up against him saying he was doing this, that, and the other. But he hadn't been on the land in years at that point, right?
From what I can tell, yeah. But I used to get these letters from the bookstore because me and my brother used to go there. We went to the bookstore in Savannah and went to the bookstore in Augusta. And we would buy a lot of books and stuff, and they would send us letters talking about Malachi would write these letters telling people to do these prayers or certain kind of spiritual prayers and saying that, you know, some extraterrestrial type information and stuff, something of that sort. I can remember there was some letters that I got received from the bookstore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
oh, she screamed because of the blow drive. Scary as hell.
Yeah, but there was insinuated that it was something it was all his fault, and it was a plot with the trip to Miami, Florida, or something like that. Yeah,
Disney, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first lie they told me when I met some of them about like it was Jacob that was raping all those kids, and you know.
And then it's like, so how did York end up with 200 children?
And he was busy. He was busy, you know.
And then how many children does Jacob have?
I don't even know, but you know, like you said, they had the women separated, the children and the men separated. So, but he had access to, if you had a mate, a female mate, he had access to your woman, because if you didn't, if you didn't sell the certain kind of per diem for money, whatever money for oils or incense or whatever, soaps or whatever, you make a certain amount, you can go to the green room. But he had access to. He could take your woman and say this is his wife now. And a lot of brothers lost their wives, from what I heard, and they was kind of upset about it. I would imagine so. You know, that kind of thing.
It's like, why would you allow your manhood to be stripped like that?
So he would pick their wives and then take their wives when he wanted them.
Or you could come in, join the organization. And he could later take your wife, if he was attractive, if she was attractive or whatever. He could, he was like a Mac, he was pimping.
And it's like, how do you have that much interest in all of this activity and all of these different people? I just can't get it. Like, how is it that you have to have something new every day?
If you got it, you'd be doing it.
Every 5 minutes, every hour, because like in order to do all that, you was busy all the time.
But what is it, Crystal? Give it a rest. Sexual assault isn't about sex; it's about power.
Because he had a place, I think he had a mansion in Athens or something, from what I remember.
Oh, Moo, I had another question. That house he had that was on Tamaray, right?
Yeah, it was a little house. I remember seeing it, but I've never been up in there.
Yeah, I didn't think it was in there, but it was right across from the playground, wasn't it?
Interesting.
Yeah, I can remember something. Yeah, it's right. It was right on the end where you get them on the compound. You can see it on just the house or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw his sister.
He said they wasn't allowed up that area.
Yeah, his sister was the last time I went to the bookstore, his sister was running the bookstore in the Brown Pyramid, in that Brown Pyramid.
What, the one in Bushwick or Brooklyn?
On the land.
Oh, on the land.
Yeah, the pyramid on the land, the Brown Pyramid. You got the Black Pyramid, it's called the Paul El Mugaraj. That's where they do the pilgrimage around there.
Where did that Lewis lady come from, though? Like, where did that?
Hey, Hunter.
That Lewis lady, what's her name?
I see Moo was supposed to be interviewed later, but Moo just couldn't wait.
Yeah, because I had time. I don't know about having time.
Yeah. Well, Hunter said, what made you realize that you were in a cult?
Oh boy, because I know I got into it. Like I said, I was disillusioned with the Christian church. But I was trying to find the next whatever was I was supposed to learn, and so I got into it. My parents and my relatives didn't. They still think I'm probably crazy now because I'm still into the metaphysical, spiritual side of it. But yeah, because I came on. I was on. They'll call me Little Farrakhan, Little Malcolm. Oh, you like Little Farrakhan, Little Malcolm?
Let's go to. You must be
They
Muslim.
tease you and stuff. Yeah, but I wasn't in the Nation of Islam. I went to the temple, but I never joined the Nation of Islam. I joined the Nuwabis through the AEO. Yeah, I registered as the AEO member, but I never registered as a Nuwabian member. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I
think that most cults give an illusion that they're gonna give you some form of empowerment that you don't have. Was that something that
get nowhere else?
Yeah. Was that something that Dr. York's message, appealed to you and felt like it could empower you from learning it?
Yeah, because like I said, I was in search for knowledge and gathering information and knowledge, and I was trying to because I met Dr. Ben Asa Hilliard, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, Ryan Neffer that wrote the Metanetter book. I met Dr. Khalid Muhammad. We had a lecture in Columbia, South Carolina, and after the lecture, we all had dinner with Dr. That's when he was pushed out the Nation of Islam, similar to the situation with Malcolm and Elijah Muhammad. And we had dinner with him after the lecture, and he was trying to form a Black Panther chapter here in Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah, so I went to that lecture. It was interesting because I saw some Nation of Islam members that was there. It was like one of those get your hand in my pocket moments. So they was sitting there, see what he was going to say, and then they got up and left. And like
I said, as far as empowerment, because I know sometimes that's the main attraction for a lot of people when they get into organizations. You know what I'm saying? So like when you say that, like, did you feel like you would be on that stage at one point in your life after like getting the teachings from someone like Dr. York? Because it seems like that appealed to you, like being around these heavy hitter intellectuals. Did you feel like if you studied Dr. York's teachings, that one day you could be on that level of a Khalid or a Francis Quest Wilson or something like that?
Not so much. I was just trying to search for information and stuff because I was going to Bobby Hemmy lectures. I've probably been almost close to 100 lectures with Bobby Hemmy because Bobby Hemmy's from Mullen, South Carolina. And he would do lectures in Columbia at the bookstore, Doretha's African bookstore, on Two Notch Road in Columbia, downtown Columbia. Because in time coming up in the 90s.
You gonna make people think I hurt you. Shush.
Yeah, coming in the 90s, going to college at Midlands Technical College, I met Rastas, 5%ers, Orthodox Muslims, Hebrew Israelites. I met all different type groups of people that in colleges.
What do you think about what's his name that you just said? What's his name?
Bobby Hemmett?
Yeah, Bobby Hemmett.
Shadow.
Man, I like Bobby Hemmett because Bobby Hemmett, he's kind of person that he puts the comedy and he tries to give different references. He gave you a bibliography of different books to read. Because I remember things he said. I know some things seem way out there, but I remember he was talking about Henrietta Lacks. And then many years later, I was listening to a radio show about a lady that wrote a book about Henrietta Lacks, and she was also made the movie with Oprah Winfrey, and it came out. So I remember Bob was talking about it way back. It's like things he would say way back.
Yoruba, I know you watching. Cause soon as I said that, you went and commented something, then deleted it. Oh, y'all scary.
Oh. Yeah, but
Wapian that was talking that shit about Chuck.
Yeah, but like I said, the Bible will say things, many years, and later on you'll see things. He was talking about a lot of information because because he was supposed to be he went to school at Benedict College here in Columbia, South Carolina. And it's interesting. That's where I met a lot of the scholars at Benedict College. It was like a explosion of information here in South Carolina at that time in the 90s. You know, it was a lot of different people. You know, Dr. Frances Quelson Wilson with the ISIS paper. I read that book and I met her. Asa Hilliard, Leonard Jeffries. Who else?
Ben, Dr.
Rod
Ben.
Neff. Dr. Ben, yeah, Dr. Ben. I met Dr. Ben too at Benedict College. They used to have it was called African Studies of Classical Civilization. It was called ASCAT, and they would do these different tours around Columbia, mainly at Benedict College right in Columbia, downtown, right down in Columbia, and that's where I met a lot of.
I think that's why like a lot of the modern conscious community, they're trying to bury Bobby Hemmett, because what you said, he gave references to the occult stuff that he put out, and that's why like I'm not an occultist at all, like, you know what I mean, but the reason why I defend him is because of the fact that he actually gives references to the original authors of, you know, the knowledge that they profess. And I notice what's happening now, they're trying to do like a book burning on all that knowledge. Whereas these people watched Bobby Hemmett and read those books and now trying to be like, they just came, like, for example, like Young Pharaoh, like I noticed what they're trying to destroy the old paradigm where there was references given in those lectures. And so like you wouldn't have a problem talking about, you know, Bobby Hemmett and his references. But the modern conscious community, what they're doing now is they're saying that those books, like, there is no books, they just got it from the ethers or something. Their ancestors gave it to them.
But it's interesting with Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett, he was supposed to be going to school as a clothing designer, and he said these Jews are supposed to set him up to go to Miami. He said for some reason he started reading all these metaphysical books and occult books, and he started getting all this information, and he'll be hunting for information, digging for information. And that's why I met him. I got one of his tapes when I was in college in the 90s. I used to go a lot of conscious stores right here in Columbia, South Carolina. We got tons of conscious stores, right? We probably got about 5 or 6 of them now. But at the time it was like 2 or 3 main conscious stores. And I found his tapes. It was Bobby Hemmett, The Last Days in the Mothership. And he was breaking down so much information, and he was giving a lot of bibliography. Because you say, you know, go get this book, get that book.
Yeah, they have a problem with that now.
Right. Because that's where I learned a lot of the stuff with the occult. I studied the magic, the Enochian magic book, and a lot of stuff that he was saying. And we used to take, we go to his lecture, we'd be getting notebook and pencil and pad, we'd be writing stuff down. This is before the internet. You know, the internet came out later on. I think by the time I was ready to graduate from college. And
Asa Hilliard, Charles Ledbetter, you know,
Dr. Charles Finch.
Yeah,
Dr. Charles Finch. Yeah, because I used to get a lot of tapes and stuff. And there was another brother that at the college, he was in the Holiness Church, and his father was a minister of Nation Islam. He would give me tapes of the NOI way back. I'll be collecting information. I'll be collecting information. You know, that I was hungry for information.
So do you think that Bobby Hemmett was involved in any of the sexual cult stuff?
No, I don't think so. Bobby Hemmett had a lot of women, because he was with Ginger one time. It was one girl named Ginger. They broke up. Then he was with another woman. Then another woman. He had a lot of women. You know, he had a lot of women.
What do you think of Phil Valentine?
I never met Phil Valentine in person. Lately, some of the stuff that he's saying now, I'm scratching my head, because, you know, he was talking about the whole QAnon stuff, you know, the QAnon stuff with the Trump thing and all those people. He lost me on that. He lost me on that. Then I heard him with something with Brother Panic talking about doing coke, and that kind of messed me up.
I think that's what Young Pharaoh got caught up into, that QAnon stuff.
Yeah, because I could understand but it seemed like he's trying to, maybe he got a bag or something. Phil Valentine might have got a bag or something. Some of his lectures, because I was trying to get some of the brothers to own the stores at the time. Back in the day, to try to get Phil. They said, well, to bring Phil, the ticket's going to be like $50-$60 because he charges probably like a good grip of money, maybe like 12-13 G's something to do a lecture. Yes, Bobby didn't charge this much because I think he started off real small. Bobby wasn't really making as much. Then he started getting more popularity, and he went to the UK and Germany and Canada when he was able to get his passport and stuff. And Bobby's international because he came right here from Mullen, South Carolina,
There you go with South Carolina and UK. They all go to UK.
yeah. But Bobby, had I've been a lot of Bobby Hemingway lectures and stuff, and I know some things might sound way out there, but a lot of stuff Bobby be saying be on point though. I'm just saying.
Y'all make me think I need to go back and listen to Coakley.
I met Steve Coakley too. I met Steve Coakley at one of the Bobby Hemingway lectures because I went. They had a conference called the African Metaphysical Masters Conference. I met Devil Blair there. I paid like $65. I met
Was
Devil
Khaled
Blair
there too, right?
Yeah, Khaled was there. Yeah, Devil Blair, Khaled.
I seen that tape.
There's another brother. He speaks Spanish, and he's from Costa Rica. He was there, a linguist. He was there. And
brother Dawa.
Dawu Allah.
Brother Dawu, yeah.
And it's interesting. I met Dawu Allah when I was a kid back in the day. I didn't know who he was. I saw him with the African garb on, and me and him good friends. He's called Almighty God Dawu Allah, Master Bill Dawu Allah, and he's an elder. And every time I see him, I know him since a kid.
He got some like underground blog talk now or something like that.
And that Coleman,
that
be on.
Every time.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Millennium Collective, I think he called it, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
213 Millennium.
He's the one that brought the fiber centers to South Carolina. He was the one that was instrumental in bringing the fiber centers because he was one of the early members of the group, and he brought the fiber centers to South Carolina. We call South Carolina through the Supreme Methodist Savior C. Savior C for South Carolina.
I don't think that
he knows me.
I don't think that the masonry altogether is bad. Just like a lot of stuff, I think that it was, and that's my favorite word, infiltrated. Just like, for instance, even Kemetic knowledge, a lot of the Kemetic knowledge, by the time that it got here, it was infiltrated by, what's that person's name? It was infiltrated by, not Blavatsky, but the other person.
Manatee Hall? Crowley? Yeah.
All of them are the same. All of them the same group.
So a lot of stuff starts out good. See, a lot of stuff, and that's what's so hard about it. There's a lot of truth and mixed with a lot of infiltration and lies when it comes down to all of this stuff. And you have to just really be careful. It's good. It's good to learn, but you have to really be careful because, some things be from other people's perspective. Just like, for instance, if you go to like 5 different Baptist churches and they're teaching one scripture, you're going to get a different interpretation from all 5 of those, pastors. And so, and it sort of works the same with all of this different knowledge, because I think a lot of it was based upon interpretation, and a lot of people threw a lot of their own twists and things.
Yeah, you also got to understand about most religions, you got a deeper conspiracy called the Jesuit conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? Because, for example, the pastor at my mom's church is a Jesuit. That's a Catholic order, but she's in a Baptist church. You get what I'm saying?
Next person, they say conspiracy one more time. Say it one more time. One more.
I'm sorry.
One more time.
Oh boy.
Yeah, because
what I told you.
Because they themselves wouldn't know. Like, just
and she still keep going.
Oh, I ain't saying
you said it going down the same lane. I said no more tonight.
Oh, okay. It ain't my fault.
Y'all get back on the same topic. You let Moo exactly where you wanted to go.
No, I didn't. I stayed back and he started talking. Him and the
You
brother
asked Moo exactly what you knew was gonna get him going to what you wanted to go to. You know what you be doing.
Now the question, how?
Yeah, you do.
How?
Yeah, you do. Because you did it last night too, Mike.
Yeah, I was watching it last night. I think I watched it until I think I fell asleep. I watched it on the main TV in the living room. Yeah.
Now, girl, I told you before, they got a whole thing about the Out of America thing over there on Remy. If that's what you wanted to talk about tonight, they got the panel open.
The who? Out of America.
Yes.
The Aboriginal.
That's what got this started in the first place.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, I'm
Don't
into.
believe me.
I'm into multiple. Despite what people believe, I'm into multiple. I'm into like.
No, I'm not saying with you. I said this was what got it started in the first place. This is how this conversation even touched on a conspiracy in the first place. That's what made you jump up here in the first place. When me and Jada was talking.
No, I came to do a recap on the live from last night.
He was talking about that in some kind of way. We ended up in conspiracy land. Not tonight. It's
I'm
my
not,
car.
But I got the keys. Though I'm not a conspiracy.
I got the keys.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I mean that when it comes to the Jesuit, is what is known is the fact that they were to go into different.
Spoon right now, and I was in your.
See, I didn't do that. I want the record to
y'all eyes. Y'all hard headed. If that's what you want to talk about, Remy got a panel over there discussing that type of stuff right now.
See, I want the record to stay.
Why does the same topic have to encompass every panel? Soon as somebody find out one panel doing some kind of way, it end up being an argument on another panel. Early, jaded, and then it goes on. We've been up here for 6 hours, and I don't stay on that topic nonstop for 30. But yet and still, we've been talking about the same thing for at least 6 hours. Ain't my stilly out. This ain't what we do at the treehouse. The snacks ain't happy. Grogu ain't happy. I'm not happy right now.
Okay.
Leonard, you got something to make me laugh?
I gotta see the chat. I guess I forgot where the chat was. There it go. All right.
I'll tell you this one more time, Q. I love you to death. You my sister. But I stop letting you up on my panel and you'll be commenting in the chat from now on.
I didn't do that. I didn't like you just
helped. You participated. You willingly participated.
It's hard not to. But I'm quiet.
Your influence control is low. So I'm gonna help you with it.
It's good stuff. It's good to talk about this stuff because a lot of stuff.
But she got a whole channel, Prime. Everybody ain't gonna talk about the same thing. Tasha don't get down like that. If y'all ain't figured that out by now, I came from conspiracy land. I rolled out of conspiracy land and rolled into Christian land. And when I saw conscious community land coming up, I pressed my brakes real fucking hard and said, you know what, the buck stops here. No circular arguments, no shit we can't prove, none of that.
Right.
Now, see, it's 8:31, and so far on the poll, because everybody done forgot about the poll, because y'all been over here talking about
big spoon,
this.
little spoon.
The big spoon is 50%. No, the big spoon is 11%. The little spoon is 50%, and something alienish is 39%. And somebody got something plugged into their computer that their computer does not like, because your cord is going out more than likely. Or you need to uninstall your driver and reinstall it, because it's driving me buggy.
It might be my microphone, could be.
I definitely think he was the little spoon from what he was saying and putting this.
It's looking like the little spoon is winning out.
And something alien must have went up his backside. I don't know.
I don't know about that part. That's why I said something alien. Now there are 30-some people here. There are 29 now, and ain't but 27 in the chat. And I know all y'all ain't the same people. Are you? You could be, but it's 50 likes in here. So if it's 20-something people times 2, if y'all all got young teaspoon, if y'all all got one troll account apiece, maybe it makes sense. Crystal, he done cut off the daggone blow drive. See, Grogu is not happy. Not happy at all.
It might have been my computer because my adapter kind of goes in and out. I got the adapter with my headphone.
Go into the device. It was a good right friends inside his backside. To see how Kate with y'all.
Yeah, my adapter kind of fits in. It kind of not snug in and kind of loose. I tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's one of the ones you got to put.
They get old fast.
Yeah, I got an old computer. That's why I don't have
you can uninstall the driver and it'll make it go. It'll make it stop doing that sound. Presto.
But it sticks out.
DJ blows out his head.
Sticks out, kind of hangs down. I was trying to pick it up and push it in so it get snug.
Yeah, it sounds like a bad USB plug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't a little spoon.
Yeah, I had to get rid of a computer that was doing that.
Crystal, he done. No more blow dryer. She's scared of the vacuum. She's scared of the blow dryer.
Yeah, I don't know what can make a man act like that, like young Pharaoh. I don't know what kind of experience make you start doing
and
that.
Mental illness. Come on, DJ. You know what make a man act like that. You might not never seen them pouring Sprite on themselves, but we got new drugs running around these days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, remember when that crocodile shit showed up the floor? Yeah, motherfucker around here walking like zombies and shit, and you surprised because he's poured some Sprite on himself and said he saw a trans-dimensional being? That's halfway normal these days.
Oh, we had
a little thing in South Carolina with the lizard man. Everybody was going crazy about that.
Oh Lord, the lizard man been it. Lord, remember what was it? The late 90s and the early 2000s. Somebody said lizard man bit they bump off. Remember that shit? Sugar bowl spoon, dainty.
Yeah, I remember they had a thing with the chupacabra or whatever it was called.
That's more Arizona, New Mexico. But now they have the lizard man in Georgia and South Carolina.
Yeah.
Well, you got people that pay to do spirit walks in Peru and take ashwagandha or whatever it is. And they're supposed to see the spirits or the aliens or something down there.
The beings that were here before us, according to the
take DMT.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's that shit. Magic mushrooms from out the rainforest. I'm good.
Bobby talked about that. Bobby talked about taking that DMT. I never.
That's why he be talking about space aliens and shit.
Yeah, a lot of conscious people, if they got money, they go down to Peru to do it.
Look, they be in them mental, not mental. They be in them university settings tripping, straight tripping. And I don't mean, I mean literally tripping. Date. That's what they used to do them experiments back in the day. LSD, shrooms, all that shit.
You start talking too much about that in front of a medical doctor, you got schizophrenia. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, them motherfuckers was pulling their eyeballs out and jumping out of windows and shit behind that. So yeah. I'm good.
I remember an old junkie said that he took, I think it was acid back in the late 70s.
Yeah.
And he said he felt like he was running down the street on fire as fast as he could. And said his friends saw him running in slow motion.
Hey, Shadow.
He was butt naked running, moving down the street and running in slow motion.
That sounds like how he was. That sounds like the movie Bobby told us back in the day. He chose a lot of different movies to check out. It was called Fear and Loathing. with Johnny
Aaron
Depp.
Logan in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
That's
they was.
about that. That's about that Gonzo newspaper writer.
Yeah,
I'll be back, y'all. I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, they was going on a hunt for pineal gland, doing the obscene rights, because it was Winston one night on HBO it was something that came on, and they was showing in somewhere overseas they was eating pineal gland like it was like steak or something, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing them late
That
at
was
night.
that dude though. That movie is based off of that guy, the Gonzo writer.
Okay.
Gonzo is the term for like sensational reporting when it first started up. So they ain't sure if he actually did some of that shit. Cause like when Johnny Depp actually was hanging out with him before he died, like the dude is a straight weirdo. Y'all ain't finna take me to conspiracy theory land.
Oh, sorry.
I ain't say nothing.
My bad. I'm sorry.
All these roads lied to the lady to the same damn place. Right. Y'all all know this. And y'all be baiting folk. Nope, not me, not tonight. Okay. We done had enough real conspiracy without conspiracy theory for us to be dabbling in conspiracy theory right now. Methinks. Look, y'all don't want to overburden y'all brains with this BS.
Yeah.
Lollipop land awaits.
Oh yeah, I seen one community play. What's the girl named Nikki B? Song. Nikwa. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. There's a lot of talented people out here.
Yes, there are. I mean, some of them are actually on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you turned this way, you wouldn't have to kick your head back like that. Oh.
Well, I gotta run and eat dinner. I'll be right back though.
All right. So Moo.
Yeah.
When did you get your card for the AO? Did you say the AOE?
The AEO.
Yeah, I always get acronyms wrong.
It's all right. Yeah, it was
right
around
wrong order.
It was right around the time for it all this stuff went down. I joined the AEO and I got the 0 time card reference. I don't even know what some of the stuff is now because some of the stuff I was traveling, visiting Nuwabian brothers, my teachers in Florida. But yeah, I got the 0 time reference card and they gave me the name Atum Tuat Den. That's the name that I was given at that time. And yeah, they had the certificate and AEO. And then you come find out later on. It was just basically you can find anything in any kind of occult book or metaphysical book. It just it's something they divide that York or whatever and them devised up as ancient Egyptian order. Yeah, but I paid for those 3 lessons or degrees of lessons. I never got them. Every time I call up there, it was just too because I ordered some books and stuff and tapes right before the time when the land got shut down, right? And I had to find the I had a post office money receipt. I had to find it. I had to go through my luggage and stuff. I had different luggage. I was trying to find where it was at, and when I found it, I kept calling up to the land to try to find where happened to my tapes and my books, and I could never get no straight answers from them. So what I did was photocopy the postal service money order. I said, please send me my books or give me my money back. When I did that, I finally got my tapes. It took me about 3 years to get those tapes from them on the land. Yeah. So. But yeah, I paid for those 3 degrees, and I never got those 3 degrees. But then I did research and found out that it was also the first order was called the Order of Melchizedek. It's a book I think by Rabbi Moshe Lewis, and I believe that York got that information from there.
That's what they say he got some of that from. Yeah,
right. Because they got the Tetragrammaton Yohevahe, and those are it's a Sufi exercise that you do that's similar to the Islamic prayer, where you you tune in when you're doing the prayers and the chanting. You're basically tuning in and channeling the energies.
Get up here, Hada, if you gonna ask long questions like that.
Did I say something wrong?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
Keep going. I said Hada. She need to get up here if she has long questions like that.
He got it from Rabbi. Yeah, he got some videos on YouTube. Not that many videos of them taking them down, but Rabbi Moshe Lewis, he's a Congo player, a drummer, and he played the drums on some type of reggae band. And because I got that book way back, and then I think about it now, I say, yeah, you probably got his information from there. They showed the Hebrew alphabet, the Hebrew letters forming the body of a man or a woman, and the Tetragrammaton.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember getting the 6 or 7 books of Moses, and then the Words of Power by Brian Esther Crowley. Talk about the Egyptian Hekas, and each spiritual system, each religion, there's a spiritual component in those religions. I think Christianity is agnosticism, Islam is Sufi, Judaism is Kabbalism or Kabbalah. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just move. Let me readjust this so I can prop my back up.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, goodness. Hada says in her metaphysical program, they studied the functions of the brain and learned about psychotropic drugs used in spiritual methodologies. She said, did your studies have an equivalent?
No, I didn't do no DT. I don't do weed or nothing like that. I only smoke weed.
No, she said the studies had an equivalent, not that you took them. Did they teach you about them?
Yeah, but Bobby talked about it. I remember Bobby talked about DMT and stuff like that.
Bobby did.
Yeah. Yeah. But I never did DMT. No, I never did smoke a joint. Now I drunk when my father passed away, like in 2011. That's the first time I took a drink in my whole life. And I still drink a little wine every now and then. With my little Carolina wings. But a lot of those books, I had a teacher that was an Ansar, and I would go to his house. That's how I learned a lot of the stuff through him and his wife. They no longer together. They had a little domestic thing that broke apart. I haven't heard from him in about 15 or 20 years.
Dang.
But yeah, his grandmother was a Sufi. She was a Christian, but she was a Sufi. And he showed me the 6, 7 books of Moses, a lot of different occult books. I think the book of the Maccabees, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel that was in the movie Stigmata. The book, the Gospel of Thomas. But those are hidden books that were taken out of the Bible. There's a Bible thing. I think you got the Egyptian, the Coptic Bible has 77 books or something like that. I forgot how many.
Coptic Bible.
Yeah, right. And then you got the Christian churches with 60-something, 66 books or something like that.
68, I think.
Yeah, and they took certain books out of those, and they got those books, and those books were put into the so-called secret lodges. That's what I found out. They're put in the secret lodges. That it's not really a secret because you can find. Because I remember it was crazy because I met a lot of Nuwabians and I had books, Masonic books. Like, how'd you get that book? I went to Columbia Mall and bought the book.
They didn't go nowhere but to your bookstores.
Yeah, because Bobby said you got to study, branch out, go different areas. But yeah, because a lot of them, because
he told them that, but he didn't encourage them to go out and branch out.
Right, that's true. Yeah.
He said one thing, but wanted them to do another.
Yeah, because I had the Duncan's Ritual book. I bought that in Columbia Mall at Barnes & Noble, a book of Books a Million up in the Columbia Mall way back. And I had the book, and this guy was like, can I buy it from you? I said, really? You got 40, 50 bucks? Yeah, I get it from you. So I sold it to him. I paid 20 for the book. I might as well get a little extra for it. So
exactly.
Because I had a lot of books. I'll give my book.
Hey, Michael.
I would get my books to people, and then they would take them from me.
Yeah.
And I never get them back. So I said, well, shoot, if he wanted it, I said, I'm gonna charge him a little bit for it. Yeah, but a lot of those books I got, I was an avid reader of books, a lot of books. I've read all kind of books. Because I know my mom, when I was in school, middle school or something, elementary school, she had me in a program. I had to read like so many books for the summer. And had to do book reports on them. And I've been reading like lots of books, tons of books, and there's always more to learn. It's like I said, I'm not trying to say I'm a know-it-all, like I know everything, because I'm that's not the kind of person I am. But it's always more to learn. And they said the saying in Kemet, any day you didn't learn anything is the day you was not mentally, you were dead mentally. You're supposed to keep learning, keep elevating, keep growing. There's always more to learn.
You ready for a break? Okay. He always set me up for the okey.
You got any more questions? I like talking because I ain't talking like this.
If you want to, Mo. She said, what is the most important lesson you learned from your York experience?
Well, I'll put it this: it was just a stepping stone to get to where I'm at now with the Sufi and the mysticism.
Okay, so give me a timeline. How long were you actually involved with York's little organization?
Okay, I would say start between 95 to about 2007 to 2008.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. And I left it about 2007, 2008. That's what I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I walked away. It was really.
So what was that York? Go ahead.
Well, really, what it was a brother that I went down with him before, and I was going to give him some money because my car had broke down, and I was trying to get back down there, and before they destroyed the land and everything, and he said he didn't have time to come and get me, so I said, well, bump all this stuff. So I was kind of like, well, I'm done. Yeah. But, it's interesting because you find a lot of Nubian brothers and sisters, they were kind of real egotistical and arrogant. They read all these books. I read this book. You don't have this book and that book.
They were supposed to be the chosen ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like if you started recruiting and y'all get over 144, how you guaranteed a spot? I don't understand. I'm confused.
Yeah, because see, I read not just York's book, I read other books too. But and I would tell them about Bobby or this, that, and it's not what the master teacher said. The master teacher's this, the master teacher that. I found a lot of people were kind of like robots. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My internet goes in and out. I'm sorry about that. But
I heard everything fine.
Okay, my internet.
I just had myself on mute for a second.
Okay, I thought my internet was because my internet kind of goes in and out sometimes. I'm out here in the country. You go on the land and people like because another thing too. I think when I was on the land to get some books or something, tapes, and I sat in land on it was on Savior's Day, the last time I can remember, and I was in the line for like 2 hours or something, and then they told me to go back into another line, and I said, man, nah. I was kind of like, no, I'm not doing that. I was kind of disillusioned with a lot of different things, going at that time too.
Mm-hmm. Otter says, have you written about your spiritual journey?
No, people always tell me you could write a book and stuff. I said, I don't know.
You could.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, but
they got talk to text now. You ain't got to worry about sitting up there thinking about it. You can just talk about it and then go back and edit it.
Oh, okay. Well, with everything else I got going on, sometimes I don't know, but people
it seems like entirely too much. I understand the feeling.
But like I said, it's an interesting journey. You know, coming as a Presbyterian, Catholic, Baptist, Methodist, 5%er, Muslim, Nubian, Islamic, Hebrew, Egyptian, Moor, Sufi, mystic Sufi. Yeah, that's where I'm at now. Yeah, a long time from.
For 6 hours and 20 minutes. Lord have mercy. Can you walk us through Savior's Day? Please paint a picture.
Well, it's supposed to have been Malachi York's birthday or something. It was a celebration, and people from all around the world come there. That's when the land was really open to the public. And they had different people that would cook different food. I remember eating like fish sausage, fish nuggets, seafood. Different. Based on the dietary laws, no swine or nothing like that. And I still don't eat swine to this day. But it was different people from all over different walks of life, different people from different cultures, and it was open to the public. Mainly open to the public, to see the land and stuff, and it was very interesting. I think I took pictures and stuff. I remember taking pictures on the land by the pyramids and different areas I can remember. Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I got the mic on mute.
Okay.
I thought it was going to take longer than that. I was going through the edit on the audio, and I didn't want you to hear the.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought I lost it because I thought my internet was going out on me. Yeah,
I just got to match up the time so I don't have to listen to it. When I'm fast forwarding through it, you can hear like some messed up tape.
Yeah, but
I thought it was going to take longer than that to talk about Savior Day.
But I think I met Jimmy Cliff on the land. That's what the last time I remember meeting Jimmy Cliff and the reggae scene. And I think he had some connection with York too. I don't know all the details on it, but yeah. And then at the time when I was there, they said people were saying the Music Soul Child was walking around somewhere near the pyramid. Now, I didn't see him, but people was going crazy about it. So he must have been on the land somewhere somewhere. And I remember the teacher.
Ain't gonna let him run around unattended.
Right. But I remember the teacher, Buns, Anthony Evans, because he did a class in 2014 at the African bookstore I used to go to in Columbia called Spinks Paul African. I did a video on my channel where I showed the store, the statues, and the books and everything in the store. So you go on my channel, you can see, you can plug the channel too if you can, and you'll see what I did the video.
And the outfits. How to say who designed and tailored the outfits, and do you have any?
No, I couldn't afford them.
I think Chuck was in here earlier, and he said that it was usually some type of family member in the prices, because he said for one of them it was like $150.
Yeah, that stuff is very pricey.
For those of y'all that are still with us, this is this is the same name as your channel name, right? Well, you can grab it from your channel and throw it in the chat. But Moon.
Right, but my channel is Mujahid 72. Mujahid.
Yeah, 72. That's right. That's why I was.
I was born in 1972.
But I should know that because I'm subscribed. Duh.
Yeah,
but
I keep subscribing to your channel because they keep unsubscribing every time. I always hit it and it unsubscribes me back, and I keep hitting it back. That's the only thing I can keep doing. I guess.
Hey, True Form.
Oh, peace, True Form. What's up, bro? Yeah.
Now this is Moo. Y'all need to go. True Form, can you grab the link to Moo channel real quick and drop it in the chat?
I appreciate
Moo
that.
is also on the No Problem. Moo is also on the 1K push. Moo is trying to get his YouTube channel popping. He got some content, and you got some stories. So y'all might as well go subscribe so y'all can poke his brain whenever y'all feel like it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to 4,000. Every time I get certain close, and then go back down again.
Go back down. So we gonna push him up to that number. He got food reviews, product reviews,
Yep.
Pop locking in the grass.
Yep. Yeah.
But it's what 8:57. We gonna go ahead and close it out for the night.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm tired.
Okay.
I guess
I
because I
don't know,
was running adrenaline all week.
I've been taking that B12, and that has me up like half of the night. I'm taking the B12. That B12, I heard Icky talking about the B12. I said, man, somebody gave me some B12 vitamins, and I said, man, I've been on.
Thank you, True Forum. Yeah, we gonna go ahead and close out for the night.
Okay.
If by some chance, as soon as I go off, I just magically pop back awake, y'all will see me in somebody else's chat. But in either case, this is true. Well, we'll get you up here by yourself and do a full interview one day this week.
Okay.
And this is Trip C's Treehouse, where things are always swinging. And we are out.
All right.